We're live. It's happened. 250 episodes of Painkiller already. Kyle?
This episode is being brought to you by Squarespace.com. Start building your website today at Squarespace.com and enter offer code PKA at checkout to get 10% off. Squarespace. Build it beautiful.
Wonderful. I was only on 167 of those episodes.
Something like that.
You're still beating me. For now. Yeah.
So Squarespace, best goddamn website host in the multiverse.
We'll talk more about them later.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 250 episodes. It's been a long fucking
5 years.
awful journey, right? Just think
No!
about how much wasted time. Like we could have learned three or four languages, at least one or two instruments. We could have if we'd gotten minimum wage jobs and worked them for this amount of time, it would have been more profitable. This has been
That's true. You could have learned like Mongolian.
We should quit
and
this
the
shit
bassoon.
right now. This is just.
We should open up
that
our
was
own Five
Painkiller
Guys.
already at 250. I hope you guys
I think Kyle is very wrong about this because 250 at 4 hours a piece is 1,000 hours. If you factor minimum wage in, that's $7,250 we'd make.
Yeah.
Well, but if you have like a Rosetta
But if
Stone,
I'm an
you could
Amazon
learn French.
Flex driver, that's
Possibilities for
$25,000.
That's
Boom.
true.
Chiz and his Amazon. He's really excited about being an Amazon Flex driver.
I would love to do that. What other job can I pick up and go as I
This
want?
is a man
What is
with
Amazon
barely any
Flex?
experience even driving a car.
I always heard work for Amazon's fucking terrible.
Please, you had a car, you totaled it, right?
I drove for 4 years.
And then you totaled another.
Yeah, I totaled 2 cars in 3 months.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure Amazon Flex is beating down the door for your services.
They don't need insurance background checks, okay? You
They
just need
absolutely need
Can
to
you
make
do
sure
that on
you're insured.
horseback? Like will they allow that?
Yeah.
'Cause
rollerblades.
Do any of the other drivers take buses?
you could get in one of Woody's go-karts. That'd be cool.
The
Get your
golf
little helmet and everything.
Dude, the
You know
golf
what? You probably
cart's
have more
awesome.
observational driving experience than any other driver there. You've seen people drive across the country, there and back, there and back, there and back.
Bring a strong point up.
That's true. Hundreds of hours of
I'm
You
a
can all
bus
go
driver's
fuck
apprentice.
yourselves.
So it's funny that this new flex job economy thing to me is exciting. Like everybody's becoming like their own boss, little micro entrepreneur, etc. It's a much more fluid workforce than it was a few years ago, right? If you go back even 10 years, the goal was still to get a job that you would keep for a long time. You know,
College was one part of this job process.
yeah, and now it seems like the Etsy economy, the eBay economy, which to me are like the early. I thought it was silly. Like who's the guy that Kyle tormented with hats?
Chiz.
Junkyard.
Oh.
Is that his name?
What
was his-
forgot about that
just the
guy.
mention of Junkyard's name. I used to fuck with people just for fun, the fun of it. Now that I think about it, and he was one of them. He was definitely one of my victims, and there really wasn't any reason for it. I just found him a bit annoying.
He was such a nice guy, and you were such an unmitigated prick to him every time.
I would go against him being a nice guy, Taylor, because like his true colors shine that time he took down Machinima.
I don't even remember that, but
He didn't do
thought
it.
was nice.
All right, the story is this. Machinima got like its 3rd strike or something. And Junkyard's video, I think, was the most recently uploaded one. So a bunch of YouTubers started a rumor that he took down Machinima. And everyone got so mad. And they're like calling him and stuff. And I think Xjaws called him. And like I think he was anonymous or something, and he made a video of him getting super pissed off and like cursing at the camera and such, and he might have taken his hat off and thrown it. I don't know. It's been a while.
Can I tell this story? What
Yes, you
happened was, before PKA was a thing, there were often these big group Skype chats. That's the genesis of PKA, really. Like we liked the other podcast, and that was a bit of an instigator. But we were already in these Skype chats together, talking like this. Well, one day we were having one of these because Machinima's been taken down. They get the 3-strike thing, and all the videos go down, and so that means none of us are earning, and it's a fear. Maybe it's never coming back. And I think it was me, but I'm not positive. One of us says, "Let's just blame it on Junkyard. Let's just run a campaign of lies and mistruth and just put it out there that this is all on Junkyard 100%."
It was you.
And
It was you, yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
So we start rolling with it. Xjaws was really on board. He called him and everything. But as soon as we do this, everybody starts getting an uproar about it. They're like, pitchforks and fucking torches, and it wasn't that bad. They were just like, hey man, what'd you do this for? What happened? And he took it so seriously that he made this video where he was just raging, and it was really out of character.
Can you find it? Didn't you save it? And
I got better than that. I sliced up that video and I made a little montage, if you will, and I have the link for it right here.
All right.
If I remember, he did not roll with the punches well at all. If he had just been like, "Oh yeah, you guys, you caught me," you know, my grand scheme to shut it down, but he got very aggravated.
I made this video. I made this video as all this shit was going down, like as we were laughing at. I'm like, watch this, motherfuckers! Like I'm rendering it out, like this is gonna be the best, and here it is.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Give me just 1 second. I'm doing a quick thing. I'm fixing the.
That's the thing I remember about the video the most. That
There's a
stupid
part two.
Sandlot hat.
There's a part.
He's got the hat from the kid at Sandlot that he picked on.
And the thing we didn't like about Junkyard, I think, was like he was an easy guy to pick on because like one of his other jobs was he sold women's shoes on eBay, and
That's how he came up here in my head anyway. Like he sold Western apparel on eBay, like cowboy boots and like Western styled button down shirts with like this stitching and stuff. And it was he was a part of the new economy before everybody else was.
And the thing was that he was in on Machinima really early, back when it was actually Machinima and not Call of Duty stuff. But all of a sudden, Call of Duty stuff was all the rage. And you know, this guy who's normally it's his video every third day goes up on this thing, but now Machinima's taken off. It's huge. Call of Duty's all the rage. So they're still giving him his placements. They're still giving him the same amount of video uploads on the main channel as always, but he can't play the game at all. So he invents the Junkyard Quickie, which is like a 30-second video that's all about him saying, hey guys, come to my channel and answer a question and you'll, get the answer. It's just like, motherfucker, I worked for like 14 hours just to get the gameplay. It took 8 hours to render it on my piece of shit laptop, another 3 to upload it, and it's gold. And they're uploading his shit, so we didn't like it.
Yeah, everybody was envious of Junkyard's person.
It was him and Ken Burns.
He was a premiere director. Ken
Burton. I was thinking
Burton,
yeah. But Junkyard was a premiere director, and like there was a real common format for the quickie thing. It was like a 90-second video. He typically was playing Demolition, I think.
Demolition.
Yeah.
Something that was like a one-hit.
Yeah, like you could win really quickly. And so it'd be 90 seconds. He'd play on a really strong team. Sometimes he'd go like 1 and 2. Like he wasn't even the guy that made it a win. He was just on a strong team. He'd get a quick win. And the format of the commentary was like, hey, I'm Junkyard. This is a quickie. And then he had a catchphrase, booyah, right?
Booyah.
Yeah, booyah. And he's like, come to my other channel. Watch the second half of this thing.
Fucking MC.
He had this premier position where all he did was upload essentially trailers for his own channel. And then, now I didn't give Machinima a lot of videos, but the people that did, like Wings I know, had stuff queued up for weeks. 6 weeks, and his video's still not getting up. Meanwhile, Junkyard's getting up 3 times a week just pimping his own channel with bad videos. I don't think he'd be surprised to learn they were bad videos. I don't think he thought they were good. Yeah.
That's what the whole quickie was, I remember. It was like 90 seconds. The first 60 to 70 seconds of it was, hey, it's Junkyard. Come back and watch this video on my channel. A little bit about what I do over there. And it's like, we saw this twice before. And then there was 30 seconds of like, and as you've noticed, I've died 4 times. I've gotten 3 kills. So doing all right overall. You notice that my teammates, they've already planted both bombs. So I'm just going to sit right here and wait. And then, missed that guy. Sometimes you can't win them all. Am I right? Like,
booyah! Got a kill. Booyah! Let's watch this montage.
He was nice to me.
Yes.
He was nice. All right. Ready, set, play.
Oh, and he never cursed outside of this one video.
It's Junkyard
Ever.
here. Got a video up. It's a quickie. I love a quickie.
Don't be fucking stupid.
Anyway, so I'll tell you about that, but I got a couple of college kids.
Grow the fuck up.
Yeah, they are eye candy. Yes, they are.
I get so sick and tired.
I like how it's got
getting
ominous
stuck
lighting.
In frickin' rumors.
Yeah, looks
with
like a
all around
manifesto.
all these little damn kids.
Be back in a minute. Oh, but as far as the way I feel about quick scoping, well,
I have nothing to do with it. Grow the fuck up.
that's my thoughts on quick scoping, and I know I'm gonna get a lot of flame for it, but
If you're coming to fucking hate on my page,
You got a
go
TSA
fucking
shirt
hate
on?
someplace else.
today A lot of little ones, so we threw all those back, get them bigger.
Grow the fuck up.
But I had a quickie that went up today, and it has to do with gaming, as always. And the question was,
I mean, shit, I can take down a whole damn company. I don't even know what's going on with Respawn.
well, on top of that, I'm also trying to.
Take down a whole damn company.
It's taking a little bit longer than anticipated.
I don't know why. I've been gone for the last 24 hours, and I come home to see that Respawn's down.
And on top of that, I'm working with another channel. Because a lot of you asked, how did it happen? Well, they picked who they picked, and it is what it is.
He had just
I'm
lost the
mad.
competition.
Apparently, that's what Machinima wants to see. What we're going to do here is what we're going to do here, and that's the way it is. So with that, I'm going to go back and
I would like to take a
do some
tape measure and
editing
just
here.
measure
Try to
the
fuck
lengths of the bill of that
Take
hat.
down a
Like,
whole damn company.
and then
like who
I still
designs
gotta
that
go
bill?
watch the
Like,
dog.
I do not want sun in my motherfucking eyes.
my day never ends. With that, even though you heard it once, needless to say, keep gaming.
I wonder if he still games.
I don't think he ever
He
came.
did as of. I know he was active last year. And
Yeah.
had been. He was part of a podcast
I
and everything.
He took
empathize
off
with
with the
him
big
now.
Western boom of 09. Never had to come back.
So he's making a living on the eBay stuff, right? And then this YouTube thing comes along, and it's a viable like side income, an addition that matters to him. And he has a wife, he has kids. He's got to like make this thing actually work. And he's trying to succeed in the popularity game, and there's a bunch of snot-nosed kids like FPS Megaduck down there just sabotaging his efforts to feed his family. It's hard to like make a living in this world where people fuck with you for no reason. Like
It wasn't no reason.
When you spell it out the way Woody did, it becomes clear that you were just an ass.
What do you mean it was no
Of course,
reason?
he
Was
completely
it?
twisted the facts.
you're
Was-
jealous.
No.
We were all
His
fighting for a
fault.
living.
How is it his fault?
Well, I'll
though?
tell you right now, we were all fighting for a living, and while some of us were putting everything we had into making the
X-Jaws was
best
fucking
content
with
we could.
him, and he wasn't fighting for a living. He was 16.
Well, he was fighting
for
for
a
like
new
his.
car.
He was fighting for his next, $30,000 check. Like it doesn't
Wings.
matter if you actually need the money to eat or not. Like we were all fucking fighting to be the best at what we were doing, and we all had a little thing that we were good at. But he didn't. He didn't. He wasn't good in any way in particular at all, and it was just
The three
it wasn't
pillars
jealousy.
are
It was just-
production quality, commentary, and gameplay. And he wasn't good at those.
But that's not his fault if somebody went, all right, we're going to give you, it's like giving that guy a TV show. We're going to give it to you. We know there's great shows, but we're going to roll with this MTV shit reality show again because we want to. Like, it's Respawn's fault.
No, it was
Just like Ken Burton. Like, dude, I mean, everyone hates on Junkyard, but Ken Burton, I hated his fucking videos. They were awful. He was not funny, but he would try to be.
I liked him at first.
So bad. It's like I stumbled upon Hutch and then Nanners, and then it's like, oh, there's this Ken. He was in related videos. Like Ken Burton. Click on it. He's spinning on a fucking cap flag. He's spinning on a flag and dying. Like,
what you got to keep in mind is like Ken and Junkyard both came from an older generation of video makers. And when the Call of Duty craze took on, and that was all there was to be done, they were taken aback by that. Like that wasn't their bread and butter at all, and it required skill in 2 or 3 different areas. Like it was great if you could edit, but it was really good if you could talk, and it was even better if you could play the fucking game. And those guys weren't good at any of those things. They were creative, and maybe they could come up with they did Machinima beforehand. Like it's a totally different skill set. So, we came in there and we thought we were making what people wanted to see. We were making what we wanted to see. And, this is from the days where Wings is making those fucking like C4 nukes. And, people are making the very first nuke tutorials for Modern Warfare 2, a gigantic game with like 20 million copies sold or whatever.
Exactly. Shaggy came out with the fastest nuke around that time.
When I saw that, I was
Great
like,
video.
well, I might as well just stop. I'll just fucking it was done. Like I will never beat that.
Oh hell no! Jordy didn't take that. For example, Jordy went detective on it.
You did. I
It's funny.
remember
So
you were doing like a
became
CSI
Sherlock
style
Holmes for
analysis.
I don't
Well,
know.
if you zoom here, you notice that his walking path is indicative of someone who isn't trying to get points for themselves. What could this mean?
The video I
Treachery.
made discussed that if what happens here is first you see that guy fuck up and jump back on the flag. That's the first thing that
was the biggest clue.
Yeah.
That was the first thing.
So can I lay that out? Well, it was Terminal, right? If you guys know that map on Modern Warfare 2, Terminal. The guy stood on the B flag, maybe the one that was outside, and then he ran away. Realized, oh shit, I'm supposed to be part of a 6-man hex or whatever that would be, the Semtex. So he ran back onto the flag so that he could die with where he was supposed to. And
they hung out there like 3 seconds almost after it was captured.
There's no reason you cap a flag, run away, then run back post flag cap.
Like my video discussed, you have to wait 3 seconds after the match starts, and then you run through the flag cap. That's the only way a person from the metal detectors can get to the B flag and get that nade off. After that, the first spawn you take is actually a respawn at your standard projection. And so he put the Harrier there, and the Harrier killed him again. It's like, that's how they done it.
Yeah. White Boy has the fastest Modern Warfare nuke.
This isn't widely talked about, but prior to G-Unit getting the fastest nuke, X-Jaws had the fastest nuke. But everyone in the know wonders, but did he?
I hate how they counted the nukes. I hate how they did it. And it's happened more in Modern Warfare 3 where they started counting it from the first kill. Back when we did this shit, it was from the beginning of the fucking match. When that match said, let's fight, that's when the nuke count started.
Like not fucking around for 2 minutes and then getting a kill and then starting the clock.
Right, yeah.
The fastest nuke is White Boy. White Boy starts...
the fastest one.
Is it with the noob tubes?
Yeah.
That doesn't
It's a
count.
wasteland.
Yeah, it
doesn't
does.
count. No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't it?
Because it's not a real gameplay. It's fucking horrible.
Is it with noob? It's with the one man
Did
army
he noob tube
tubes?
off the spawn?
He shoots one noob tube. He knows how to aim it from spawn and hit their flag. He as soon as the game starts, he switches to it, aims at a cloud, adjusts a few degrees to the right to a power line, shoots it cross map, and he gets his Harrier, and then he gets his AC-130 or his chopper gun or whatever, and he hammers out his nuke. Totally legit.
Yeah.
That's legit. See, that's another clue for why Shaggy's...
2011 PS3 players were good for that horseshit.
That was. But even the talking on G-Unit or Shaggy, like his whole shtick, like talking about it on that video that Hutch like had an intervention with him about on Camp Hutch. Awful. Like you could tell it was horseshit from then, where he'd be like, just gotta start off right here and got a 6-bar noob tube and a 6-bar diarrhea, and it's like,
dude, the thing that got me, the rest of the videos were fake. Like people know that the knife nuke was fake, and people know that the fastest nuke was fake, but like he had tons. He's like, here, I'll get like 96 kills with a shotgun on Wasteland. Yeah. Very hard to do.
Watch me dodge bullets.
Press circle, triangle, circle.
That's the one.
Dodge bullets.
Yeah. He's like, for those of you who don't know, you hit circle, triangle, circle, and you can dodge bullets.
Yeah, you just jump to this. How about you stop doing all your little tricks and just get a box of Claritin Clear so we can understand what you're saying in all of these commentaries.
We had him as a guest about a year ago.
I was about to say that.
I bet he's changed a lot.
He was terrible.
Oh.
He was fucking awful. He was like, I don't ever really give guests a hard time, but he was like hardly paying attention to the show. Maybe
it's like saying I almost never give waitstaff a hard time.
It's only when they're slow or don't do exactly what I think they should be doing.
You guys are funny with that, but yeah, G-Unit, he was totally disconnected. He didn't seem to have any idea what PKA was or was about. And that was surprising to me, given that he's an old school COD guy. Like, does anyone else in the community not know of PKA?
Everybody knows about it.
Yeah, they've seen it. They watch it now, or they don't watch it now, or they come, or they go, or whatever. But his level of removal from what happened in the community was surprising to me, given how central he was.
He phased all that shit out and just locked it away. He's like, those are the dark years of my life.
I remember, dude. So. It was this. Like that nuke video made him like $2,500. Yeah. And everyone was like, fake or not, he made over $2,000. Yeah. Over $2,000. Holy fuck. I mean, it might be worth it to like ruin your online life.
Ruin your career.
Because $2,000, holy shit.
It's right next to reaching into the cash register and stealing $500 and then getting fired,
That's real cash money. $2,000.
I remember we were even thinking like, well, he doesn't deserve that money.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a fake nuke. He doesn't get real money for a fake nuke, which of course makes no sense. Of course he gets the money.
Yeah. But you know, there was a time when I was like, I wonder if he's onto something there. Is he worth it? Like, you know, for 2,000s. Well, 1,000 times. I don't know. It just seemed like a massive amount of money.
At that period of time, all of us were only getting paid through Machinima's videos on their channel, not our personal channel. So it was a bigger deal.
It was. Yeah. Like, I mean, I
started uploading more per day, so it was hard to. Early on, it was easy to get $250,000, $500,000 when you uploaded through Machinima, and you know, the more they did a day, the harder it was.
But I seem to remember making like 20s of dollars. You know,
I didn't get anything through Machinima. Like, I'd be going through and checking, and I stopped giving them videos because of it. But I was the wave right after you two got adopted, and I'd be checking their uploads, and it'd be like 3 uploads, and then me, and then 3 minutes later somebody else.
Yeah.
It's like, are you fucking kidding me? So
you
I'm
just
in the
got worse
4th position of 5, and yeah, I'll get what, 30,000 views on this.
I got some advantageous uploads. Like I had the first like nuke tutorial on Machinima, which, as you can imagine, people wanted to see. And there was a bunch of like hiding spots and tips and tricks and stuff. I'd make the kind of videos that I thought would go viral. I did okay. I got, I don't know, a couple million views, I think, total.
Yeah, they gave me, Machinima always treated me well. I don't really have any complaints with I think I shouldn't have any complaints with how they treated me. But they used to give me last upload of the day, and they used to upload whenever I gave them stuff, which wasn't very often. But
they're fucking assholes.
They cheat me all the damn time.
The challenge was, like, whenever there were like branded integration deals and stuff, they seem really shady. Like, they do these 80-20 deals where they take 80% as your agent, which is, it should be the other way.
Or make a giant like and favorite bot and only use it on 3 people. Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle was one of them. But yeah, I'd make my musical videos, which were at the time were like million view videos and stuff, and I'd be like prepping stuff, you know, getting things ready, and I'd ask them, you know, hey, can I get involved in the bot stuff? It always seemed to be too busy for me, you know. Oh no,
it's not. You say it's not a bot. What it was
you're right.
all the
it's
channels.
The equivalent of just having access to all the channels. It's not a bot. It's a program that has access to all the channels.
It's a big difference. So a bot would be some fake.
This is a Republican line right here.
No, it's just the truth. A bot would clearly be fake profiles, right? Like just machines out there that are doing your bidding.
Bot stands
the
for
only
robot.
difference here, Kyle, is a fake profile and a profile that's actually used is hitting the like. Either one, they're not liking it.
I'm not saying they're bots. I'm saying it's a bot that controls every account.
Totally is
network.
a bot. Just because it controls
if you
real.
Call it a bot. I would disagree with that.
What would you call it?
You can't disagree.
What do you call it then? God, it has access to all of these accounts. What word would you use to describe it?
It was a bot.
So the situation was that everybody they asked you. No, you shut the fuck up, you. They asked everybody if you'd like to take part in this program, where occasionally when there's a highlight video, we're going to hit a button and your account's going to automatically like it.
I remember that differently. I remember that program being like, will you give us access to upload videos on your channel and you get to keep all the subjective revenue? And then that used that to spur.
That was different.
Because they uploaded like 4 videos and it was like right at Halo Reach, and then they gave up, and then they used that contract to make the fucking bot.
No, the bot was different.
I don't remember them even giving us a choice to enter this. I just remember at one point they were like, oh, so now anytime we want to use your account to favorite or like a fellow director's video, we just do that. And so it was like, oh, so, okay, well, I guess every time I log in now, there's 60 Machinima videos that I liked. Like,
it was a lot of videos.
We didn't even get an option.
They used it for me twice, and it was a lot more than 3 people. Like I would look at the videos that my account had liked, and there'd be a whole list of them, and it was often their like premiere stuff, like those the Mortal Kombat thing they made.
Yeah, because it was so shit they couldn't get organic views and likes.
They never liked my videos, and I felt like I wasn't being treated right because I had a lot of subs, or I have a lot of subs, and it was like, man, you know, if you're repeatedly sending out messages to my 700,000 people, it seems like when it should come back at me sometimes.
So what I did is I disabled like sharing on my account, so they can click that button all they want, but my account's not doing shit. My account would never show the likes. So
yeah.
So you just took and never gave back.
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't think they ever. I guess that's how they wanted to use it. But I just saw it as, hey, we need like
2,000 likes on this bitch. Let's go. And favorites, because at that point you still had the favorites section and stuff like that in those ratings.
That was the thing too. You could get to the front page with it because they click like.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Anyway, Machinima, I guess good and bad that I now think it through.
They're all bad.
Yeah, they're awful.
Oh, that one issue was, but it seemed like whenever there was a contract, they tried to fuck you as hard as they possibly could.
I don't even know how much it cost me.
I still get an email at 1 a.m. every day saying, sign your new contract. But I like my perpetuity contract that's from 2010.
Oh.
I still have that one too. I have it re-signed.
I get an email.
Mine off.
I get an email every day, and I got a check the other day for $7. So.
They don't even know where I live.
It took 2 years to fight my way out of that perpetuity contract to get away from them. It was a nightmare. Terrible people. The worst.
New topic?
Chiz, do you have a game for us?
Chiz has a game.
We have many games. These are not original games. I've taken a lot of these from other places, but I thought they'd be fun and entertaining if we did them. Now, I'm going to divide you two. I'm not
kissing a man.
None of us.
Well, then I'm not on Wings' team.
There's only a few games then.
Now.
Do you
None
have
of the games
Ben
work.
handy on call? Is
What?
that-
First game is Wings is going to straighten the play button behind him to be straight with the wall because it is crooked.
And he should it's straight with the camera though. Like the camera's so crooked that the play button was about right.
It's like deal with it.
He's like, fuck this, all right? There's no play button now anymore. All right, I'm dividing you
You
guys
lost
up
the
into
play button.
Divide us
two
up.
teams.
Uh-huh.
All right, it is Woody and Taylor and Wings and Kyle. These are the teams for all of the group ones. When the individual section comes, we'll get to that stuff later.
Okay.
All
Got
right?
this thing.
Now, this is totally based. I am the judge. This is totally based on for this first game. You either have to get the word, the definition right, or entertain me the most. I'm going to give you a dirty, inappropriate word from Urban Dictionary. And you got to do your best to guess the definition. Or, like I said, if you both
this game
suck,
should have show of hands.
If you
should
both
have your hands up.
If you both, yeah, I agree. If you both suck, maybe just jazz hands, something like that. If you both suck, then I'm gonna pick whoever's funniest, and I'm gonna give it to one team. And if you if you get it wrong, I'm gonna pass it on to the other team, and then I'll decide from there. All right? Everybody understand the rules?
Yep.
Good. I'm going to give this first word to let's give it to Woody and Taylor, shall we,
All
folks?
right. Okay,
Everybody
okay.
at home, yeah, give it up for Woody and Taylor. All
Woody
right.
and Taylor.
Woo! All right, this one is called Kid Accessory. Kid.
Oh, it's
Accessory.
like a kid that a pedophile keeps on a leash near him to just kind of show that he has it if he wants it. Like but he's not.
My guess
indulging
of a
his desires
kid
right then.
accessory
Kid-cessory.
is a thing that you do or wear that makes you more childlike. Like maybe you like sex in Pampers, or maybe you like to wear a
Oh, that's good. A binky.
A binky, yeah, if you call it that. I was gonna say pacifier, or whatever. Like that's what I think a kid accessory is.
Okay, well, those were not the answers, so I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to Wings and Kyle. You each get to give your own answer right now.
A kid accessory is
You'd think I'd know this.
Yeah, you should. Disappointed. Pissed my guess away, thinking you were the expert.
I'll go.
isn't a baby goat a kid?
Yes.
Yes.
I
Don't
think that's
delve too deep into this.
Wow, are we going into
I
like
think that's when
ISIS
you're an
sex?
accessory to goat rape. I think that's what that is. You'd be a kid accessory.
I was going to go with the same thing as Kyle, but I think kid accessory is when you have a child as your criminal empire. Like, you have an accessory to the crime. Like, you went shoplifting, you had a kid,
That's
and you
it.
blamed it on the kid.
That's it. That's it. It's you and your little buddy. You put Billy up.
You hit your mic.
Oh, you
Kyle.
hit your
Shake it,
mic,
shake
you
it.
idiot!
Shake it. Shake it.
Shake your mic!
Shake the
Shake
mic,
your
you dumb
mic! Shake it like it's a kid.
Talk.
With your mother.
I thought we were going to get some blue waffle shit up in
Okay,
this. He's
okay,
drinking a
talk,
kid accessory.
talk. Nope.
Nope.
How about now?
Yes.
You're good.
All right, yeah. Yeah, you put little Billy up on the counter, you give him all your fucking money. You bring him along. A kid accessory is
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
An accessory to crimes with a child.
Close.
That's just
when
what I
you
just
make
said.
when you make your child an accessory to something. A kid accessory.
Okay. Totally fucking wrong.
Ooh, this was good.
A kid accessory is a child had by a celebrity just for the attention, usually given a bizarre name because who cares what the child has to go
Apple
through growing
blanket.
up.
Northwest.
They're just a kid accessory, such as Northwest.
Okay.
So I'm going to pick who I enjoyed the most, and I'm not going to lie, I think Team Kyle Wings over here had the best and most entertaining answer. I think we all can agree with that. It's propaganda.
Total
Think of team
horseshit.
names while you guys are while you're here, by the way, so I can call you something other than Kyle and Jordy. You know,
The kid
I mean,
accessories.
No.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. I'm giving this one to Kyle and Jordy first. This one is
Megaton Death Claws.
Megaton Death Claws, everybody.
Megaton.
Smokey and the Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit. Yeah.
Ah,
all right, running
good.
point for him.
What's the name?
All right, this one's good for Kyle, I think. I'm gonna give you Investment Banger. Investment Banger.
Ooh,
I think
know.
that's a chick that's fucking you for money. I think that's what an investment banger is. I think that's a chick who's only into you for your money. She's an investment banger.
I'm going to go the opposite direction. An investment banger is actually a guy that you bring along to jump on the grenade for you at the club. He's the guy that's there as your wingman to fuck the ugly bitch so you can get the hot bitch.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, chance to steal. Team.
In my opinion, an investment banger is when you fuck a really hot, like, 15-year-old, knowing that at some point she will be the one. Right? You're investing now, knowing that she will be a hot 18-year-old, 20-year-old.
Quick.
Why does yours
Alteration
have
on
to
that.
involve so
It's
much
not-
pedophilia?
You know why
It's not
are
that
you
you're-
so judgmental?
It's not
I'm the
that you're
judge.
banging. It's not that you're. It's not that you're banging the 17-year-old. It's that you're taking her out for a good time and whatnot until that magic day hits, and then you've invested, and the banging commences.
I like
you're
it.
Investing the time prior to the age turn.
Yes.
But Kyle's is very good.
It's when you snatch her up before she's legal. The investment banger.
Well, I'm very disappointed in some regards because you are so fucking warm, but I feel like the team is tainted with some of Woody's passion. Because the actual definition is someone who specializes in dating seemingly unattractive people that later blossom into fit people, you know?
Oh, so
Which
you
is
pick a
so
fat-
close to what you guys were saying, except it was fucking children until they were going to be legal. I'm giving you the point. You still get the point, but
Okay, then I don't care. Continue your judgment. You get the point.
Yes, say what you will.
What is your team name? I got it. The Pedos. There you go.
But
One for
no,
the Pedos.
The senile Hooters.
Ice
Taylor
Pedos.
the pedo.
Ice.
The senile Hooters, really? You know, no one likes that?
Hooters?
Yeah, the owl and old guy thing. I like it.
Hands up, Taylor and Woody. We don't want any.
I'm away from the keyboard. My keyboard is.
This is worth cheating for.
There's a $100 prize for whoever gets the most points. I'm keeping track.
Really?
So yes.
Really?
So yes.
I
So
can't-
what
I might
did you
have to
just
try
hold
now.
up? What did you hold up, Woody?
A knife.
I'm not
He's
going
always
to take
got his
that.
knife.
Okay, I'm not going to take threats. I never even played.
Okay.
He has the answers written.
So
in
I'm
play.
gonna. I thought I threw one to Kyle, but apparently he dropped the ball real hard on that last one. But I'm gonna throw one into Woody's realm of things.
Okay.
Not a pedophile one.
Well, fuck.
Sorry.
What else do I have?
It's your other hobbies. This one is called Netflix and Chill for One. Netflix and Chill for One.
You find a vaguely sexual documentary and you masturbate.
I think Netflix and chill for one just has to be masturbation, and it's funny that is my other hobby.
How do
Kids
you
are hard to
other
catch
answers for
nowadays.
this
His two
question?
hobbies are not mutually exclusive. Often overlapping.
Wait,
but,
Netflix and chill for one is
Let's
my
be serious.
other-
I think mine might make sense.
Go
Find
on.
something vaguely sexual on Netflix and then masturbate. What else could it be?
It
Netflix
could be
Netflix
nothing
and-
else.
Hey, okay. I'm gonna move on to the other team and let them answer right now.
All right.
Damn it.
So here's the deal, Wings.
Go ahead, Charles
got-
Angel.
Here's the deal, Wings. They got the answer right. So our answer has to be funny. They've already gotten the correct answer.
Yeah.
So your only goal here is to be entertaining.
No pressure. Go.
It's the only way to win.
I love how you just explained it and hung him out to dry.
Yeah.
You didn't have
Well,
any
I was
answer.
there thinking, I was there thinking like, well, it has to be either a Nicholas Sparks film or some kind of like prison gang culture with women prison only, and you got to watch this while you masturbate. I don't know. I mean, like they got the right answer on the other team.
I'm sorry, they did get the right answer. It is
We
a
did?
euphemism for masturbation, typically used by a single man or woman who has no sexual partners.
I love that. That's my other hobby.
Hey, Netflix and chill, man. Netflix.
Yeah, everything's coming up woody.
This one is it. Right now, it is 2 points for Team Ice Pedos and 1 point for Mega Death Claw. Mouthful of words.
Smokey Bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit. We're just gonna stick with that one. It's way simpler. All right, Kyle, Wings, sausage fears.
Hold up, motherfucker! You gave him the masturbation question. You give us sausage spears?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious.
I threw a investment banger one to Kyle, and he shat on it. All right, it's not my fault if some people can perform under pressure and others can't.
Clearly,
sausage
Smokey and the
fears.
Bandit have a bit of trouble. in that regard. So.
I forgot the fucking question at this point.
Definition for sausage fears, or the funniest one because you don't fucking know.
It's a phobia that women can have where they are terrified of penises.
I'm gonna go with Kyle. I think it's a woman that's scared of the big ass dick.
Yeah, it could be that, or I guess it could be like if you're afraid of, like, you know how they say sometimes a party is like a sausage fest.
Huh?
Maybe you're afraid of a social environment that's like full of dudes, or you don't want to be in that sort of
Is that
situation.
your final answer?
Well, I think that that's our realistic answer, and I think our entertaining answer is that it's a woman who's afraid of cocks.
So
Okay.
that's your answer. Woman afraid of cock.
I'm not sure which answer is your answer.
I've taken note of both answers right now. They do each get one, and Kyle answered for both. So
Well, I felt like he and I agreed on the
you
cock.
did agree on the cock fear.
Okay. Sausage fears, I think they had the right idea, but I think it's a little reversed. I think it might be like a guy, because there were guys like this in my high school, because we had to shower every day after PE, and there was always that dude who would get sweaty and disgusting with the rest of us, but he had so much sausage fear pent up in him that he would not jump in the public shower with us for fear of seeing another man's erection. And
Who's getting erect in the public
Why
shower?
have an erection?
Why are you
There was
guys
this
so
one
judgy
kid
all game long?
Yeah.
Anybody
Or
without
a phallus or an erection. There was always that kid who would just turn the water just to that right temperature, and then something happened because you're like 15 and
I've been
things
a man
spring
for like
up.
30 years now, Merkin. I've never had the water turn me on like that.
Well, you're doing it wrong. Okay.
Yeah. You got to find that sweet
You got to get
spot.
the right temperature.
But no, every once in a while, when you're that age, you walk into the shower. Usually, 90% of the time, it's all cool. A lot of flaccid peni around. But every once in a while, you walk in and you're confronted, and you have to decide whether or not you have that.
You're staring down the barrel of
Merkin,
that
you
thing.
should
I'm
never
with
take
Taylor.
a shower in Kyle's shower because you would like bust your dick on the glass.
I'm not saying this is me who's just walking
I'm with
around like,
Taylor.
86
He's
degrees
also not
right on the
15
money.
Since we
anymore.
get two answers,
Yeah,
that's
I'm not
one of them.
15.
You walk into a place with lots of penises and you're afraid of confronting them. Or the other answer, since you get two, is you're afraid that your penis will misbehave in a public place.
Interesting.
Oh, that's good.
That's a good
That's, all right, we got a
So
couple.
this no one really got it. This is the actual definition. A term to describe the actions of straight men who are afraid of showing any physical or emotional bond to the men they are friends with. This is akin to saying no homo and is a result of toxic masculinity and homophobia.
My second answer was men afraid of anal sex, but
That also
You
would
know,
have been
that-
incorrect.
You would have hit the point, but you went like 300 yards too far.
A couple degrees.
You
to
caught
get
the
to
ball
end of
past
sex.
the end zone.
So no point.
No.
No,
Someone
I
has
still
to win.
award a point.
Someone gets a point.
I enjoyed this answer, and I also thought it was as close you could get to it. And I'm gonna give it to the fuck is your name? Ice Pedos. That's what I'm calling it.
Yes, was it my answer or Woody's answer?
It was your answer.
Nicely done, Taylor.
Yeah, I like
Yes.
that one.
Nice.
That's gonna wrap up game one right now.
We
The
won
total score-
$100.
No, what? I said that wraps up game one right
No,
now.
no. Find a
so there's
couple
more
'cause I-
games.
There's more games. Okay.
Okay, more.
Just calm. That was like quarter
I was about
one.
to say Team Soft Serve over there. Got a
Soft serve.
softballs question.
The only thing I ever saw in a locker room was there was a guy who had an enormous penis, and I saw him walk up behind a guy who was sitting on the bench and like flop it over his shoulder. So it was like he was
His
like,
own shoulder, because that is enormous.
no, he stood behind a sitting person and flopped his cock over his shoulder, and it was like bow, and it's like right here, and he's just like ah.
That's
And
how
it-
sausage for your
kazoo.
kids.
yeah, it was a he had a lot to work with. It was impressive.
There was a guy in our high
you
school. I could maybe find him on Facebook, who had he had a reputation for having a giant cock. He was a white guy, but he was like 6'6" and on the basketball team, and it just made sense. Like, yeah, he's so big. He might have been 6'7", that he would have a giant cock, right? I've been told it's not related to body size, but
This guy was shorter. He was like 5'9", 5'10", something like that.
Are we team soft serve?
Yeah, I don't know where Kyle came up with
I
that.
liked
You are.
Wing's name. You know,
Okay.
we take the insult and we embrace it.
Yeah.
And it's better than ice pedos,
Well,
which is
you know,
because he knows
soft
I like
serve.
hockey.
I think of
and
like
you like young
softball.
children.
Somebody just throwing up easy
That's
ass questions.
why.
Like I'm like these motherfuckers got Netflix and chill for one.
Okay.
Take it.
New topic or new game?
I think
I'm
we
not
talked-
game.
in these games, but yeah, let's
I
split
think
into
the
a
topic,
topic.
game, stuff like that.
I like the way you're thinking.
got?
Politics came to mind. I think Wings of Redemption is a big Bernie Sanders fan. Am I right on that?
Yes, and if we're going into this, can you please lay out every reason you don't like Bernie Sanders?
Me?
Or whoever doesn't like him.
Let me go first, and I'll try and run through it real quick. What I do like about Bernie Sanders is I feel like he's the most honorable guy in the race. He's not running on a campaign of lies, which actually pretty rare in politics, especially if you consider a promise you don't think you can deliver to be a lie. So Bernie Sanders, honorable guy, that's laid out. He seems to almost hate wealthy people. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people view wealthy people as like dirty bankers who got bailed out and stuff. And while that's true of some of them, in my mind, a wealthy person is someone who like doubled down in school, worked hard his whole life, 80-hour weeks were just the norm for him, owns his own business, and now he's making a bunch of money. They can be farmers, they can be plumbers, they can be business owners, whatever. I met a guy on a Disney cruise that was the like water filter king of West Virginia. I don't know how you become that guy, but I bet he worked his ass off to be him. And I feel like Bernie Sanders, when he's like, yeah, we got to take from him and give to them, is maybe off track there.
Careful, don't get yourself quoted and posted on Politico or whatever that subreddit was where you got your
you want me to rebuttal to that?
Sure.
You go for it.
Rebuttal!
Rebuttal. The rebuttal
for half a
to that
point right
is
here,
this.
Wings. Half a point for your team with this rebuttal.
I have one quick thing I want to say. I feel like the $15 an hour minimum wage, which is important to him, will get those lower end jobs replaced, either overseas or robots.
Well,
it'll destroy small business.
You can't say that, but you got it's a multiple step program. It's not a one step we fix it kind of thing. But to hit Woody up first to the fear things, he does have a hatred towards rich people, but he's not talking about Woody rich. He's talking about Koch brother rich. Mm-hmm. He's talking about a guy who makes $3.1 million an hour.
I hear you, and oftentimes that's used to say, Woody, don't worry about it. He means much richer than you.
No. He does mean you because he means $300,000 or more income a year.
I don't think that's true.
That's what the tax bracket will be broke up in. And that's based on joint. $300,000 a year
though, is $300,000 a year plus includes
you
the overwhelming majority of successful small business owners.
If you're successful, you should pay more.
No, but if you've got 15 to 20 employees and you're paying a minimum wage because that's all you can afford, and they're not performing a duty that's that valuable for what they're providing, you're a small business owner, and they demand that you double your employee cost every year, that could cripple that small business. Walmart, on the other hand, isn't going to be affected.
You're talking about something completely different. We're talking about taxing on the rich and the wealthy right here. You're talking about the minimum wage. Different topic. Well, it's kind of the same.
Can I jump in though? Let's pretend it didn't impact me. Let's say it started at $2 million a year. I still don't like it. I don't like it because I feel like it's almost morally wrong. Some people won't understand that, but it seems like it just violates my sense of right and wrong to heavily punish someone based on how much they're earning. And I like a progressive tax engine. I like that the higher end people are taxed more than the lower. I think that's right.
What he's trying to do is he's trying to eliminate the things that will cause the higher end tax bracket. For example, somebody like Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney ran for president last time they ran around, and he was effectively paying a 16% tax rate, which he should have been paying
less, I think.
It was actually less than that, probably.
Yeah.
But he should have been paying closer to 31%. And what Bernie Sanders wants to do is eliminate those loopholes that will allow that person like that who makes that kind of money to get those kind of tax breaks, and then take the difference and push it back down to the economy. Not give it to a poor person. He's not like, well, let's take this $100 bills out of Woody's hand and give it over here to Jordy. That's not how he's doing. He wants to go back into infrastructure. He wants to create jobs. He wants to create fixing the roads. He wants to create more opportunities in school, like making college for free. And he wants to go to a public health care system.
Yeah, I like some of those ideas, especially like the loophole, closing some of those things, investment tax carry forwards.
That's never going to happen.
The only way it happens is if you get behind it. You got to take money out of politics. Bernie Sanders goes for that. You got to get behind it. It's never going to happen with that kind of attitude.
But I'm just saying it's one of the things that everyone keeps running on and talking about.
Also,
they're not going to do it. Like Trump's saying that too. Trump's like, I'm going to take it all away from the hedge fund.
Did you see Trump's tax proposal though? It's going to cost $12 trillion if he gives those kind of tax rates to people. Trump's like cutting like Trump is like cutting taxes to 14%. flat.
That's
Boom.
the problem. So remember, I'm sorry, Taylor.
No, it's
remember,
okay.
I talked about how Bernie was like one of the most honorable people. Trump is one of the least honorable people. I like his style and his brand, but I believe most of what he's saying is shit. Right? His tax plan is just pandering. You know, you get a tax break, you get a tax break. It's just literally part of it. If you make less than $50,000 a year, you fill out a 1-page form that says "I win," and you have to mail that in. What kind of horse shit is that? Like that is.
That's similar to the pandering that Bernie's doing in a way with the whole like, oh, I'm going to propose all these completely non-feasible changes to our economy, and in exchange, all you students get your debt forgiven. You all get a high minimum wage. You all get free health care.
He never said anything about student debt being forgiven.
College would be made to be borderline free.
What is he going to do with that? He's going to cut the military budget, and he's going to make any 4-year college free. And he's not talking about Yale. He's not talking about Harvard.
I heard it not as the military budget, but instead he was going to tax high-frequency trades or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, it'll pay for itself. But that's a good thing.
He's got a lot of good ideas. He's actually probably my third or fourth favorite.
He's pretty much banking off Scandinavian Germany. Germany has the strongest economy in the world.
Not for long.
Why not for long?
Why not?
Because they're going to be suffering some really difficult economic struggles with this influx of non-skilled laborers.
Millions of people.
That's true. Yeah.
Millions of. That's going to be very difficult to manage. Like 800,000 people is what they're targeted at bringing in.
Yeah.
That would be
Syrian
refugees.
Yeah, that would be a struggle for the U.S. We have a much higher population than Germany.
And if they fall off, you know what? I commend them, because countries like the United States, if somebody is willing to take 800,000 people, they should help them. Because I'm looking at it this way. I said it on the podcast show that if they allowed me to, I would take a Syrian family into my home and let them live for free.
I bet you would.
The U.S. takes in more refugees than any other country.
Yeah.
Wings takes in people all the time, but I'll tell you what, I take in ethnic people into my home.
Well, it's just the fact is, like, you got to put yourself in their shoes. You got to walk
$8 an hour. How couldn't you?
It's like, what are you running from? You're running from a house that's blown up. You're trying to keep your kids from stepping on landmines. You're trying to keep them out of the thing of predator drones. You're trying to keep them out of the breathing chemical weapons in. And you
Why
have
Germany?
people spitting.
Why would they go to a country that?
Because it's the only country that would like.
No, it's not. There's like 10 countries on the way that aren't war torn and war stricken. They went to
won't
Germany
allow them.
because they have the most liberal, progressive welfare system.
You don't think they tried to get into those other countries either?
Oh,
Every country's turning them up
into
away.
Germany.
Look at the reception they're getting in the United States, dude. They're not even coming to the United States right now. We were talking about, what, 10,000 of them or something?
It's a lot harder to get here.
There's
than it
plenty
is
of
Germany.
examples of them. We're taking 100,000 now, but there's plenty of examples of them literally being like, you don't want to stay here in Hungary. The system's much better in Germany.
Yeah.
You go to Germany, you get this and this and this.
People passing
and
the
this.
fucking buck.
They just keep going.
Did you see the guy who made the video? He's like, Hungary is bad. He was a mayor. He's like, but my town is the worst part of Hungary. And we're going to greet you. And he's got like police cars driving down the road and like
It's just
6 of
people that
them.
need
Yeah.
fucking
like
help,
dark
dude.
sunglasses.
And people are
He's
so caught
like
up in
the
themselves that they
Terminator
can't get out
of
of it.
immigration. He's just like,
See,
welcome to Hungary.
I understand what you're saying, Wings. Like it's easy to say, like, oh, you understand their plight of they're coming from a war-torn area, and it's very difficult for them, and X and Y and Z, and you got to believe they're out for the best. But the fact is that, first of all, ISIS has said they are going to sneak people in with these people.
I don't give a fuck
Most
if I
of
can
them
sneak people in with these people.
They can sneak
Why
people in.
not?
They can
Why don't
kill
you care?
innocent
Let's
people.
address that.
You should care.
Let's
should care.
address.
You should
We
absolutely
should
care.
not care. We should not care. Here's why
They
we
should
should not
care. They could kill people.
Let him talk.
Okay, you don't think 800,000 people starving to death is not going to kill people?
It wouldn't starve
Not
to
any
death.
of
They could-
us.
It's not going to affect any of you. That's called
any
white
of us.
privilege.
All starve to death, and it wouldn't hurt us at all. But if 50 ISIS guys,
That's
they
cold-blooded
sit
as
them out,
fuck,
put them in
guys.
Baltimore or wherever the
No,
fuck,
it's-
and they get organized.
That is cold-blooded.
It's
I understand
only
what you're saying. You're
cold-blooded
sneaking
if you look
terrorists
at it
into the country.
Idealistically.
I think you should just care,
There's-
though. You should
All
care.
right. So first of all, there is a vetting process, but how good could it really be? What kind of identification do these people have, really? If they've got a Syrian driver's license, I'm sure that's a thing. How
ISIS can print
There's no
whatever they want.
biometrics
They're
on
making
that.
$1 million a day. They'll print whatever they need.
Most of them are people also coming from countries that aren't, not most, but there's a good percentage. I saw some article today It said like 30% of them are suspected to not even be from Syria.
Yeah.
Like you can see a parade of people going like, hey, we're going to fucking Germany to get excellent welfare, healthcare, free housing, all of this at the expense of them.
Let me get this right.
You can stay here in Turkey if you want.
The
oh wait,
idea
I've been here in
that you're not
Turkey.
gonna
Throw my
help these
ID away. Now I'm a Syrian refugee.
The whole idea that you're not going to help these people is because there's a chance that some of them might have ulterior motives. That's your whole reasoning.
It's a guarantee.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's going to be a guarantee. There might be a fucking bombing that happens in Germany because they let 800,000 people in there. I almost can guarantee there will be a bombing. But the fact is,
he didn't say that on this show, by the way.
Think about all the people that have better lives because Germany let them into the things. You're thinking about the 1% when you should be thinking about the 99%.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking about the sustainability of this. If
He's
you
thinking
invite
about the 100%,
right, it's not a permanent. It's not like they're going there to live.
I think it is permanent.
Yeah, they are not going back. If
They're
you
not
think
going
that
there
these
for a
million-
lunch and leaving.
Yeah, if you think these million people are going to live in Germany with free healthcare, free housing, and then they're just going to go back to Syria,
those people are walking into Germany, throwing their shit on the ground, and going, "All right, where do we stay?"
Yeah.
It's called a sanctioned city. That's what they probably stay at. I mean, they're
we need
like
to get a
tent
job.
cities.
You need to get a job and you don't have any viable skills for us.
What happens if Germany's liberal system takes these people and makes unskilled workers skilled workers and basically integrates them perfectly?
That happens a lot.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
I don't know. These are biased news sources like John Oliver. But apparently, I mean, according to them, when you take in refugees or when you take in immigrants like that, countries tend to succeed with
Did
them.
you see that little girl that he wanted to let in?
Yeah.
We don't need to be taking people like that.
Because she's in a wheelchair?
No. All right. But there was
what about the little boy that washed up on a beach, Kyle?
That
little ISIS fighter?
I don't care. That little. I don't care. Who fucking cares? Why don't you?
Well,
care?
I'm just saying. You're worried about like 50
Here's the
ISIS guys getting in out of 800,000.
No, not 50 ISIS guys. They literally said, and I've heard people make the counter argument, well, if ISIS was doing it, they wouldn't announce it. Yeah, they're literally a terrorist organization. They would announce it because they know that these liberal countries.
They're a Muslim Sahara.
They terrorize people. They behead huge swaths of people for believing different things, trying to terrorize their way into changing policy in those nations. I'd say they're pretty much solidified as terrorists. And there is a chance that they will get in. 100%.
How are we doing with this? We lost. So Taylor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Damn it.
Yeah.
And Chiz
that was gone.
I think, Woody, you're having a hiccup because you're frozen for me.
It's
frozen
just
for me too.
weird.
And Taylor's frozen now, too.
I am.
Actually, I have everybody but Wings.
I think you should end the whole thing and call everyone back.
Well, I'm here.
Yeah, but it's frozen for everyone. Our
Okay.
pictures.
That's not
Then
true.
do that. Call back.
I see.
I can see two people, Taylor and Woody.
Oh.
Yeah, actually, I've got everybody but Wings now.
Anyway, the
He
reason I
needs a
was
call
saying
back.
it anyways because we're going to have to pick the, we're 2 hours into a call. It's just kill two birds with one stone.
Could do it. I'm going to give Wings a few seconds.
But anyway, like I was saying, it's not a slight chance that there will be bombings and attacks because of this. And ISIS is a terrorist organization.
Would you say there's a guaranteed chance of there being?
A guaranteed
it's
chance.
It's gonna happen. A guaranteed chance. Yeah. I guarantee
seal of
there's
approval.
a chance of it. Yeah.
Wings
But
is like. All right. So here's how I feel about this.
Can I call everyone
it's
back?
not fair to the
Yeah,
German
can't
do
get
it?
Wings.
It's a callback thing. Yeah.
I try to hang up on them, and it's not hanging up on them. It's like Kyle and Jordy don't want to hang up. Those sons of bitches. Now you know. I'm going to hang up on them manually. Still not working. I could potentially restart Skype. See? Now there's just those two. Well, you can't see because it's split into 5. All right, it's the Woody Show. Check out woodycraft.net. Best goddamn Minecraft server in the multiverse. You could be playing it right now while we're getting the call back, which maybe was a bad call. So I'm going to try... So I'm going to let them know that I'm restarting Skype. And it didn't restart, it just minimized. So let me go into the corner and try to close Skype from there. Here we are. Quit Skype. Alright, now we're bringing Skype back up after I properly closed it, I hope. Oh, they're updating Skype. That's not something I anticipated. So, I hope you guys are enjoying episode 250 so far. We have some prank calls. Hopefully that happens. We have, as you saw, games. We have all sorts of stuff cooking. All right, I'm very close. And calling.
Hello.
All right, 1 so far. 2 so far.
Good.
3 so far. Everybody but Taylor.
Good. Tell him to get back in here. I got my terrorist rant to go through.
No,
All
let
right.
me turn at this because I feel like everyone else has. So there's millions of these refugees, right?
Yeah.
They're fleeing to anywhere and everywhere they can go. We've already said we will take 100,000 of them, and there will be a vetting process. They're not just going to open the floodgates and let 100,000 people in. I am worried about that vetting process because I looked at the projected numbers that they had for 50,000 and for the 5,000 individuals that they initially proposed, and it was going to take like a year or something to get them in. So I don't know how they're going to get 100,000 in with any kind of a decent vetting process. But if the choice were, if I thought they were letting one bad guy in, I would shut the gates completely. Like I would rather let 0 good people, refugees in, than bring one bad guy in. I don't.
So you'd rather let
If it's
999,000 people die than
all
let one
it's
bad
not-
guy in?
It's not don't let them in or they die. A nation has. What is a nation if they don't have a responsibility to protect the citizens of that
Yeah,
nation?
the inhabitants.
If you invite people in
So,
who you know
Merca,
there's a
Merca,
decent
Merca,
chance.
Merca, look at it this
Yeah.
way. You're looking at it at a seat of privilege. You're looking at it in a seat of privilege.
As an American.
I'm trying
As
to
an
look at
American.
it rationally, though.
You're looking at it as from a seat of privilege. Just imagine if you had your house bombed tonight. Tonight, your house gets bombed. to the
Obama
point it's
kill
gonna
the
burn
people
down.
who bombed it tomorrow.
No, I'd clearly just go to
Before
Your
sunup.
country
Start up fresh.
doesn't have a military capable of defending itself, and you now have to take your children and have to go somewhere else. Do you keep
This-
them in the war-torn country where the other houses are getting?
No,
Almost
you move them,
70
but why is it someone else's fault though?
It's not somebody else's fault, but the fact is, you're
You're saying
talking
it's
about a
our
country of
responsibility. Why is it our
301 million
responsibility?
people.
Yeah, no,
It's
look,
It's
assimilate
no different than
100,000.
This is no different than hey, why don't you go attack Iraq over there or Iran? It's not our fucking problem at the end of the day. Why
It
do we
doesn't
have
matter
to take
because
anyone
we need
in?
to be the bigger
No.
fucking person. We
I-
have 321 million people living in America. 100,000 people is a drop in the bucket. We can assimilate them and put them in
No.
very easily.
Look at the history of people from this section of the world attempting to assimilate into Western European or the U.S. or I guess Western European specifically.
Our whole country is
These-
based off
these-
immigrants, Taylor.
That's
But
true,
not
but I'm
these. They're
talking.
different.
Yeah, the Irish.
They're
The
different
Western
because they're
culture is
brown.
vastly different.
I'm
than
talking
their
about that
culture.
there isn't a very successful history of people from this section of the world with the beliefs that they hold successfully adopting beliefs from their country. They'll want special treatment for their specific beliefs, and they'll want to continue to do things the way they do without
Like
actually
Christians don't want
assimilating.
this right now.
None
What
of
about
that
This
this?
is
What about
totally
this Kim
different.
Davis bullshit that was all over my TV?
That's literally one person.
That's not literally one person. There's a whole party called the GOP that pretty much goes behind this like a cult status.
Until 3 years ago, until
The Tea Party
literally
is
last
fucking.
year, the Democrats
The Tea
did
Party
the
is a
exact same
cancer
thing.
on the American.
What did the
American
Democrats do that
democracy.
was parallel to
No,
that?
I was just talking about being against gay marriage. Like it was the party line for Democrats to be against gay marriage for like 2 years ago.
I
as
feel
well.
like that's
it's only
not
when
fair.
public
It's
opinion
not fair
sways.
because we're talking
Obama
about
ran on it.
special-
Hillary's ran on it. They only switch when it gets
It's
popular,
true that
which is the
Obama
smart
did switch when it got popular, but I also think it's true that the Democrats were totally the socially progressive party for a long, long time.
Oh,
I'm just saying
really?
as
Decades.
far as
Why
the-
there's so many gay Republican senators? I'm always here.
Touche.
Wrong point.
Yeah, touche.
I just want to say this.
Give
They've
him
got
a
some
point for
serious sausage
something.
fear over there.
I just want to say this because we got cut off right when it happened. But like
Yeah,
terrorists is a point of view. Like if you want to look, America was terrorists
He's
in
right.
England when they threw the tea into the fucking harbor. We
Sure.
were terrorists.
Right?
I don't,
You have
No, he's
you have
right.
you had the Puritans and the Quakers.
We were
The
freedom
Puritans
fighters.
were fucking terrorists to the Quakers, and the Quakers were terrorists to the Puritans. It's all about how you look at it.
Right.
sure.
ISIS
We're
isn't
just
a
looking at
terrorist group. It's a pro-Sharia law Muslim group that has very poor communication skills and has
No,
very
but
bad
parts
thoughts.
of
Yeah, they
literally
communicate
parts
with
of what the
guns.
law that they're espousing to want to put it forth would
They're-
dictate the killing of people who disagree with them. They're not like
You
most
don't think the
Muslims who are
Christians
like
used to do that? And look how the Christians are
Yeah,
nowadays.
in
I
1300 AD. What the
condemn
fuck?
Motherfucker, did
Yeah.
you forget Rwanda?
I condemn that just as
my
much.
God.
That's just as shitty.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the implementation of Sharia law in the way they interpret it, they're not like most Muslims who are just good people trying to do their religion. They're pieces of shit who are taking the worst parts of that and dictating that other people have to follow it, hurting them in the process, beheading them. Have you seen the videos online? It's awful.
I understand.
They're not
I
just
understand.
an
Some people use
ideological difference. They're
AK-47.
terrorists.
Some people use pins.
I'd rather be attacked with a pen than a
there's
sword.
A better person.
Yeah,
in
they
that
put that one guy in the cage and burn him alive, though. They do that.
That was
Look,
a
shot an
Eric,
RPG
but you
at
guys
one
you guys are talking about letting
Yeah, but what if they wrote a
990,000
nasty
You know,
people
Wings,
die.
can I jump in
Starvation.
for a second? I feel like to say, hey, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter kind of overlooks the fact that some of these groups actually are evil. You know, it kind of like when they do the climate debates and they say, yeah, some people think it's this, some people think it's that. No. 97% think it's this, 3% think it's that. You can't just say, tomato, tomato. When you look at ISIS, they actually are bad guys. I don't
they're
think
doing
there
bad
are two
stuff.
sides of this. It's like, some people are pro-rape, some
They're
people
bad
are
stuff.
anti-rape.
But what I was trying to get at, Woody, though, was that the winner usually dictates if it's bad or not.
Well, that's surely true. But with regards to ISIS, I think you really can look at them and say, yup, bad guy. Is America ever a bad guy? Sure. Yeah, sometimes.
Well,
These ISIS people are the reason that this whole immigration thing is as big of an issue as it is. If it were just all good Muslims going over there who were skilled laborers who wanted to work, just trying to survive, even if they weren't skilled laborers, they could assimilate well and do what they needed to do to thrive. It's the fact that these ISIS members are going to be among them is what makes it so difficult to justify letting them in, because they will kill people because they are an evil group. They're not representative of Muslims, but they are there.
Yeah, I don't know. ISIS hasn't proven
How do
that
we
they're
get from
actually
Bernie
doing
Sanders
it
to
yet.
this?
Yeah, I don't know. ISIS hasn't proven that they're actually doing it yet. They could very well be saying, oh, yeah, some of those immigrants are us, just to keep them where they are so they can continue to fuck them up.
Yeah.
That whole thing's a real big shit show because, Russia's involved now, and surprise, they're not bombing ISIS specifically. They're bombing the rebels that were causing the biggest problem for Assad. So that'll be a real meltdown soon since you've got the Russians and the Assad propping up the Assad regime, and then the Saudis and us and whatever group of other people are adding money and arms and manpower and machinery to that whole bloody thing they got going on over there. It's great to watch on TV. It's been very entertaining.
I think the Starship Trooper said it best. Another body for the meat grinder.
Yeah.
I'm always down for a palatable Starship Troopers quote. Yeah.
I've got my own. Can we watch it together? Tell me
hand
when you're
on
queued
that
up at
wall.
zero. Tell
Wings,
me when you're queued up
Wings,
at
do you
zero.
do you see the links, or do you need it?
FBS Kyle 945, the last one I got.
Okay.
I'm seeing it here.
Just
Oh, so
sent
that's-
it.
All right, you
A while ago.
All right, this is my view on the next Middle Eastern war. Ready?
Oh, hang on a second. Wings doesn't have it yet.
No. Kyle is really... One thing about Kyle, to copy paste is like a 45-second operation.
It literally took 2 seconds.
It
was
takes
copy,
like
paste.
40... It had like all the time. It's like curiously slow.
We're on 0.
Ready, set, play.
Do I not supposed to talk about what I'm looking at?
It's a secret.
Yes.
Yeah, don't tell anyone.
You literally talked over the video.
The only winning move is not to play, which I think Woody is correct in that belief. Like, there's no way to win this.
For those who
You're not gonna
haven't
please
seen
everyone.
War Games,
Yeah, I'm like, this is the Fred Savage movie.
that's
Matthew-
that's how you refer to War Games, is the Fred
Yeah,
Savage
the
movie.
Fred Savage movie.
Not the
Fred
Matthew
Savage.
Broderick movie from 1980.
Is he
or
mixing
whatever.
up Fred Savage with Matthew
It might be
Broderick?
Matthew Broderick, yeah.
It is Matthew
That's why
Broderick.
it's funny.
But yeah,
Back
yeah.
in the Wonder Years.
Dude, so Russia is in Syria killing people who are against Assad, trying to prop up some regime. Yeah,
And
just,
somehow we got off Bernie Sanders.
just let that shit happen without us.
Game time.
I'm perfectly happy letting that shit happen with because I want to cut the military budget by 85%.
I would start at 15.
100%.
I would flip
I would
that.
say-
And,
Well, I'm
and
just saying we
see-
got $661 billion. China has $48 billion. They're the second largest military. I mean, like, we could be at $100 billion and still be the biggest military on earth.
That's true. It should be cut some, but something that's often overlooked
Here's
is
the
the
thing.
reason that these Western European countries who we're allied with are able to live the level of security and comfort that they have is because of the U.S. They know that if shit goes down, the U.S. military is the hammer behind their threats. Like,
No,
if we just
motherfucker,
cut our-
that means we're the rich dude that pays for everybody's meal at the table. That's what we're putting ourselves in,
This
and we
is
have a
very
huge
true.
debt.
that
But
you are right
they're
there.
our friends when we go to the UN meetings, okay? You know.
Chiz always gets those diplomatic victories.
We do get hey,
Civ
I
talk.
shit on people with diplomatic victories. I make them fucking
I'm just my whole thing is we need to quit the trickle down economy. Doesn't work. It didn't work when Reagan did it. It didn't work when Bush did it. Both times. You need to spread the wealth. A rich guy might buy 15 cars, but if that rich guy paid his workers, they might buy 2,000 cars.
See, oh man, I do want to go to game, but the thing is, what I see a lot, especially in like the Bernie Sanders subreddit, which for some reason I go on a lot, is, hey, look, when America was really thriving, the taxes were 90%, right, like the Roosevelt era, on the very wealthy, and unions were strong and this and that. The thing is, that time that America was thriving, when we thrived under that rule set, if you call it that, there wasn't global competition like there is now. It
Right, we
wasn't.
bombed them.
No, it just wasn't.
It was after World War II. Japan got nuked. Germany was in shambles.
Yeah, we dominated industry in pretty
But
much
the
every
thing
way.
is, the world has shrunk since then. The internet has shrunk the world. Companies like FedEx, who just globally move, papers and materials around all the time, have shrunk the planet. It is so much easier now to outsource the making of your iPhone than it was back in the day.
You get around that, Woody? You punish that.
You can't.
Tariffs.
They'll base
You
those
can't.
countries- their
McDonald's
companies
is
out of
not.
other
I mean, not
countries.
McDonald's, but fucking Walmart is not going to leave the United States. You could kick their tax rate wherever the fuck you want, as long as they're making profit. They're not going to leave the second largest economy in the
They
world.
don't need to leave. They just need to keep their money offshore, which they already.
Yeah, I mean, you
do.
punish that like a motherfucker. You punish it hard.
When
There,
And it's offshore.
when you
there already is.
Yeah, when you start punishing that, then they start punishing it. And companies that do exports, like Cisco or tech companies, our finance companies, our healthcare companies, the things that we can export in the U.S., they're like, damn it, now suddenly you've wiped us out. The only good exporting industries left in this country are fucked because you punished the people who import, and now
But look at this.
we
Do you
can't
think,
export.
You think Walmart's going into China, which they just did like March? Do you think they're getting the same deal they're getting in the United States and China? I
Probably
think they're
not.
getting fucked left and right. They're getting the privilege to have that user base.
Yep, yeah,
Could be.
it could
That's
be.
exactly how we should take it. And we shouldn't let companies be like, I'm going to throw a fucking fit and I'm going to take my ball and go home. Well, fuck
Companies
you. Another
like,
person
companies
will
like
replace
Walmart
you.
companies like Walmart can afford
Somebody-
to get around those loopholes. You're really punishing smaller to mid-sized businesses
You
that
have
can't
a different
afford
rule
to
set
move their
for- you
base
have
of
different rule
operations
sets for
overseas.
mid-sized business. You can lower the tax on the middle class and raise the tax on the rich. You don't have to lower both taxes.
I'd even be interested in revisiting this, but I think we should do a game.
But tax law, tax reformation is so fun to talk about.
Game time.
Game time.
Taxes.
All right, we're back. Team Soft Serve with 3 points, and I'm gonna give half a point to Jordy for defending his points so strong. So, Team Smokey and the Bandit, you're at 1.5 points. You're still in this shit.
You bought that
This is bullshit. This fucking point pimp over
Well,
there.
first
sounding
I'll
out his
defend
face.
it.
Join
Do you want a
and
negative
have
point?
based in fact or reality.
I
All
liked
right.
your shirt, Taylor. I don't know if you caught that, but I complimented it when we were in the pre-show. So fuck you, I'll deduct a point if you don't watch your mouth. Okay?
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
It looks like velvet, but I'm sure it's just regular.
No, I wear velvet shirts.
It just looks like it. All right, it's hard to tell.
I think it might be a
color.
blend, and we should kill him. It's Leviticus.
Yeah, there's polyester.
I'm
and
sure he
cotton.
ate some shrimp as well. All right, this takes some explaining. I'm gonna give each team a question to answer. All right, Kyle, you here? Okay, you froze for a minute. I'm gonna give each team a question. You have to answer it together, one word at a time, alternating back and forth. Now, I'm going to make a little noise like this, and when I do that, you have to stop, and the other team is going to throw in a word into your little soup story that's going on, and make you go on a little collision course like that. And I'm Gonna try not to stab myself.
I don't understand any of this that you're speaking.
Okay.
So I'm.
You
Go
gonna-
ahead. Let's see if you got it.
I
Woody.
think he's going to give us a prompt of some sort to tell a story, and you have to alternate it. Like, I am the greatest robot in the... And then he'll make a sound, and I'll throw in, like, neighborhood or something. There's something, hopefully, that fucks you up more than neighborhood would. And now you guys have to carry on with my wacky word in there messing you up.
Correct.
Okay.
And the goal, it's going to be a question. The goal is to try and weave your tail to answer that question. All right? Now, Woody and Taylor, you seem to get the rules. I'm going to let these guys sit there and watch you first. And
No, not
Right?
fair. I think
We
you should
should
flip a
flip
for
coin.
not being retarded.
Plan worked.
Okay.
Flip a coin.
Watch.
Something
Watch.
fair.
Flip a fucking
Heads or tails?
coin. What is
You're leading. You go
1920?
first. You're winning.
All right, I'll flip a coin.
See, this is typical Bernie Sanders bullshit.
Flip a
Punish the
coin.
rich.
All right, winners get to call it in the air. All right,
Okay.
I want the side to win.
Heads.
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 Sweet.
Alright.
We'll go second.
Smokey in the band. Okay,
Suck it.
and will be going first.
We got this.
These questions are akin to something you might know. Okay, so for Team Smokey and the Bandit, your question is, how do you become Mr. Universe?
Well.
Okay.
You.
No, stop. There's a
Started
time
with
limit.
well.
There's a time limit too. Okay, let me start my stopwatch
Well.
here. Well. All right.
Hmm.
And I'm gonna let Wings, I think, start.
How do
this
you become Mr. Universe?
That is the prompt. Let me put a timer on here
We
for.
alternate words, right?
Is our goal to do it as quickly as possible?
Your goal
I
is
think-
just to answer the question. That's all you need to do with a minute. Okay. That's all you got to do. All right.
Okay.
So here
All
we
right.
go. I'm gonna start with Wings, and remember, when you hear the noise, you guys shut up and let them throw a word in. And Woody, when that comes, you'll
Which
go
one
first.
of them's going to throw the word in?
That's what I'm
Either
saying.
one of us, but little stipulation: the word that you throw in has to make.
It has to
sense.
grammatically make sense. It can be whatever.
And stop the timer when they're coming up with their word.
No,
Yeah, you have to. Okay,
Otherwise,
it's
we'll
gonna-
sandbag. You
It's
you
going
should
to take
stop
me a
the
long
timer.
time to come up with my word.
Yeah, he'll ruin it. See?
Well, don't have something ready. It's the point is
Get
to
a
be quick.
fucking.
This is improv, not fucking write your goddamn joke down show. All right. Starting off with Wings. How do you become Mr. Universe? And start.
Well,
You
work
very
hard.
as
A physical.
A.
One of my favorite words.
A
physical
specimen.
Perspiring?
every
Day.
as
Long.
as
It.
takes.
Period.
Period.
Perfect.
Period.
Well done.
Are you serious? Punctuation?
serious?
Exclamation point.
I didn't know
Guys,
what Shiz was
you
waiting
had
for.
you had 26 seconds left on the clock, and that's how you get work hard and perspire. That is what you had all that. You had time on the clock, and your funny, awesome answer to the question was work hard and perspire.
Okay.
This is gonna hurt you going in. This
Well,
is gonna
we
hurt
didn't know there was. You were like, all you gotta do is answer the question. Like I don't know how to win. I don't. Should I make it entertaining?
Really, the question was, how do you become Mr. Universe? And that's as much detail as you went into. Work hard, perspire.
And I
Really?
helped him with perspire. I didn't even fuck him up properly.
That's all it fucking took was work hard and perspire.
Yeah, we gave you an assist.
That's all Arnold Schwarzenegger did.
Hey, look,
Think
we
about this
said
one.
2 words at once. Like I knew where I was
And we stopped right there. I said
Yeah.
A for him.
back.
You're probably gonna have to call him back, Woody.
I
He disconnected, so I assume you're gonna need to do that.
I'm
I was
trying.
really hoping you'd win that round. They gotta fuck up really fucking hard now.
All
They
right.
gotta just suck ass.
I don't know how you judge this.
Kyle,
Like,
relax. It's completely within our abilities to suck ass.
I
Yeah, we
just
can do it.
we
Unless
can
our
do it.
answer is like, you lift weights occasionally. Like,
We're gonna have a new question, right?
Fine.
yeah, you guys have your own question. You get your own.
Oh.
I'm waiting to see if Wings will get back. Give it a minute. Give it a minute, because otherwise Kyle's the one that's got to throw all the words in here.
Ours is going to be bullshit. Explain your perspective on the Syrian immigration issue in Germany.
Yours is a little harder. It's a pretty basic question. But remember, let's actually answer this with multiple steps, because these things aren't how do you flip on a light switch. There are steps in the process of doing these things.
Okay.
Okay. Well, Jordy's taking a while. So your question is, how do you... oh, he's back. Okay.
Question is,
How do you change the oil in your car? Okay. Simple enough. A lot of steps involved in this process.
I'm sure. Is this your fucking show right now? You'll start?
I'll start within my team.
Woody, you'll start this segment, okay?
It's not true. You don't get to dictate that. They got to
I
pick
do
whatever
get to
order they
dictate
wanted.
that. I am game master.
No, he picked me because Kyle was going to start.
A point is deducted from Team Soft Serve and put over there. It is now 2 to 2.5.
Yes.
Okay? You have 60 seconds on the clock. I am beginning with Woody. How do you change the oil in your fucking car? Go.
You
First,
grab
the
wrench,
and
turn
the
Foreskin.
until
it,
explodes.
then
You
grab
the
wrench,
and
screw.
Anticoagulant.
Doesn't make sense.
doesn't make sense.
Your
Mother
and
use
oil.
that's
that's
Hot.
2 words.
Cool. I don't know. I've never changed oil.
because
You
suck
at.
this.
I don't know.
Wow. That was remarkable. Right?
They were unable to answer the question in any way that would tell someone how to change their oil.
I
However,
don't know.
we said if
If
you
you
work
take-
out hard, then eventually you'll get there.
I don't know. If I recall their tale of the tale, it was first
It sounded
get
like they
out-
were masturbating.
First, get out the
Oil.
wrench and turn the foreskin until it explodes.
Uh-huh.
And
That's how
then
I do it.
And
It
then
was
just
hard because you gave them a question that is like, it's not a step-by-step question, or it doesn't
no, I
have
think
to.
it is.
You gave us a step-by-step question of we have to organize steps while they're throwing a wrench
See,
into our
what
game.
Team Smokey and the Bandit did is we jumped out early, so we didn't have any room for extra words. This was strategy.
Jesus Christ.
The real thing is I didn't throw
Way
in
to win
foreskin. I
over
should have
here.
hurt you more.
We got
And-
champions over here, and
Go ahead, Chiz. Who had the funnier
second-tier
answer?
Players
This
over
was a 3-point segment here. I'm going to give 2 points to Soft Serve and 1 point to Mr. Universe. Theirs was a lot funnier. I thought they played the game well. You guys just said work hard and perspire. Really?
We answered the question.
I
Sucks
didn't
to
say-
suck,
okay,
bitches!
The question
Sucks
was
to
not
suck.
how do I work out or how do I lift weights. It was how do you become Mr. Universe?
The question should have been, how do you become Mr. Universe? Be as funny as possible in 1 minute.
Suck off a
No,
judge.
you didn't even answer the question. You think just to become Mr. Universe, it's work out? Really?
See, if I understood this better, I would have indicated a giraffe.
Actually,
in my
it's 4 to
question.
3.5.
How did they answer their
No.
question? Oh,
It-
do you think
Oh,
anyone
yeah.
would listen to what they said and change some fucking oil? No, they
I don't
fucked
think
their
you
mother
answered
and
the
destroyed their
question, though.
cock.
You didn't answer the question, though, to me. You didn't answer the question. You just said work out. Really? Fuck you. That is not an answer.
They fucked their mother in their oil change.
Lots of
fine.
people,
You
know,
You made that
To
happen.
be
All right.
more fair, we got a more open-ended question.
first of
We got
all,
a
lots of
question
people
that
work out.
takes
They don't
months
become
of
Mr.
dedication,
Universe.
where they
Second,
got
you're being a little
afternoon.
judgy
I'm
on how.
deducting 5 Shroot bucks from Dr. Chip. I'm awarding 8 Stanley nickels Dick. Next question. Let's
So,
keep this going.
Taylor gets Team Soft Serve 4 and Team Smoking the Bandit 3.5. You're at 3.5, and that was it for that segment of that game. So we're
High
gonna move
five,
on
Taylor.
To,
Okay.
It's a neck and neck game right now. Anyone can win.
Only because you take points from the rich and give to the poor.
All right,
Hey.
so apparently Wings, Game Master.
Taylor
explained
tried to
about
fuck
it.
with Game Master
We
here.
should.
Oh
we
my
should-
god. Answer
we-
the fucking question. How do you become Mr. Universe? If you looked at Arnold in the face and said, work out, he punches you in the fucking head.
Let me take a shot. So in a minute, we should probably use as much of that time as possible. We should be funny and
You
entertaining
didn't answer the question.
in a way that will satisfy Dr. Chiz, who clearly has mean and hateful grudge against.
By the way, you're right. It's totally, I get to pick what I like. That is true. But you didn't
not-
answer the question. You suck. You suck.
We did answer the question though.
No, you
Our
didn't.
question was
If the
was
how
more
do you
answered
go
than the other.
What do you
question.
do at the gym? What do you do at the gym? Work
work
out,
hard,
sweat.
perspire,
There you go. That would have been acceptable.
Hey,
How do you become
look at
Mr.
the-
Universe? Lift
So
weights, eat right. You know, network with people. Go to bodybuilding
What's
contests.
our
You had
next
so
topic?
many opportunities. You said work
our next
out. That's
topic?
all you said.
All right, well, I don't think we understood the game properly, and I
You
wonder
didn't
who
understand the question properly. That's your fault. I'll draw pictures next time for Team Smokey and the Bandit over here. I might take back that point I stole from them.
They see he stole it.
I did. Taylor got uppity right there. All right? I say he goes first.
I like it more. You reallocated the funds.
Let me pee before we.
Okay, Bernie. Reallocated the funds. I just shifted some numbers around. All right.
Hey, I have a topic.
All right. What do you got?
So
what the fuck?
somebody sent me a drug chart on what was most and least addictive.
Yeah, colors and stuff.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
Can we see the chart?
Can you link it again? Because I forgot. I thought it was like.
Yeah, I can. Can somebody send it to?
Yeah,
to Wings.
So I want to talk about an epidemic happening in my area.
Because I think that I saw this and I was like, "That's bullshit." To a couple.
See, yeah. Now I don't have as much experience with barbiturates, benzophenes, bupropion, amphetamine, ketamine, and 4-MTA metaphenate.
You see that one that's red over there? That's way on by itself.
What, heroin?
Yeah. There's an outbreak of that motherfucker right here.
Here's the thing. I didn't like this one, I think, one, because methamphetamine is in here. Amphetamines is on here, but that's different than methamphetamines. Amphetamines are just uppers.
All right. So
because methamphetamine, I think, would be way in the corner, holding hands with heroin and cocaine over there.
What is a barbiturate? What is that?
I forget.
Kyle, what's a barbiturate? It's a downer, right? It makes you sleepy and dopey and slow.
Yeah.
They have street methadone on here, but not meth. Interesting.
Kind of intoxicant. I know that alcohol is a barbiturate.
Yeah,
I think
you're right.
Painkillers and stuff like that are.
Alcohol's on here separately.
That actually makes sense with the addiction level of this thing here.
So we talked about. I guess what happened was I did the heroin story, whatever, 1 or 2 weeks ago, and this is dependence and physical harm. Anabolic steroids, not as high as I would like. I don't have any personal experience with anabolic steroids,
but as high on the harm scale you're talking.
I might be on a barbiturate.
The dependence, actually, it's actually the very lowest on all of the dependents. Right. Yet, my experience of knowing people who've done steroids says that they have a real hard time getting off them. It's an emotional thing. Their whole sense of self-worth is wrapped up in their success, and they know that they're being supercharged, and they have a hard time giving that up. I feel like while antibiotic steroids might not have a physical dependence, just like marijuana, as far as I know, doesn't have a physical addiction, there is a thing that sometimes people find hard to let go of.
But that's why I don't like this chart. It's a lot of. I feel like
so the difference is this:
cannabis is 1.5 on here for the dependence scale, compared to things like ecstasy and solvents. And solvents are way more addictive, I think. Than cannabis.
Solvents definitely are. I remember, like Charlie Day huffing the glue. So the difference is this: you take this. I'm certainly no expert, but the steroids you're taking in a cycle. It's a dosage. It's a. I had a friend of my cousin's, this guy, he took steroids, and we were all three working out, and this guy was fucking huge, and he kept vials in his fridge, and he put a syringe in his butt and gave himself shots. So it was like legit steroids. And I wouldn't say he was dependent on them, but he was planning to do that next cycle. He'd do 6 weeks on and then so many weeks off. There was a program he was on. So
I don't think you guys are reading the chart right.
No?
You go up's dependency, to the right's physical harm. See, it judges two different things. Steroids are not very on dependency, but it hurts you.
That's what he's saying, though. He's saying
Kyle's giving a fight back for steroids, like he's not dependent on it.
He's explaining why people aren't dependent on it. What he is saying, he thinks.
Yeah, I'm saying I think there's a dependence on steroids, even if it's not physical, that people's entire sense of self-worth often gets wrapped up in it. And Kyle, I think, is agreeing with me.
By the way, tobacco on self-harm is in the same category as things like LSD, solvents, ecstasy. I would put it even anabolic steroids.
I think tobacco should be higher
because in terms of harm.
Yeah.
Tobacco is
really because
the drug that kills the most.
You can smoke 20 of them a day for 10 years and be okay.
That's true, actually, as opposed to something like alcohol.
Do 20 drinks a day for 10 years, or 20 hits of any drug, really.
So you haven't had a cigarette since the survival trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're just a flat-out non-smoker now.
Yeah.
How's that going?
Fine. I don't think about it unless there's a lot of downtime. It's like, because it's like, if there's nothing to do or I don't want to do anything, I fill that void normally with either getting coffee or having a smoke. Because a cigarette takes between 3 and 5 minutes. I know how much time it kills. So unless there's downtime or like I saw this and went tobacco, and I went cigarette would be really nice right now. But like,
I got.
I think anyone has that. Like I'm sure Kyle would agree. Like yeah, there are points where it'd be nice to have a cigarette right now after a big meal or whatever. Yeah, but like I'm not scratching or anything. I don't think about it. You know, it's like I said, when there's a lull and I got nothing going on, I'm not doing any work. It's like cigarette would be
So
nice.
it's just
Like,
out of boredom.
yeah.
Hey, are we? Do we have another round of that game?
Which one?
The game where we tell a story or answer a question.
Let's not play that game again. That game's terrible.
I can make another round.
But that was
of
all that was intended.
That was all
let's
intended,
do
but I can quickly make one. It's not
I'd like to
that
do
fun.
another round of that game.
Okay,
That
well,
game's
I got a
fun.
question about this before we get off this. Like,
Go on.
it's
Well,
a
give me a second to think of
barbiturate.
questions.
I looked up the word barbiturates, and like it says that's pretty much anxiety medicine, and stuff like that.
So things like Xanax and
and
stuff.
yeah, Xanax and stuff. But like, I'm on Prozac. That's an anxiety med.
Right.
So like, this is it's scaling pretty bad here. And like, I would go on the other side and say like, Prozac saved my life, and it's a two.
Sure, but you do know like all of
to a
those
two.
mind-altering drugs. Everyone knows the rigmarole of like side effects that come with them too. Like that's why it's so high on this physical.
Yeah, but
harm
like
thing,
the
I
side
think.
effects that I'm feeling is like I break out from time to time. I get like red blotches on my face, and my sex drive is almost non-existent.
You need the test. We need the steroids in you. That's what you should do.
I'm just saying, like, these are the side effects I've noticed
Uh-huh.
as taking them. Like, I have no sex drive, and when after I'm on them, like taking them regularly, like a good dosage. Like sometimes I mess up the time where I'm supposed to take. You're supposed to take them every 24 hours. Sometimes I'll take them every 36 or something like that. But if I'm taking them regular, my mother could die and I wouldn't have an emotional reaction to it. Like it just literally numbs you like that. Like you just don't have emotions at all. Like, but you also don't feel anxiety at all. Like you could be like, well, flat fucking broke. Or what the sun's doing today. You know, it's like
That's been my biggest fear. I've talked about it on the show before, but I always felt like if I was hypothetically on like an anxiety drug, that it would somehow lower my performance in.
it does.
You know, like yeah, this is crashing and that's collapsing, but nothing registers on my give a fuck
It does.
meter.
Like literally, I find myself laying in bed watching Netflix more now on anxiety medicines because I don't care about it. I don't care what my bank account looks like. I don't care if a video goes up or things like that because there's no emotional response to it. I used to have like anxiety attacks to the point of panic attacks, and I would go and force myself to do something. Now it's.
How does YouTube hate impact? Like, does that also it's a shield?
I don't notice it. I'm more progressive thinking. Like I'm more about let's go get some answers done. But at the same time, it's like
Answers done?
well, like I'm more used to. I make an excuse up for everything why I couldn't do it. I'd give you 15 excuses why I couldn't push the ball up the hill.
Okay.
Now I'm more like, well, here's 3 ways I could probably get the ball up the hill. That's a change in my mindset. But at the same time, I don't care if I push the ball up the hill or not.
All right, that problem is solved hypothetically.
Yeah. That's the problem. And I'm like, December of last year, I probably would have killed myself. I was close to it. And
You're
like,
talking about it.
I was very close to it. I was past the point of talking about it more in the stages of planning it. And Prozac probably saved my life. And like it kind of bothers me that it's on a 2.5 to a 2 here. And it's right up there with cocaine and heroin because heroin's an epidemic in my area right now.
Well, barbiturates are not Prozac specifically. I think Prozac's
Yeah,
one of those
there's
drugs.
a world
that-
of difference
Yeah.
between
If
Prozac.
Prozac-
I think they're lumping. See, they don't have opioids on here or any kind of painkiller. I think they're lumping those in with barbiturates.
Well, heroin's an opiate.
Wings, if Prozac was
Yeah,
worth
but you know
a
what I
damn.
mean. Painkillers, Oxy,
Hold on.
Vicodin.
Wings, if Prozac was worth a damn, it wouldn't bother you. Is that what it's for?
Are you feeling anxiety right now?
Oh my God, I'm on Team Prozac.
A little bit, like if you had it, maybe you need to up your dosage until you're not bothered.
Am I doing more harm to myself that I'm actually doing good? Is this period in my life where I'm actually content, actually destroying my life? Like, am I building a long-term addiction here? And I'm questioning that because it doesn't cloud your thinking at all.
It's much more difficult to get addicted to something like Prozac than it is a pill like Xanax or hydrocodone or OxyContin or
Because this
something
thing
like
got
that.
barbiturates right there with heroin, and I know a bunch of people on heroin. Hell, my brother's on heroin right now.
Is
And
he
like-
snorting it or is he shooting it?
He's snorting it, but snorting it only lasts until the money runs out.
Yeah.
Like generally, heroin comes in two forms. You don't know, they come in wax packs where it's like a powder where you snort it or you drink it, and then eventually those are like $10 to $15 a hit. Whereas like you can get $5, you can get basically what you call Black Death, which you put in a syringe, and you shoot up your arm, which gives you a quicker high and gives you a more immediate high. And the reason heroin's like the end of the opiate rainbow. Like you start off with painkillers like not Xanny, but Oxycontins and Dilaudid and things like that, and then you slowly go up the thing. And when you can't afford the prescription pain pills no more, you go to heroin, because heroin's like 3 times the strength of what's that shit
Oxycontin.
It's the morphine. It's 3 times the strength of morphine. Like it really fuck with you. And like heroin's the end of the rainbow for like pain pills and stuff. And it's like I'm on something that's kind of lumped in with the same shit as heroin. And heroin, my brother's lost like 50 pounds.
I think you're reading too much into this stupid.
Yeah, it's
like
not
I said,
lumped in.
Like I
with
said,
heroin.
cannabis is at a 1.5 on the dependency scale, next to ketamine and fucking LSD
And like
and
how big of a scale is this? That's also I want to know like how was this like
Are you actually worried, Wings? Because
I'm actually worried because like I'm sitting here thinking like am I sending myself down a dependent
No, you're not.
No, you're not.
No.
So my idea
thing
was
we're looking
I would
at
use
here
these
is-
to like get to a better part of my life and then get back off them because I don't.
The thing we're looking at here is lumping all barbiturates into one lump thing,
Yeah.
and those are made up of a lot of bad things like heroin and alcohol. And because the numbers, the health risk of things like heroin and alcohol specifically are so high, it's lumped over there. But if Prozac in particular were on here, it'd be way to the left, right there with marijuana or something.
If this was a
probably even
prescription
less.
drug scale, it'd be so far next to 0, while Oxy and stuff was in the top right. Like,
I have
you're
a
taking
friend
an average.
who's taken this road before you. It wasn't Prozac, it was Lexapro. And it worked out really well for him. Yeah, he had anxiety. It seemed like just everything about his life would eat him up. I remember he was telling me about it, and I think somebody tailgated me or something. And I was like, look at that fucker, what an idiot. And he's like, that's not me. If that was me, then like I'd be thinking about him. I'd be wondering about my mistake, if I should have done it better. It'd be like preoccupying. It'd be in his thought process that someone didn't approve of the way he drove for some minute. And he took Lexapro, and that just solved everything. Almost kind of like you described, almost too much solving. In some respects, like almost not everything was water off a duck's back, and he couldn't just drop it. I think they cut his prescription too quickly, and I don't know what a brain freeze is like, and he wasn't able to articulate it. But he said that sometimes he would have these like brain freezes, and so they had to like up his dosage and bring him down more slowly. And now he's a totally happy guy. That little period of his life is behind him, and he's it was a good route for him to take.
Yeah, you shouldn't be concerned about Prozac. Prozac is to heroin as a Ford Focus is to a Formula One racer.
Yeah,
like, it is
I hear what
so-
you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I'm
so
not
low.
having the same effect as like my brother is on heroin, but like
What a shame.
Yeah,
it's
that is rough.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know.
that's
I just
not a
know like
trifling drug.
like pharmaceutical medicines is a science that people like to pretend they understand a lot of the times. Like you don't really know what some of the things that you do or take actually do to you. Like I remember back in the 50s, they used to tell women to clean the house with what was that shit called?
Lie.
It could be lye, but it was like some kind of chemical that was really fucking bad for you.
Are you thinking of when they
Probably not
told pregnant women that it was safe to take thalidomide, and then there were the children of thalidomide that came out all like,
Mhm.
like
I
if
don't
you
know. It's
Google
something
that,
like
it's
that. I'm just
creepy,
worried about like we
like,
don't fully
monster
understand what we're giving to
deformations.
ourselves to
Well,
get
it's certainly not, in an ideal world, you wouldn't need this, right? Like,
Right.
it's not, it's no different than anything. You are putting it, that's why I said there are a lot of side effects with any of these, mood and mood altering drugs. Everybody knows that. So, like, in that regard, yeah, it's certainly not great, but if it's helping you, your mental stability, then it is good.
I'm much happier.
But once
than
you need
was.
it, it's not, it's, you get off of it.
Who prescribed it?
My mother's family doctor.
Okay. Do you feel like they're monitoring you? Like, do you talk to them and let them know how it's
I
going?
go back every 3 months. I've only been to him twice.
I really wanted him to be like gangster grandma.
Yeah, I was wondering where this question was going.
She's got me on 20 milligrams a day, and I've been feeling.
I've only been to him twice. He got me. I went to him one time. He's some I don't want to say it racist now. He's an Arab doctor. I haven't took the
It's
time.
not racist.
to pronounce
It's
his
Not
name.
racist.
That's just pointing out his ethnicity.
I mean, but he gave me a
Racist
3 month
means
supply,
Arab.
and I just recently.
Would
went
you
back
say
about
he's a
another 3
sand
months.
nigger? Is that what you're getting?
That's a good example of racism. Right there.
I've said that before.
That's a Wings line.
Oh, we all know that
But
one.
like, I got that actually from my brother because like, when he was in the military, they would call them sand niggers almost to the point where it's like it wasn't even a derogatory term; it was a term for those type
Still
of people.
is.
Yeah, this
Right.
typically the people overseas don't use the nicest terms to the indigenous people of those areas, such as the gooks and the zipperheads and all those fun terms we've generated
Krauts.
over the years. Krauts?
Joke.
That
What's
one,
a
not the other
zipperhead?
Chinese. I think Vietnamese and
Yeah.
Koreans are gooks.
Who's
Oh,
a Charlie
they're
then?
gonna
Krauts are Germans and Tojo are Japanese.
I thought
Germans used to be Jerry's.
Who's a Charlie? A
Yeah,
Vietnamese
Krauts.
person?
Charlie's
That's Vietnam.
That's also Vietnamese.
Oh, it's a Charlie and Zipperhead.
But
Well,
that was more that's not really a slur though. The
yeah, I
Charlie.
don't think Charlie's good to be in. Like, that's not
No.
it's not an insult.
Listen, all of my racial terminology for the Asian folks comes from Gran Torino, okay? So let's just
What does your shirt mean?
What is my?
it's
Oh.
an inside reference to a podcast I listen to.
Oh, there's rocks
Yeah.
float on lava. I was just wondering what the fuck does that shirt mean.
Yeah, I think one of the hosts said it funny or like,
Yeah.
and it just they all laughed.
Yeah.
Let's do another round of that.
Another round of that same game? All right.
Kyle's got some butt hurt going on. This game sucked, Kyle.
Well, it wasn't
Let's
fair.
play a game we can win.
No,
Yeah,
no,
this
it
game
was
isn't as
it was
fun as the
totally
last
fair. Those who won the last round, do you think it was fair? They poorly answered their question.
The goal of
Yeah,
the
I
game
think we should
was
do- we should do
simply
some
to
accuracy.
answer the question.
But that's the thing. You keep saying
Wow.
that, but you didn't answer
The
the
best
question.
team won. Let's move on to the next game.
Satisfaction.
If Arnold said, "Hey, young man, what do you think it takes to be Mr. Universe? Work out, sweat."
I had to have the right answer. You said an answer.
You should have.
I don't think you
clarified
did.
that it needed
The
to be.
butt hurt over here is so strong. I'm
So
hoping
sorry.
there's a prescription that can help you, like some sort of preparation H, or I don't know what you need.
Maybe if I wrapped myself up in a rain fly, it would protect me from all of this.
Did it work the first time, Dick?
I don't like this game, Kyle.
I'm
We're
sensing
not
some
good at
tension
this
right
game.
here. We're going to go again for this game. 3 points are on the board. I can split them up or give them to whoever I want right here. You've got some new questions, and I think they're going to be fun ones. Please answer them as
Kyle,
specific and as detailed
you know
as
we're
you
about
can.
to- you know we're
Do
about to
not
get
say
sulfur,
race
right?
for the question
that.
I'm about to give you.
Try not to be too specific, and keep your mind on the goal at the end.
And try not to give Team Soft Serve like how do you set your alarm clock or something.
I think I tripped them up pretty good last time. I felt like their answer had
No,
nothing
you
to do
did a
with
great
the
job at stumping them, but the problem was you didn't fucking answer the question.
You didn't
so
answer the
it's
question,
funny.
and you weren't funny. It was a double
Kyle,
whammy. You lost.
You kind of.
Like I said, I'm looking for the question. Looking for the answer. So I'm gonna start off. Who did I start off with last time? So
real quick, because he kind of messed up last time. You got to give them a word that relates to their question. You
no,
were
it
giving
doesn't.
them
No,
skip.
it doesn't. It just has to be grammatically correct in the sentence. So if they say a,
Okay.
you can't say the. It'd have to be like a blank. A taco, whatever.
Okay,
It-
well
it
maybe
fell
I
in
was
that.
misunderstanding.
Yeah. So like, it just has to be grammatically correct. So I'm gonna give it to Woody and Team Soft Serve over here, a little freezy. All right. We're gonna give you. How do you buy a new car? What's the process? How do you get a good price? How do you buy a new car?
First,
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Oh, I'm not Team
give you
Soft
the
Serve.
question, you don't see a timer rolling.
I'm sorry.
This team.
Mistakes
Just
were
play it.
made.
I'm gonna give it first to Taylor this time. I think he earned that. And remember, team, when you hear that you guys were speaking over my dings a little bit, maybe I need to move my my dinger over here a little closer. So
Yeah, when you
go.
remember, you stop.
you stop talking when you hear a ding, all right, and let them get a word in edgewise. All right, here we go.
Play it.
60 seconds. Here we go.
Go.
2,
The
automotive.
dealership.
Then,
Inquire.
as
To
Hal.
I.
10.
Machiavellian.
That doesn't work.
No, that doesn't work.
Ken.
That does work.
Purchase.
A.
Vehicle.
Next.
Helicopter. Wait, we're at vehicle.
Yeah.
Vehicle
No.
is period, and then
Yeah, they fucked it up again. Next.
No, you guys are
You.
talking over them.
Jew.
Yeah, he won't stop.
the
Salesman.
Into.
A.
What's wrong with you? Stop! I hit the buzzer.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Into.
No! What is wrong with you people? I hit
I'm
the buzzer.
repeating the word to say
This
into,
game is
so he has a
terrible.
better-
Why are we
Into.
playing this game again? Let's just go to the next one with the score with us at now half a point.
They're
I
not
like this
joining
game a
in. I'm
lot.
trying to give them the space
You
that they
like this game a
require.
lot? We're going to be 3 points down.
Well, they
We
are
have to
failing at this terribly. Like they've let their time.
He
expire at
says
this point.
that,
They've
but
lost.
actually, it's on you to come up with a word, and I'm trying to give you time, and you're not
guys
coming
keep
up with a
running
word.
over them.
Well,
Three times
you
you
can
guys
only
did
give
it.
them so much time.
No, you don't. I go ding, and then you
Give
say a
them
word
as
next.
much time to take.
As soon as you hear a ding, whoever last spoke, that's the word. I go ding, and then it's like into.
And we wait,
No.
and nothing comes. That's what they did to us.
That's
I think
not
we're
what
wasting
happened.
valuable airtime on this game.
That is 3 mistakes you had in there. You didn't let them get a word in.
Oh my
Kyle
goodness.
Had some
We're-
funny stuff.
You have gone mad with power. As
I'm
the
just
point
trying to
man.
dictate a game. Kyle agrees with me on this, and he was against me last time. You guys didn't let him get a word in. Let's see how it is on the other side. My God, it's like a colossal fuck up for whoever goes first.
This-
I don't understand. Your guys' question. This will be an interesting one.
Hey, if all
How
of
do you-
your game shows have a problem, maybe it's not the contestants.
I think it is, and I will remove another point.
Give a fuck. Take a
There is
point.
a half a point dividing this right now.
Hey, how about you give them 60 and give
Kyle-
us a minus 40?
Kyle and Wings, how do you take a girl out on a date? You know, what do you do from start to finish? How do you take a girl on a date? What's your ideal date? I'm gonna start. Wings, why don't you kick it off with the first word when I start the timer? And remember, when there's a ding, shut the fuck up, and the other opponent inserts a word. Here we go. Now,
Taylor, you do first word.
You,
Take
her,
2.
a
Nice.
restaurant,
Do I change restaurant?
No, you add
You-
the next word following restaurant.
Oh, after a noun. Okay. And
Oh, I see. You didn't fuck him up.
there's nothing you can put there.
it could
Yeah.
Buy and buy.
oh, it's me. Her,
Dinner.
then,
You.
take,
Her.
Swimming.
In.
the,
Pool.
you,
Curb stomp.
Any.
body,
Who.
racially,
Discriminates.
against,
Her.
Oh, they ran over us. What horseshit. I can't stand for that.
it's kind of hard.
Well, yeah,
See,
there we
it's
go.
hard to stop
Take her out to
because-
dinner. You pay for food. Take her back to the pool. And if anybody fucks with her, you curb stomp her. Because it's okay to date a black girl in this day and age. So don't give me that shit.
Wow, that was interesting.
I was trying to throw a loop
Taylor,
there to make it funny.
Taylor, I apologize for pausing on a noun for you. There's nothing you can do there except
Take her
put
to
in
the restaurant. Ding.
Or
it. I was trying to get it.
you could have been like restaurant Tinkerbells or something like that, or like
No,
No,
he
it
was
has-
not going. It had to make sense grammatically, and
I could say restaurant semicolon.
you could have said the
and then they have
name
to
of
make
the
another
Tinker. No.
independent
The name could have been Tinkerbells.
I like that. To me, restaurant, well, there was a period after it, and you could have said any word. But maybe that's just me.
Oh, I thought, yeah, could be. Could be.
Or
Well, let's
Tinkerbells
not-
could be the
let's not
name of
live
the
in past.
restaurant. Like could be capitalized.
So go ahead, do your ridiculous scoring where we somehow win.
no, you lost that round horrendously. All 3 points go to Team Surf and Turf over here.
Oh, man.
Who is now
So sad.
six
You
and
know
a
what?
half.
We're
to
gonna
4.
surge ahead in the next one, and if we
Though-
don't win, I don't trust that there's a
Though I
prize
did
anyway.
have
so I don't
to
care.
argue. I did have to argue with Kyle a whole lot. I'm gonna remove the half point that I gave that Wings earned for the debate about Bernie and all that.
Yeah,
mumbo
let's
jumbo.
keep it.
So it's
solid.
4-6 right now. So
Can we have their half point
sure.
since we
you
have
asked
them
nicely.
bickering?
You asked nicely enough. I'm gonna give you the half point.
4.5 to 6.
In fact, you look so goddamn good with that shirt on. Another half a point. 5-6 right now. I'm the game master. Okay.
Yes,
We're
you
having
are,
a good
Chiz.
show.
You are the unqualified game master.
I can't imagine playing D&D with you, or
I didn't
anytime
like
someone
that-
figured
I
out
didn't
your
like
ploy.
that modifier at the beginning of game master.
You don't understand what unqualified means. It means you are the game master without qualifications, without. It's
Any-
not to say that you don't know how to do it. It's to say that you are the undisputed game master. You
I
are
would
the
hate to play a Chiz D&D session.
It happens in accounting language a lot. When something is an unqualified this, it means that there is no two ways about it. It is that.
I've tried D&D in the last, I guess, 7 months or so, Wings. You used to play that a lot, right?
Yeah, I love D&D.
It's a lot of fun. Like, you just get to make shit up. Yeah, I like it. Do you still play? I don't know the rules.
Online. I haven't played recently, but that's mainly because we don't got a DM.
Dungeon Master?
A Dungeon Master makes it. Like, when you got a good Dungeon Master, that's what makes a session.
I could be a good Dungeon Master.
Well, if you want to kill...
so many rules.
If you want to kill off everybody's character because somebody stepped on your toe or something, yeah, you'd make a wonderful Dungeon Master.
Someone uses the wrong adjective, and you're like, all right, here comes Zeus.
Yeah, you know that character you've been fucking around with for about 6 months? He fell in a fucking trap full of spikes. Live stuff.
What level's your character, Wings?
The last time I was playing was on level 8 Blackguard.
Okay. Blackguard. Things have changed. I haven't played forever.
Blackguard's like an evil paladin.
Ooh. Kyle, in case you were wondering, the score is now 5-6.
You're winning.
You're winning by 1.
They got a point out of magic. They took our half a point and got another half a point.
As game master, I can explain. Thank you. You did. I can explain that. I removed your half a point that Wings earned during the debates. Gave it to them because, let's be honest, it was malarkey. And I gave them half a point because Taylor's shirt is so goddamn fucking snazzy. I think we all can agree and be okay with that point addition right there.
I
Kyle, thank you very much. That was a funny round you had. What are you doing?
I've got my Hulk shirt.
Yeah, but you haven't been showing it. Save that for the next round.
At this point,
you're whoring yourself out, and we're not in a game round, okay? It just...
Isn't that something we could do? So what's the next? Are we going to game next, or do you have?
Yeah, we're going to a topic next. I'm going to prep some. You guys are enjoying the game rounds. I'm going to throw some extra stuff in there. So we're going to talk about a topic. What about Amazon Flex?
What is it?
Amazon Flex is a new Uber-like service Amazon is providing to areas. Why did Wings just put on a shirt?
Wings to get a point. He wants 3 points.
Is that why?
I think it should work.
I haven't been able to see him this whole time.
What if I'm going to deduct points. What's he doing? What's this?
He's spiffing up. He's bringing his A game.
I like that, Wings. Minus a point because we had to wait.
We're all tied up.
It's 5-5
now. No, they're still ahead. That's a great shirt you got there. But we were talking about Amazon Flex, which is an Uber-like service for Amazon now, which is like their 30-minute to an hour delivery service where you can drive packages for Amazon for $18 to $25 an hour, and I think it's fucking great.
So it's the last mile solution. I actually said on PKA at one point, I don't remember when, that something like Uber would start competing with FedEx and UPS. And everyone thought I was crazy. They were like, no way, it's ridiculous. There's security, this is that. Like a month or two later, Amazon comes out and says, hey, if you want to deliver packages at the end, just take them from here to the last step towards the house, they'll pay, was it $18 to $25 an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't specify how to maximize that.
Right.
Maybe you're paid by the job and they think that's what you can pull off. I don't know. But that's what they think you can earn.
How do you get into something like this?
It's just been announced. Like,
it's it's running in Seattle right now, and it's only going to be in Manhattan, Miami, Atlanta, Baltimore, Dallas, Austin.
I got a truck and an enclosed trailer. I can deliver some motherfucking packages.
Load me up.
I'll make an 8-hour day of it.
I'll take West Conway.
Just these select. Oh, you have to have an Android phone. But just those select areas, and you can, get some extra money on the side.
Steal me an Android
and it's
phone.
way better than somebody asked. They're like, "How is this better than Uber?" Because I said it's way
Hillary
better
Clinton
than Uber.
phone.
And it's like,
this is for pleasure. This is for fun.
For one, it's more. It's a more guaranteed rate of income than Uber. You have a range at least. Uber, how they generate how much money you earn is kind of shitty. And also, you don't have to deal with fucking people. You just throw a box in the back.
I have a friend who drove for Uber, and she made good money.
It depends how you do it.
Like, she was making like $1,000 a week off Uber.
Are you guys pretty shocked that so far there hasn't been like the Uber Slayer, or like? Cause it seems like this whole idea would be a serial killer's wet dream in like the 70s.
Would it though? Because there's been a lot of not that, but there's been plenty of like sexual harassment charges and stuff like that around Uber and Lyft and stuff like that. Like creepy dudes like
asking to let out of the car and not opening the car when they say that, and just creepy dudes. That's why I get the black car Uber service. When I go anywhere, I don't want to be raped. We've been over this. If I don't have this,
but Chiz,
what's the black car Uber?
You're a fat kid.
Yeah.
Hard to kidnap.
More. I'm in their car already. What do you mean? There's no kidnapping process.
He might have a Prius. You know, Prius is kind of bad at driving weight.
The black car service is they have actual town car certified people that drive town cars and stuff in limos.
What kind of certification do you need to drive a town car? Is it a driver's license?
You need to be over 65.
You need to be in the Ford Motor Club.
There's an actual test. And they have nice cars, super luxurious, you know.
Does it cost more?
They're usually of Arab descent.
Does it cost more?
Yeah. But I'm safer. I'm not in some shit box.
Oh,
how much more does it cost?
Where I'm going to get raped.
Chiz rolling deep getting the black car Uber.
Yeah.
How much does the Lincoln Town Car cost over the Toyota Corolla?
I don't know. It's not that much more. I can't figure it out because it's like you have to be. How they do it is distance and time factors.
I'd prefer to drive the Lincoln Town Car too.
Hey,
not if you're paying for the gas and it's all out of your pocket.
I drive a V8 Chevrolet truck. The Lincoln Town Car is better on gas.
But you wouldn't take your V8 Chevrolet truck to pick up Stacy at the bar and take her 3 miles home when you're driving 4 miles to the bar, 3 miles to her place, 5 miles back to yours, or however that triangulates. I don't know.
Wait, Uber does. They usually sit in parking lots around the area, and then they'll just ride at the bar time or whenever.
Yeah, I've never used Uber. I have no idea. No idea.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem safe.
Yeah, I don't want to do it. I feel like it might be a little bit.
You think a cab is safer?
I feel like people would try and talk to me a lot more, like, I just do this when I'm not teaching, and it's like, oh, really? Can you not talk to me?
You've got the social skills to know how to ignore that, though. Like I do. It's very.
Man, Taylor, you're just a douchebag.
No, I don't want to talk to them either. If some cabbie is like
me, I'm like down. Yeah. Like I'd be like, oh, you Muslim?
I don't give a fuck.
That's a good opener.
I don't want to talk to you, first of all, and two, you've got nothing interesting to say, and I'm sure of it. All right.
Why did your car smell like blood and vomit?
One of my Uber drivers, the Polish guy who was telling me all about all the crimes in Poland, let me smoke in the back of his SUV. This is a brand new GMC.
Pinkies up.
That's fucking awesome. Okay.
You get a tip?
It's
the Polish guy. What is this?
Look at this.
Belarusian mechanics.
Is this unsafe for work?
It's safe for work. You could show it. It's pretty funny.
Doesn't look like he did what he should have done. He did get a lot of soot in the face.
He looked with the glasses. It seems like he knew it was coming.
Yeah, he knew it was going to be bad.
Why would you sit right?
That's the Volkswagen emissions test.
Passed.
I found out a little bit about how that worked. I searched for an explanation of what it did. Does anyone know what it does?
I do not.
No idea.
It's so if I understand right, all these cars have the software in these cars is lying to the emissions tester and telling them that I'm all good, but in fact they're not.
How would you do that? Aren't they detecting like actual carbon monoxide or whatever is spewed out?
They are.
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, I kept wondering, so I had to search all over for it. Apparently what they do is when the car idles, it is in a special like emissions passing mode so that when they test it, it runs extra clean. But so that the car can have extra power, it stops doing that and just becomes like a dirty diesel engine. So it's a dirty diesel engine pretty much all the time, except when it's not running, which it becomes a clean diesel engine.
Well, it's not I don't think it's dirty in comparison to any of the other diesel engines out there, right? It's just they're trying to get more power out of it, so they're just sticking more fucking diesel in there. They're running it at an inefficient rate. It's not getting the same gas mileage either. It's not just emissions. The gas mileage standards are way off as well.
I would guess, based on what little I know about diesel engines, you're right. You punch too much diesel and you get more power, but it doesn't. The unburnt stuff goes out the back and it's bad. I think that's what you're referring to. But that essentially what it is it's only clean running at idle, and then it's just like overfed all the other times.
That's brilliant. They're so fucked. What I want to know is what happens to, let's say that I live in California, I own one of these vehicles now, and guess what? Tomorrow is the day I have to redo my emissions. What happens when I go down there?
You pass. Good for you.
Like I don't think that's the case. Like
that's what I worry too. That suddenly your car is almost like a recall or something. Like you're
So then what happens between me, the car owner, and the VW? Like what happens?
Action lawsuit.
Like is it? It won't require that. I'm hoping they'll step up.
Do they literally just give the owners of these cars a pass until the cars are off the road?
No.
Okay, if they don't do that, then someone's really fucked. Either Volkswagen's really fucked, and they have. You know what? So Volkswagen should be able to fix this with software, right? Just stop running dirty, and now you have a car that's not as powerful as you bought. You know, as you thought it was when you bought it, but at least you can pass emissions. And maybe.
What if they weren't made to actually be able to pass emissions after you've driven a certain number of miles? What if a guy's got 95,000 miles in his Passat, and he thinks it's been passing the last 60,000 miles, and it just simply can't? When I was getting my car tested like 4 years ago, I had to go to like 3 different places and do a whole bunch of shit. They were like, honestly, just drive around at 50 miles an hour for 20 minutes in this downpour of rain and then come back. And so I was just sitting there grumbling and angry, like, this is fucking ridiculous. Chrysler, you son of a bitch. Why can't you just pass this? And it's like, if that hadn't passed and I couldn't have gotten my license plate renewed, like, I would have been fucked. Like, not through no fault of my own. I took care of the car. It's just...
How old was it?
This was 2012, so it was 4 years old.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You bought a Chrysler product. You kind of stepped on that one yourself.
I kind of like it. Yeah,
Wings,
I'm kind of over it now.
Can we do a little bit of truck talk? I feel like that's a good segue. Here's the deal, Wings. I really, really like the Rams. And I recognize that sometimes their transmissions are not as reliable. I recognize
they got the 8-speed now.
And that's supposed to be better. They have the Ram box, which maybe not everybody would love, but I love that thing. With the
You talking about the little built-in tailgate thing, where you opened up the side of the bed and
so for people that don't know, if you look in the back of a pickup truck bed, there's 2 lumps in it where the rear tires would be. So what they do, and then like to the front and rear of those lumps is really not valuable space because the plywood fits in between it, but on top of it it's all shit, unless you're carrying gravel or something. So what Ram did is they made the sides of the pickup bed really thick, and then they open up. They're like little trunks on either side. And to me, it's like, oh, if I had little trunks on the side of my bed, I'd carry just as much, because I can't put wood in there. I can't do all sorts of things. If I'd have little trunks, I could put my tools in there, my jumper cables, all those things, and I wouldn't need a toolbox because there's no trunk in a pickup truck. You got to have the toolbox to be a trunk. At least I do. So I could have the Ram box, and only Ram has that as far as I know. There are suspensions, like even in the half-ton truck, it can go up and down by 2 inches. Now I drive like an idiot a lot, over curbs and over the swales, and
they also have springs in the back.
Yeah, so as part of that air suspension and the independent rear and all that fun stuff, it's not an independent rear, but it has coil springs as opposed to leaf springs, which are better. Ram has always pushed the envelope in terms of advancing the suspension, and the other guys tend to follow.
Well, actually, that's kind of subjective. Coil springs versus leaf springs. Like, for example, like if you have a Dodge truck, there's certain weight. You have certain weight limitations you can't do with a Dodge truck. Like you can't
unless you get the airbags, at which point that's just solved, right? They have the coil and they add the airbags.
Like a standard, like you couldn't do a third wheel trailer on a standard like half-ton truck with Dodge right out the gate.
But you need the airbags. So
you need the airbag.
It just seems like the Ram is better in every way except reputation, and I wonder, like.
Well, that's because of the companies. Like, here's the thing. I understand what you're saying. You want my seal of approval, and here's how I'm gonna give it to you. Ram is now owned by Fiat.
I know.
And like they got 2 companies on them, but the majority holder is Fiat. And most of the Ram trucks you see with really bad reputation is actually owned by Daimler Chrysler and sometimes Mercedes, which they didn't have a very good paint department in the late 90s, which kind of carried over to the early 2000s. And they have very, very, very shoddy dashwork. They use a very cheap plastic, and they never test well. Like, any Ram truck never tests very well. The only Ram truck to ever test well is one with a Cummins engine in it.
What do you mean because test well? Are you talking about the power?
Like power, traction, 4-wheel drive system, like truck shootouts kind of things, where they bring all the trucks together and they test them. Rams never test well. But for an everyday driver, somebody that might not be using their truck to haul wood or pull a trailer, they're taking like their kid to school, they won't notice these kind of things. You know, how many times you're driving up a slope with ice on it while, you know, it hardly ever happens.
Mm-hmm.
So they never test well, and they have terrible power to weight ratios, but they're fucking luxurious as all hell now. Like the interior of a Dodge Ram, it's got me looking at like maybe I should get a Dodge.
Their interiors lead the class, their suspensions lead the class, and then the Ram box. Probably a lot of people don't value it as much as me, but to me that's a huge advantage they have over the other trucks, and I just think why not that one?
I don't know about their Pentastar. Like I think that's what their transmissions are called now, the Pentastars. Like I've never actually ridden one, but I had my Ford truck had a 6-speed transmission, and I loved it to death. And 2 extra gears would only be better.
Yeah,
like, because like I don't know what the fuel economy is on them in now anyway, but like I don't know what Fiat produces. Like they're obviously a successful company. I don't know how those trucks are going to hold up in the long run. The problem with Daimler Chrysler is their interior fell apart. They put really small brakes on them, and they were just a cut rate truck trying to make a profit.
First of all,
loving it.
If you're international, let us know what you think about Fiat, because you may have a lot more experience with them than we do.
Fiat's amazing.
Look, like you can't take a Ram truck built today and compare it to a Ram truck built in 2000 because 2 different companies made it. It just has the same name.
Yep. And
so they're untested. So you're in blind waters.
That's a tricky thing. But yeah, the Rams look amazing to me. But I switch my allegiance all the time. I go from Ford to Ram. So Fords look really cool. They've got the aluminum bodies. They're tech leading.
I don't like the new F-150's body.
I like it a lot. But one of the challenges I have, like the EcoBoost scares me. I know people. It's fairly new, right? But
it's kind of fairly new. It's a fairly new system to put it with the twin turbo setup like they have. But you got to understand, like Volvo, which is the company they're based in EcoBoost off, because when Ford bought Volvo has been making big diesel trucks with turbos their entire life, and those diesel trucks go millions of miles.
But you see clapped out Chevy Silverados that are 22 years old being driven by landscape companies all the time. Do you think they'll be clapped out Ford F-150 aluminum twin turbos 18 years from now?
Those aluminum ones are, a buddy of mine has one, and he got some damage on it. It is so much more expensive. It's a lot harder to work with aluminum in auto body too. But I don't know. Like
I don't fix
that's the question I have when I bought the black truck. It's like, how long is this twin turbo thing going to last, and how much do they cost to fucking fix? Like, what happens when they start taking these parts off back order? Like when this truck is 10 years old and they no longer have this set of turbos for this type of engine in stock normally.
And then it's like power of the V8. Yet fuel economy of a 6. No,
it doesn't give you that.
It doesn't. It's the most fuel-consuming 6 you'll find because they just stuck turbos on it. They shove more gas and more in there and more air in there faster than you ever could before. And it's basically the fuel economy of an 8 with the power of an 8.
Yeah, because like for example, my truck Christine, she gets about 15 miles to the gallon, combined city and highway.
I like her name. Carry on.
My Ford was Bethany, and she got about 16 and a half.
Would you help me name my truck? She's 12 years old. She doesn't have a name yet.
Gretchen.
Victim 1.
Gretchen's not bad.
Yeah, an old lady name. Gretchen or
Hannah.
Wanda. Something that people were only named in like 1922.
Gretchen. Gretchen's not bad. That's sticking with me. Anyway.
Gretchen's not bad.
But I only noticed like a mile per hour, like a mile difference in gas quality. It's like, I think I'd rather have the straight. Majority of the day, we'd rather have the standard straight broad push V8 engine over the twin turbo V6. Even though twin turbo V6 has got a lot more power, it's a lot more fun to drive. The dependability is a question there.
Yeah, I don't know.
It also depends on the rear end you get too, but you know this kind of stuff. These are questions the truck guy asks.
Yeah,
because Dodge usually comes with I think Dodge used to come standard with 392. Like seriously. Because I know they used to push the Hemi back in 2004. They put a 392 rear end in them, but they had terrible power to weight ratio.
Oh, I wonder if that's still true. Should we do a new topic?
I would like to do another game.
He doesn't have games for days.
I'm a truck guy.
Unless you've got a good topic. I mean, truck talk, man, that went.
Well, you guys could chime in. Kyle has a truck.
We could do a prank phone call.
How's that truck you got holding up?
Apparently, those Chevrolets have this transmission issue because there's some magnesium construction in the transfer case, and there's also some vibration that's there because of a design flaw. So magnesium vibrates against steel or something until it wears away, and then you get these little pinholes in the aluminum case, and only under pressure does it leak fluid. And so you don't get any drip in your yard. And, I mean, who checks the transmission fluid? So you end up with a dry transmission, dry transfer case in like a week out of nowhere, and it grinds itself to death. And I've went through 2 transmissions, and I'm about to buy my 3rd. And this time I'm getting a special custom-made transfer case. So
sometimes it might be time just to trade the old girl in.
She's not that old. Not. How old is she?
2008. That one is.
She's just a baby.
Like 50,000 miles.
My truck's got. Matter of fact, let me tell you a story. I know before we get off truck talk. My oil light came on today.
Tell me, man. Preach it.
Shit. And I was amazed because the last time I changed my oil was January 18th when I put my new tires on. Like, I have gone nowhere this year.
I got a story. So today, I had new gravel delivered for my private driveway, one of my driveways. And I had to use my tractor to spread the gravel. Well, over the last couple of weeks, I've been having this tricky issue where I turn the key and it doesn't start. Tractor has all kinds of things you got to do right. It's got to be in neutral. You can't have the PTO shaft on, this and that, for it to start. So I'd wiggle those different things, thinking that was my problem, and it would eventually start. So I don't know if it was the extra attempts or if it was the things I was wiggling, and I'm fucked because today it won't start at all. As a quick side note, the gravel has all this dirt that when it gets wet is supposed to like firm up. It's crushed granite and like become almost a concrete bed. And I didn't want it in its lumpy, unspread, shitty condition. It's raining out right now to like solidify like that. I wanted to get it right and then have it rain. It's going to be heavy rain all day tomorrow. So I really wanted to have it fixed today. Anyway, we go through our diagnosis. I asked for help online. They're no use. I call a mechanic from the dealership. He was of no use. And Chiz and I just go out there and start troubleshooting it. I track it to the relay, and this is the last thing that's successfully, like, it's clicking and stuff. You can put your thumb on it and see that the relay's activating, but whatever. And I'm like, well, a relay's like $6, so I'll get a new one and see if that fixes it. And as we're headed back into the stable, I explained to Chiz, my man card's kind of on the line here with this fix, right? You know that scene in The Grinch That Stole Christmas where the heart measuring device that they used, the heart grows and grows and grows until the device fractures and is ruined? That is what would happen to a penis measuring device if this fucking fixes my tractor, right? And so I go and I switch it and whatever, and we turn the key and it starts. And that's when I run into trouble. My knees are buckling and I'm walking around like a fucking ape. Like, oh my God, why did this happen? Oh no, why did I have a bad penis? I want my old one back. Anyway, we fixed the fucking tractor. Penis grew 10 sizes. The measuring device was shattered. And
I think we need to reevaluate what skilled labor's called. Like if one of the tractor guys came out and didn't do a relay check,
they wouldn't come.
Oh no, he was on the phone.
Relay checks. I mean,
he was on the phone, and I asked him. He didn't really point me that way.
He came out and actually worked on it. And
no, I called him, and I wanted to know how much a service call costs, and this and that, and it just happened to have a 1,000-pound counterweight on the back, so it was like a pain in the ass to move it. And anyway, I tracked it down to the first thing I tried, fixed it, and I felt very good. $6 fixed my tractor. So, and my penis is now giant. I don't know what I'm going to do with this thing.
It was not the starter.
What did you use to spread the gravel?
I have a land grader.
Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
I feel like
you have hydraulic control of it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I have both hydraulic top link, and of course the 3-point thing is hydraulic. So cool. Shit.
I was thinking, I was like, I hope he's not like putting it in the bucket a scoop at a time and like shaking the bucket, spilling it out, and dragging the bucket to make it smooth. Like, definitely needs some kind of a scrape blade.
Yeah, a scrape ray would have worked too. I think people like the land grader type thing. I want to show people what it looks like, but there's not a good image. See, I bet a lot of people just want a new topic, but there will be a third out there that say, all right, what does a land grader look like?
A third of people don't want us to move on because they want to know what a land grader is.
I'm all for tractor and truck talk, but let's not be hyperbolic with our numbers here.
Really?
A
all right. So basically,
I'm pretty sure most of the people know how to use Google.
This actually, this one's even more like mine. It's like this. You drag it behind your tractor, and the dirt goes over those two blades, and as it gets sort of evenly distributed behind it. So it takes less talent to use than a lot of the alternatives. So I can show you guys if you're curious. That's what it looks like. You drag it on your gravel road, pulls up the gravel, distributes it in a nice thing, and I did a real good job. My wife was impressed.
Oh, wow. This image is hosted by Squarespace.
Oh, nice.
Speaking of Squarespace, Kyle.
Well, there's so much to know about Squarespace. So we want everyone to remember that this episode of Painkiller 80 is being, of course, brought to you by Squarespace, where you can make your own website. The sites that you make with them look professionally designed, regardless of your skill level. There's no coding required. They use intuitive and easy-to-use tools. Squarespace has state-of-the-art technology powering your site to ensure security and stability. Trusted by millions of people and some of the most respected brands in the world, and it all starts at just $8 a month. You get a free domain if you sign up for a year, and if you start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com, you're going to want to use offer code PKA, and that'll get you 10% off of your first purchase. Squarespace, build it beautiful. I think Squarespace is our most respectable sponsor.
They are. Did you say $8 a month? That has to be a typo. That's too generous.
That's what, 2 Starbucks right there, 2?
It's less than
One if
that.
you get
One
what,
if you're a white
and that's
girl.
how you gauge pricing. Then yeah.
one if you get what I like. What do you get from Starbucks?
I don't go to Starbucks.
Who are you talking to?
I'm a boy.
None of you go
How
to
would I know?
Starbucks?
Who are you talking to? I've got multiple answers for this
I drink
question.
coffee like once every few weeks.
All right, well then I am definitely asking Chiz. Since
I'll
nobody
typically
else.
get, nowadays I just get I'll just get whatever Peaks Roast coffee, which is still a venti coffee. I'll get some creamer in there. If I'm feeling festive and cool though, I'll either get a caramel macchiato with a little splash of half and half in there, or I'll get a caramel frappuccino if I want like a meal drink.
I'm putting you down for 10% more gay than
I'll
you were before.
sometimes get a hot white mocha if it's really
good.
cold.
I
That's
bet you want
delicious.
hot white mochas.
I bet.
All hot, real
So
frothy.
is this
Yeah.
what it's like during truck talk?
He gets.
I get the caramel frappuccino too, but I get 2 shots of espresso in there. And
do you
that
get
gets you
the?
up.
Do you get the
gets
hot white mocha on your back, or do you swallow it?
I
just
always
chug it.
swallow it.
Juggle it. Okay.
I
Do you drink
gargle it
coffee
first.
pretty often, Kyle?
Me? Yeah, I definitely drink a cup every morning when I wake up. And I've had 2 or 3 cups
Respectable
tonight.
amount.
So
I had
yeah.
a cup of coffee for the first time in a couple weeks, like a pretty big cup 2 days ago, and
Where
I had it on an
Where was
empty
it?
stomach. It was just like instant coffee Folgers
Oh,
made
what
for
is-
the day. It was a
No.
giant cup. And
No, you drank
dirt. I
You
felt
drank
awful
dirt.
for like the next hour and a half. I just felt like my heart was beating so
Yeah.
fast, and I was jittery. I couldn't stop pacing.
Well,
I
that
do
was
not
all
trust-
in your head because what you drank it had no caffeine in it, and that wasn't coffee. You
Well,
drank
it does
a cup of
say
mud.
on the box, so I'm gonna
Well,
trust that over you.
we
You
had it
fucking
over.
elitist.
Had
we
some of
had
that
it
Oh,
over
if
the
you haven't had
campfire.
a Frappacappa mocha, then if you haven't spent $10 on a coffee to have some drop out, throw some shit in there for you, then you haven't.
Listen, all I'm saying is the instant shit. You can have whatever you want at home, all right? I'm not talking about going to Starbucks every day. I rarely go. It's probably been months since I've been. But that instant shit, take a spoonful, throw it in a cup of hot water, and stir it, and
Is
hope
that what you
makes
had?
coffee. That's fucking mud, okay?
Hydrated
Well,
crystals.
we made it in my girlfriend made it in a French
Fried
press.
crystals.
That makes it fancy, right?
French press is one of the worst ways to even prepare coffee. My God, you pee on it.
Why would you stay with her?
Goddamn coffee talk. It's just no coffee talk.
Why would you stay with her, Merca? A French press?
I
It's
thought
one of
that
the
was-
most.
I
It's
thought
one of the
French
most
people were
hazardous
fancy.
ways to drink coffee for your health.
You're lucky you're
Hazardous.
alive.
Yeah, French press is bad to drink.
I like the French press.
It leaves a bunch of like shit you're not supposed to drink in there.
The
You-
coffee.
That's
I
bad.
like my Keurig machine. If you've got a Keurig machine, it's so
Keurig, easy.
Kitty's a huge coffee drinker, so she buys those K cups in like a 4-pack, like a quad pack. It's like I don't know how many she's buying at a time, like 120 or something. So like there's always coffee here, so there's always coffee to be had. And we got all the all the things to add to the coffee to make it.
But that Keurig seems like a ripoff. Like you're getting
No.
basically instant coffee for 10 times the price by volume.
This is where it's wrong. I'm going to show you why you're saving money in this process. You make a 12 cup pot of coffee, right? Okay. How are you going to drink that thing down to the bottom? No, you're going to have 1 to 2 cups. The average person, I'm not average, is going to have 1 to 2 cups. Throw it away. You've just thrown away so much coffee. And if you are like me and you like coffee, you're just leaving coffee boiling on a fucking hot plate that whole time. It gets nasty and thick at the bottom. I'm throwing that shit away anyway. I'm getting a hot, super hot, fresh cup of coffee every time with a Keurig. I drink it. I'm done. I can
but
have
the
another
French
serving
press
size.
makes 2 cups worth with the instant shit.
French
and
press is a lot of work and it's bad for you to drink. I'm just saying.
That's just anti-French propaganda, just like freedom fries. I don't believe any of it.
But
anyway,
I don't. Hey,
I like the K-Cups. I
Don't
feel
trust
like
France.
I usually only want 1 cup of coffee, and I've got the regular coffee maker there if I want a whole pot. So.
I'm not. I wish there were giant K cups where you could like get a cylinder of coffee. That's what I want.
A cylinder of coffee? Is that your
Cylinder of
measurement?
coffee. Yeah.
Like a
I was thinking,
thermos?
What planet are you from?
that's half a barrel
Yeah.
for those of you who aren't
I don't know
familiar.
if you guys remember, we measure hose by how much they can take a kettle.
Hose by how much? What sort of medieval measuring structure and for what purpose is this?
What kind of hoe is it? Is it
kettlebell
is it
or
a hoe that you use
like
in a
kettle,
garden,
like a spoodle.
or a hoe that you have sex with?
Let him go here.
Spoodle? What is a
Let him-
spoodle?
Let him go. Let him go.
It's a spoon that you do soup with.
And it's a ladle, I guess. So it's a spoodle.
A ladle, whatever.
It could
It's like
just
if
be
you want to
a
eat and
la-
you're like,
yeah,
I can't
a
wait to
ladle
get
or
all of
whatever.
this soup inside me.
Does your
And you
whole
just-
family call them spoodles?
Well, we called them spoodles when I worked at Domino's Pizza, and that's what you used to spread
But
the pizza
here's
sauce.
the thing: you're taking
Oh,
the word
wait a minute
spoon
now.
and ladle and making a spoonal, but it's just a ladle. You don't have
Motherfucker,
to
I don't cook.
with a spoon. If you're using a ladle as a spoon, we need to rethink portion control right here. Okay?
Oh,
Well, motherfucker, look at your shit, Chiz. If you go and share that with everybody else in the group, that's what I would look like, skinny.
Yeah,
What am I sharing?
Oh,
put
you
it
don't
in-
have that?
I gave it to Kyle and Chiz.
Yeah, here you go. I'll forward it on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Speaking of things, all right. So I saw on the subreddit that they saw, I guess, that old carton of eggs that we used to batter the chicken, and they were like exposed, like they ate the eggs.
oh yeah.
What we do with those eggs? Does anyone remember?
We left them behind, or we threw them in the fire, or something like that.
We left them
You shouldn't
behind,
waste
and I.
them.
Well,
Yeah,
we
Brandon-
used some of them to batter the chicken. And
That's
then
what
when-
the eggs were for. We used. I don't even know. Kyle prepared that part, but
Yeah.
yeah, everyone knows we used flour and eggs. I guess was there milk involved? I don't know what else. No, just flour and eggs to cook the chicken because we
Should have
didn't
been some milk.
we didn't know
Should've.
how to safely cook chicken any other way.
Yeah.
That's where the eggs are from.
As much as we would have loved those extra eggs, they were uncooked. They were left there.
And we got the eggs on a Thursday and we left Friday morning. There really wasn't that much incentive to cheat with the eggs anyway.
No.
Yeah, I don't. I didn't want those.
It was
eggs.
more of a memoriam, if you will, to Henrietta and what she could have had she lived a full life. Right
Oh, that
there.
poor chicken.
That poor fucking shit. Did you see the thing? What was it? Somebody linked something about.
I remember
breaking-
my last memory of Henrietta.
I would have done that.
In the
shit.
river.
Disgusting motherfucker.
The
Eating it.
river as I shit her out.
It was some history channel. There was some history video. They were talking about a decapitation and how they were hitting and breaking the back of this woman or whatever. And like, this sounds familiar. I'm like, God damn it. Fucking Henrietta.
It was-
chopped her back off to get her head
Beat her
off.
like a rented mule. Just
I would have just grabbed her by the neck and shook her.
If
A
that's all
chicken?
you need to do.
Everyone
You don't-
knows how to kill them humanely, except the guy in charge of
Uh,
doing it.
God, and fast forward, what happened was Kyle was holding the head, and I was trying
Your
to
fault,
chop the
Kyle.
neck, but
Brutalizing.
I was also very cautious not to hit Kyle's hand. And Kyle thinks I hit the top of the chicken's shoulders. I'm not so sure. He's so sure, but I'm not so sure about that. And
stack of Bibles. I watched the blade come down. Its neck's only this long, and I had like a little of it in my.
your mic is
You're
muted, but he had a little of it in his hand, and then next to his
about
hand he
now?
put
You're good.
a branch, like a stick, so that it wouldn't slide into
buffer
him or
zone, yeah.
something. And that left the target zone for me very small, and he thinks I hit the top of its neck.
Not the top of the neck.
The top of the back, I guess.
You hit her like right in the back, like
Breastbone.
where the shoulders would be, like a cross, and I just saw like it split open, and I could see spine.
Now I've been asked this question before. You had hold of her head, right? So was when the first impact missed and didn't knock her out, was she struggling and crying?
Oh yeah. She was totally trying to like get away from us and try. She would if we'd stopped at one whack, she'd have been mutilated, but she'd have survived.
Just survived.
And by
she
this,
had about 3 seconds of life left, where she knew she had been played as your pretend friend to eat the bugs and then be
She
dead.
wasn't a pretend friend.
by the second whack, I think the head was pretty much separated. There was some feathers and skin to handle at the end, but by the second whack, in my opinion, that head was effectively.
I think Henrietta should just counter stars that you didn't build shelters and use a dull ass machete to do it.
Pretty much how that happened.
You've been cutting back on chicken, haven't you? Or is that? I thought someone mentioned that maybe it was a joke.
I don't think
like
Woody
a week
cut back
ago.
on
What are you talking to right now?
To you, Chiz.
Oh, I haven't had any chicken.
Bird mentality.
Yeah, fuck
I've
birds.
had no fucking chicken since that happened.
Really?
Oh,
Interesting.
I eat chicken all the time.
I eat chicken all the time.
Henrietta would have tasted delicious with this right here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't typically picture an animal being slaughtered and they have an actual blackout phase before they die. But I picture that's what happened. The first hit went and she lived and she screamed and struggled. And then the second hit didn't take her head off. She just gave up and blacked out. And then the third one, and definitely the fourth one, there was separation from the body.
By the fourth one,
that's second only to flavor for me, is imagining with each bite different ways it could have died to get there. I hope this one was stuffed into a cage by a migrant worker.
You gotta,
really
well,
cruelly.
your only reason you're still alive is because people eat you. So
Henrietta was a diverse bird. Like, some of her floated and some of her sank.
Now the dark and the light meat.
I didn't eat. I really didn't eat any of Henrietta. I ate some of the breading, but that meat was so stringy and tough that I didn't.
You guys boiled it. You cooked it by boiling first.
Time got away
the
from me.
feathers off.
It really did when it like that scalding process. Time really got away from us.
Not
we were
for me.
multitasking
Like,
on the show.
I was like, you just scald it. You kind of dunk it, cool it, dunk it. And Kyle was like, nah, let her boil.
Leave it in there for a while.
Yeah, and that was not the correct course of action because it boiled her good. It seemingly it was like white meat. It looked cooked from like a couple minutes of boiling, which
I think
doesn't
she got
meat in that
overcooked in the oil, and that's where the stringy really went down.
Oh, my dad said it was this. My dad said that it was because the bird was dehydrated from spending a week without any water before I picked her up, and all of the and also it hadn't eaten, so all the fat and water had been taken out of the flesh of the bird.
That makes a lot of sense.
Why do you feed the bird?
She had plenty of bugs.
To kill it.
And,
So
and grasshoppers
y'all
and
brought a
bugs.
chicken to like do the survival trip with you,
Yeah.
no water, and then his reward was getting eaten.
You know what's funny? Henrietta's the only one that
had
died.
water.
She had
but
water. It
Henrietta's
was
the
water
only.
before I like brought her on the trip. She had spent a week like in the wilderness with no water, like in an old.
So Henrietta's the only one who didn't make it on the trip. The rest of us came back alive. However, she
sacrificed
was the
somebody
most successful member of the trip, really. She didn't need shelter because she had the feathers. She found food. She was there eating caterpillars and grasshoppers and little bugs and stuff all the time, just pecking it off the ground.
She did the fire without being asked.
She would flap her wings and like stoke the fire. She was
didn't
quite
watch
the
the-
bird.
So I didn't watch the videos. I don't think that part got caught on camera, the part we're talking about, but it was the coolest fucking moment of the whole thing. She backed up to it and just, for whatever reason, flapped her fucking wings and stoked the fire. It was amazing.
She couldn't fly, but she did float a little.
I mean, man, dude, it was a whole new world for her. She was out. She's like, I can do anything. I can do anything. She gave it a try. You know,
I could run away in the night. Now I trust them. Something.
Was she not on a leash?
Me.
No, she started in a
protected
box,
me.
and she escaped from the box somehow. It was just, this big.
A lot of butting her dumb head against the box.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
she
mean,
started
didn't
in a-
jump out. It was
We had a box with a. I brought like a cat carrier, but we just opted not to use it. Instead, we had a box with a towel on the top, and that seemed to not work.
I'm glad we didn't use the cat carrier. We would have never known such lovely things like Henrietta. She'd have been cooped up in a coop.
I didn't want to carry that motherfucker. We were carrying enough.
Yeah.
Well, you shouldn't have said bring it when
Should have brought more than one chicken. One a night.
we could have picked our favorite and kept that one alive.
No, I would not have let you keep
You
any
should have had
animals
chicken
alive
hunger
if I were on
games.
that.
Like, see, y'all should put them against each other and see who survived.
They would not have fought. I mean, you would have had to like.
Oh no.
Oh, everyone's frozen.
Oh, but it's. I thought it was my internet. Now I wonder if it's Skype, or maybe it's my internet.
Well, it might be.
So it's you and I. Anyone else here?
They're all frozen, including you. I can just hear you.
Yeah, it looks like it's just us. Maybe we're over the LAN, and the internet is screwed.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Let's. I'm gonna run a ping. Let's see what's going on.
I
here.
would run a ping, but I can never be sure that I will. Like, I could run a ping.
Oh no! It totally disconnected.
The internet is just down?
Well, I can't ping anything, and now if I look in the bottom right of my network activity, yeah, I'm at the computer and then the modem phase and
Interesting.
the internet branch is
run
down.
Wow. Yeah, we are working
Interesting.
over the LAN. It's just us. Well, shucks, there's a hidden benefit to you staying here. We can carry on the show until this comes back, which hopefully isn't long.
We could.
Oh, you don't think it's like the crazy storms and stuff?
That's what I'm thinking.
Well, that would be bad, right on 250? I don't want that to be a thing. Let's not immediately quit on this. Maybe it'll come back. I didn't hear any big lightning.
You totally dropped out from me there a second ago.
Oh, I said let's hang
I
in.
just gotta. Oh, maybe that's delayed. That was me texting, by the way.
Oh, I see it there. Yeah.
Well,
So,
this some minute or two into splicing two videos together.
Jackie says people are going to bed soon. Please keep it down. That was an hour ago. It is episode 250, my sweetheart.
Yeah,
It's not an everyday show.
Nope. It's supposed to be special, and I think it has been special so far. Though it did get, what's the weather like right now? I'm actually gonna step outside and go look.
All right.
We're back.
Ah, see, it's funny when somebody with bad audio mutes their mic, you realize how bad it is. Like, bam, suddenly all that static which existed all show is suddenly really apparent. That's a thing. But I think I'm going to ask him how he feels about living here. I wonder how that conversation will go. Like how it compares to expectations and things like that. My windows are open and I don't hear any rain, but I don't know that I would with this headset on and stuff like that. So, still appears that my internet is down. I'm going to go to my router and take a peek at it. See if there's anything to learn. Make sure I'm not sharing it.
Well, it's raining, but nothing crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's just regular rain.
All I have is land traffic on my router. Mostly. Oh, interesting. I actually have a little WAN traffic, but it's like 6 kilobytes, 16 kilobytes. It's not anything significant. I wonder if I like go to a web page. Yeah, that's not working either.
Interesting.
Let's see how this goes for a minute. See if it comes back. How do you like living here so far?
It's good.
Tell the truth. How do you like living here so far?
It's good.
Yeah?
Nothing to say. Yeah, I don't know what to really expand upon. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know what more to say. Nothing has really drastically changed.
So you don't have a car. Do you ever feel trapped, on the like the property, and like you just wish you could go somewhere? Like that's how I might feel.
I don't feel trapped, but
Uh-huh.
do I wish I had a car and could drive? Yeah, but I also don't want to just go buy something right now for the sake of doing that too. Like, it'd just be nice to go for a drive, but like I don't need to go anywhere or feel trapped ever.
I mean, sometimes you must want to go places. Like you've got
Like where? I don't know anyone here.
supermarket. You have to buy milk or a movie.
I never did that. I don't like doing shit alone. I don't like going to the movies alone.
We'll have to go see that Martian thing.
Comes out this weekend.
I think it comes out tomorrow or literally today.
Yep.
Maybe we catch like it as a matinee. It's supposed to be pouring out. We could take a day off the stable and catch the movie.
Let's do it.
It might be a nice idea.
I would like to see that.
So is it raining or is it just like spitting like it's been for days?
It's spitting. Like,
oh God! Wash my gravel, please.
It was raining pretty good earlier, but it's just like spitting. I didn't totally walk out. I didn't have shoes on, but I stuck my hand outside.
Gravel looks nice, kinda.
It does. You did a good job on that. I noticed. It looks real good.
Yeah, my wife was impressed. I personally only see the imperfections, but by and large, it's light years better than he laid it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if gravel talk's interesting to people, but it is more dirty than rocky. Like I worry that when the dirt washes off, there's not enough rocks. So we'll see what it looks like. I feel like the guy kind of didn't quite do me like I expected. I wouldn't. I don't think I'd hire him again.
Yeah, I wouldn't. He seemed like a douchebag.
Yeah, I don't know. And take your fucking tobacco out when you're talking to a customer, you scumbag.
Southern folk.
How do you like working on the stable? How does it compare to your expectations?
Things definitely take longer than I
Yeah, I remember before you moved here, you were saying like, oh yeah, in like a week or two, not week, but like a month or two, we'll have this done.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you bust your ass for like, a week and, only the roof went on or something like that.
Very true. But, I feel like let me think right now. Let me readjust my assessment of when the stable will be done. I think the whole stable can be done. I don't know. It's hard because of the fucking rain.
Oh, it's been killing us.
Let me think. So, need to finish that roof.
Mm-hmm.
Sheathing needs to on the side. Need to demo one side, put up sheathing there.
Mm-hmm.
Rip off the top roof. Hardy plank goes everywhere. Reshingle, electrical. I think that's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not counting the doors. I think everything could be done by the very end of October. If it stops pouring.
I think
stops pouring.
I think if we did it this year, it would be.
Whoa, you really?
It's 3 months, isn't it?
That's
maybe the end
super
of
long.
November.
Think of what we did in 3 weeks because we've had a week of rain. Think of what we've done.
Mm-hmm. That rain, God. Dude, kind of rant about the rain for a second. One, It's been slowing me down in the stable. And the stable is also kind of my workout plan. Like, I feel good about myself when I'm exhausted. When I know I've lifted like 2,000 pounds of materials and drug them around and stuff like that. I feel like I just did a good thing for me. The rain is like the gym being closed. Like, there's just shit we can't do. And then on top of that, sorry, I'm thinking while I'm talking. Oh, it slows down the stable. And then this might be the worst part of it. There are a couple weeks a year, like I'll say 12 weeks maybe, 10 weeks. Like let's say 10. 5 weeks going out of summer and 5 weeks coming into summer, that North Carolina has the best weather on the planet, right? Low 70s, sunny skies, just beautifulness. And we are in the zone that is supposed to be amazing. The weather everybody likes. Everybody likes a high of 68 and a barely cloudy day, right? Just a few little things to break up the sun. And when we're supposed to be having that, we've had 2 solid weeks of rain. And I'm like, man, not only is it impacting my workout, not only is it impacting my sense of productivity on the stable, but it's also sucking down some of the loveliest weather that I should have been getting instead. And
that's true.
That's a thing.
Yeah, I think end of October, first week of November, because you have to remember everything we did in what I'm calling 3 weeks, because we really haven't done a lot this past week in all seriousness. We put up the blocking underneath one of the things and cut off some plywood. We tore down all the siding on that one wall that was remaining. Built back up a wall. Totally roofed, blocked up. 2 roofs essentially, with rafters and blocking and whatnot. Put all the pressure treated plywood on that. And that whole thing would have been done by now if it wasn't raining.
Oh yeah, and we have less than a day's work, and that'd be up. And then I think the vapor barrier that goes on top of the pressure treated all the plywood sheathing would be done in a hurry. I think in one day we'd get all the old roof off, the tin roof, and then I suppose we'd probably need to re-vapor barrier that whole thing so we can look at the plywood under it and see how much of it is junk. And maybe a day to remove the roof and a day to fix the bad sheets of plywood, and then start building it back.
Yeah.
I look forward to it, but right now,
clean the whole stable.
Oh, that was a big impact. Clean the whole stable. I sit here and secretly worry that we didn't fix the tractor. What do you think the odds are that we totally did fix the tractor?
100%.
It sure does seem that way.
I don't see how it started up every time since then, which is like 3 or 4 times or whatever.
Right? I feel like it was starting before today. It was starting properly like half the time. Oh no, I lost Chiz. And then it failed like 300 times in a row. And then now it works every time. So I guess it's fixed. I'm going to recall. I can see that my router's up. I have it in the other screen. My call button is grayed out. I don't know why that is. You can see some of our conversations. I can't even call Chiz back. How disappointing for an episode 250 for it to only go 2.5 hours. Maybe we'll try to do something and then combine the calls, because I would hate for this to be the way it goes. Yeah, he's telling me he lost me on the LAN. I'm going to end the recording here. I thought that this outage I'm having would be really temporary, and it doesn't seem to be. So I'm going to sort this out and see where we go. But for right now, I'm ending the recording, and then maybe we'll have a part 2 on this. We had like 3 prank calls picked out and more games, and it's so sad. And we're live. Here we are, PKA 250 part 2. We've been on a call for a good hour now. These guys are doing the show without you. And it was time to get this thing cooking. So, as you know, for you, just seconds ago, yesterday ended with a tech glitch. And I like the way Merker was saying. This is going to be a net gain. We're all going to come back fresh, ready to go. Kyle's got himself prepared to do some awesome things.
Yeah.
And Wings, do you want to recap the last hour of talking about the murders?
Oh, we didn't really talk about the last hour. We are currently going. We're obviously just happened the other day when Painkiller 250 started. A guy shot up a school in Oregon. It was like a community college, and we're sitting there looking at all the facts that they've put out on the internet or the rumors, and we're trying to decide what is real, what is not. And now we're looking at his dating profile right here, and it's got some pretty interesting stuff in it. Like, to throw it out right at the top, his dating profile name is Iron Cross 45. To me, which this is all speculation, Iron Cross is the independent symbol that Hitler used for Nazi Germany, and 45 is 1945. That's what I automatically go to when I see Iron Cross 1945.
I thought you were going to say 45, like 45 caliber handgun, 1911.
You know.
No, but that makes total sense. I really can't. There's no scoffing at what you just said there. It all makes sense. The year and the statement.
Yeah, it's the guy. I don't know. What do you guys think about him?
I'd like to see his dating profile. And like, I really haven't been following this, but I'm interested in a boyfriend.
I gave it to Chiz. Chiz, can you send it to him? We're having technical issues with the chat.
Woody.
Oh, I see. Mine didn't scroll down. So let's check out this guy's dating profile. Go to the big screen.
We should add, I'm not sure that this is, in fact, his dating
Right,
profile.
I want to point out the website
is
is called dailycause.com.
Daily Cause. Yeah, it's a very...
This is from Gawker, so you can go back to Gawker, which is usually reputable.
Daily Cause is a well-known liberal website.
Even still, like under any circumstances, that you should be
Sure.
This
I just
may or
want
may
you to
not
know
be
this isn't an unknown website. They do get stuff wrong, though. It's like a Huffington Post quality website.
I mean,
very
CNN
liberal.
gets plenty of shit wrong. Like, it doesn't matter who this is.
Yeah, that's
Any
true.
way you go, you can get wrong. But like,
Proceed with caution.
it
His
looks
hobbies and
legitimate.
interests include the internet, killing zombies, movies, music, and reading.
Kyle, this guy could be a fit for you.
Oh, God.
Right? Movies, killing zombies, the internet.
What a dumb thing to put on your hobbies and interests. The internet. That's
Well-
so broad.
Now, was
I
there
like
something about
food?
him on 4chan?
Do you think killing zombies
Yeah.
is going to make the pussy wet? That's the question.
You should pull
No.
up the 4chan thread because he basically went on 4chan the night before and was like, I'm paraphrasing, but he was like, some of you guys are cool. Don't go to school tomorrow if you're in,
Northwest.
Oregon or the Northwest or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And the thread goes on and on and on with people encouraging him, giving him ways to improve upon his kill count. Somebody said something like, you want to pretend like you're taking them hostage and herd them into a group. And put
Jesus.
them in a corner and then start shooting. And he thanked that person and said, good idea.
He said, "Thanks, keep me in your prayers."
Yeah.
Wow.
I did read
Well.
that thread too, but for
Wow.
everyone who was saying that, there were people who were like, dude, that's fucked up. You're a little
50-50.
beta bitch. So it wasn't everybody just egging him on.
I think he described himself as a beta bitch.
Oh, I don't.
His
I saw
profile doesn't
that
seem like a
on
beta bitch,
CNN.
though.
I don't know. I think I saw on CNN he described himself as a beta bitch, but I might be mixing things up.
That's CNN.
For anybody who don't know, beta is alpha and beta. Beta is like a submissive male type person.
What this guy should have done if he really wanted to go down as something in these profiles is, no matter who he hated for the upcoming election, he should have put avid Trump supporter, Trump for life, or just
This
Bernie
is for
Sanders is my
Huckabee.
man. Yeah,
This
this is
guy-
for Huckabee.
He claimed he was a conservative Republican.
Yes.
No, I wonder if
On
he
this
did
profile,
that,
at least.
right? Because clearly he's not helping with gun laws. How many kills did he get?
Last I heard was 13.
There's still people who could potentially die, is my understanding.
Yeah.
This
So
is bigger
it's
than I
yet
knew.
to
I
be
haven't
confirmed.
been following. So I did the show last night, and then I went to the movies this morning, and I'm just out of the loop. 13.
13
Yeah.
and,
It's
and 20
30
wounded or
plus
something like
total
that.
Shot,
Yeah.
right?
The numbers keep changing so
13
much.
and
There's-
pending.
Yeah, the numbers keep changing so much because of just discrepancies, and then they also change because people die. So it's hard to get an exact number on this, but it appears that I read one thing where they were claiming that this guy was going from person to person and asking if they were a Christian or not, and he was shooting the Christians in the head and the non-Christians in the leg or something. So there's just a lot of
I thought that
That's-
exact same thing happened in the 90s.
That seems like a trick question because I would have said yes to save myself and got
That's
shot in the head.
Yeah, you
I
don't
would
know
have
how
been
to answer.
what are you? And then you're dead.
I'm open to anything.
Yeah.
Which
Convince me.
I'm like you.
Yeah.
Very
I'm
impressionable.
whatever you want me to be.
I don't feel I have adequate information to answer your question. Could I have a privy question?
I'd like to phone a friend. So, what kind of weapon was he using?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what I asked Kyle, and we didn't get an answer.
I don't think
I haven't seen an image yet. I
I think
like
that's what I was
the-
saying. He shot 30 plus people because there's 20 wounded and 10 plus dead. So I'm like, is it some kind of rifle with multiple?
You got to think a black
magazines?
rifle. You have to think a black rifle with that kind of damage.
A black rifle.
Yeah, like an AR-15 or
Oh.
something like that.
The one that traditionally.
I'm just
looked at
suggesting,
as
you don't go
scary.
you don't kill 13 people with a shotgun in a quick period of time.
I
You definitely
disagree
could.
with that. I do.
You-
If they're
you
hurting
can't
them like
with-
cattle, chikaboom, chikaboom,
If you have a nice pump shotgun and you remove the plug and you've got 6+1 or whatever it can carry, that's a lot of damage.
Right,
No.
right. But
He had a lot of
Yeah.
guns.
yeah.
What I'm
Yeah.
reading here is the weapons found at the school include 5 pistols, 1 rifle, and a flak jacket.
Okay, so
The,
I
the jacket was
black jacket.
outfitted with the outfit was I'm sorry. The jacket was outfitted with steel plates and held 5 magazines.
That's a plate carrier.
Okay.
what's the difference between that? You were saying you don't like the
Well,
term flak jacket.
Yeah, because a flak jacket is what bomber crews would
is.
wear back in World War II,
Yeah.
and they don't protect. They're not bulletproof. They protect against flying shrapnel from the anti-aircraft fire, which they go up to a certain altitude and they just blow up. That's how anti-aircraft fire works, indirect fire anyway. So like a flak jacket and a Kevlar vest and a plate carrier are 3 very different things. If we had a plate carrier, which is what that you just described, that's what I mean. That's what I use in my videos and stuff. That's what I advertise for. Like,
you can't be stopped.
So they're calling the rifle an assault rifle.
Of course they are.
But so one would assume it was one of the black guns. Beyond that, and 5 pistols. It's hard to get a list.
1 for each limb.
Did you give his penis a pistol as well?
He's got
not to
2
make light
arms,
of the situation, but like,
and his dick. Yeah.
why doesn't anybody make improvised explosive for these kind of things? Like, it would be so much more effective.
That's happened before.
Well, they tried that in multiple.
They tried that in Columbine, but they failed. But like, you could just, Molotov cocktails.
You're disappointed they weren't successful.
I'm not disappointed they weren't successful. But I'm like, if you're going through this level of preparation, you have a plate carrier, you have 5 pistols, you're obviously going to be dropping guns when the magazine runs dry. You know, that kind of deal. And you're obviously planning ahead. You got 8 IPs while you're telling people you want to get the notoriety, you want to get this time right here on the microphone.
Well, if he was doing the whole, asking a question, which this is the first I've heard of that, then it wouldn't make sense for him to use a bomb. Also, as far as like the legacy that I'm sure he wanted to maintain from doing this, it's a lot more impersonal to just blow something up than to go around and as the person.
How'd he die?
Them.
Did the police shoot him?
No,
Did
he's
he shoot
not dead.
himself?
He was in custody, right? Yeah, he's gonna probably get the death penalty, hopefully.
I thought he got killed yesterday.
No, he went into custody, I believe. Tyler,
I don't know very much about the guy. I've noticed that
I'm sure a quick search would answer this question.
I've noticed that they're focusing a lot on this this one guy who tried to stop him, that charged at him and got shot 5 times or whatever.
I put Oregon shooter dead. The first thing CNN: Oregon shooter gunman dead after college rampage.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
He's dead. After Sandy Hook, I went and bought an assault rifle because there was a lot of talk of them getting banned, and I kind of wanted one before they were banned. There were people at the gun store just hanging out to watch the Christmas frenzy, of all the people buying assault rifles. A little part of me wishes that I think that right now the gun stores are probably swamped, that everyone's kind of going in there to get their rifles.
I can link you to some. I was looking on the Gun Deal subreddit last night, and they had some AR-15s for $500 and less. So, yeah, if you ever want to stock up, just let me know. We'll. I got a neighbor, and he was buying Mosin Nagants one day. He was buying a whole fucking case of them, which is 10 rifles, and I was like, you collecting these things? What's the deal? He's like, no. When the government falls apart, I'll need these. And I'm like, you're gonna fight the government with Mosin Nagants? He's like, no.
Before.
He's like, no, those are for my conscripts. I'll have my scar. But anybody who needs a rifle and wants to work for me, they get a Mosin. And I'll have me a whole squad of guys. He's like, I got 85 of these motherfuckers. And he did. He's got the bayonets and everything. So he's ready to arm up a whole regiment of guys.
They're the 1st Battalion, also known as cannon fodder.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That must be that must be what he falls asleep to every night, is just fantasies of when it all comes crumbling down. Who's going to come to me first?
Kyle.
Maybe an attractive blonde?
Yeah, I look at those people the same way I look at Christians. Like, they're always ready for the apocalypse.
Is he thriving in this world?
That guy? Yeah, he's a sergeant in the police force. Somewhere.
Because sometimes I feel like the people that are anxiously awaiting for the apocalypse, for the fall of the nation, for the government to collapse, the $4 quadrillion global economy to come just vanish into nothing. Oftentimes, they're not really killing it right now, and they think they do better in this imaginary world.
Not the ones who are the best at it. There's a whole, the whole Doomsday Prepper show alone. Those are not broke people. They're very well off. They literally have another house they go to for this. Yeah, they build underground cities. There are the crazies that anti-government Fight Club type people. But those that take this shit very seriously, like the guy buying cases of guns, they're well off.
It takes all kinds. I know guys who are multi-billionaires, and their preparation for really any kind of disaster that in which they'll need to take care of their safety personally. Let's just leave it at that. Whether it's a government takeover or a government collapse or an invasion of the Chinese and the Mexicans banding together, whatever. His preparation is extensive. There's underground reservoirs. There's a full lockdown mode. There's multiple 50 caliber machine guns around. There's a sniper tower. He's fully independent with all of the necessities like electricity. There's oxygen purifiers that'll pump the air underground to where the bunkers are. Like, there are people who take it very seriously.
Do I have the guy right?
No, absolutely not. No.
I got a question about this.
It would
Kyle.
take 100 of that guy to equal this guy's worth. Like,
okay.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of money.
I got a question for you, Kyle, since we're on bunkers. I've always wondered this. How do you stop somebody from stuffing like a potato into your oxygen source to get you out of the bunker?
Well, ideally
Hopefully
they
you have
would
more than
know-
one source, right?
More than one, and you just
Yeah, but the fact is, you're
you're
locked down. They have all the time in the world to slowly go around and sabotage you.
Well,
if
ideally
want
they
you out.
wouldn't know where you are to begin with, and you don't just have a pipe sticking out of the ground like.
I mean, like, do you go like Rapture? Like, do you like build trees?
Everyone's answered but Kyle.
I know. The only one who knows. So
It's a lot of preppers.
The idea of the bunker isn't like a fortress mentality where like you'll never get me, I'm down here, because that shit doesn't work if you think about it. They'll just wait up there till you starve. The idea is to survive, a bombing or a fallout or something like that, or to protect your goods and stuff. It's really a hidey hole more than anything. And your air supply can be sent pretty far away, and you can use boosters to power that air and circulate it appropriately. But the answer is you couldn't. If they found your oxygen supply, they could jam it up, I guess. But the idea would be that you wouldn't want them to know where your bunker was, much less the oxygen supply for the bunker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I've thought about how long I would survive in like the apocalypse. Like, even if I was really outfitted, I would only last until I ran out of contacts. And then it's like, well shit, because I'm like legally blind. I can't see anything.
By the time you get here, I'll be governor of a pretty large area, okay? And my conscripts will be on the lookout for an owl-like man. They'll bring you to where we've got sort of a Thunderdome situation.
I'll be walking through the woods.
Yeah.
What's the deal? Face the wheel.
In Georgia, and just hear loud whoosh, whoosh, and then you'll come out from behind a tree. It's about time you arrived.
I don't. It's hard for me to gauge how I do well in an apocalypse situation. In some regards, a lot of my skills are only available in this fully modernized world, right? Like, I'm pretty good with computers. I'm pretty good with the internet. All that shit will be worthless. But I've got some other skills too. People might value. I was thinking the construction stuff, the woodworking, etc.
You put that down on the list of apocalypse survival skills, Taylor. Swimming.
Yeah.
Although I'll say,
get lobsters,
dude, the TV show Survival, so that was popular a while back, right? Survival started when I was like, I don't know, 25 or something. Yeah.
Survivor.
I'm saying it wrong, but Survivor, the TV show, in those first episodes, I'm like, dude, I would fuck everybody up in these swimming challenges. Like, they had to go to the bottom and get a ring, and they can hardly hold their breath and go down 12 feet. Like, you ridiculous fucking rocks of people. You are horrible at this. They have to, like, go 30 yards sideways, and then, like, and they're all exhausted and ruined. 30 yards? There are episodes of Survival where I would be a total ace in the hole in some of those challenges, even today.
It wasn't very representative in the beginning of Survival. I don't know how they do it now, but it used to be like what you said, like swim 35 yards, get the ring, come back. You have to do the monkey bars for 5 whole monkey bars. Count them, 5, and then you get a luau pork feast.
Motherfucker, I could do 2 monkey bars.
So the reason why those competitions were so lame and easy was the reality shows weren't really a thing yet. You had The Real World on MTV, but this was the first like blockbuster reality show Survivor was. So there weren't, like, nowadays there are people who train and send their tapes to every reality show. Like, they'll send it to like the wilderness survival people. They'll send their tape to like The Real World. Anything in every way they can get on television, they're just sending audition tapes out, and they're pumping iron to, like, in case they get one of the hard ones. Like, there are actual acrobats who are going out and trying to do these challenges now.
Dude,
but back then it was just average Joes.
Back then it was way more representative of the population.
Look who won. An overweight gay man who'd never played. He was completely unathletic. He was just a weasel. Like, at the end, the vote, one woman had like the casting vote, and she's like, I have to choose between a rat and a snake. And I guess I'll choose the rat.
Yeah.
And that was how he won.
And her logic was like, well, this guy, I thought she chose a snake, but I could be wrong. But yeah, like this guy's a snake, but at least he's like an out snake, and you know the snake is there to bite you. This person pretends to be your friend. She's the weasel. She's that, and I'm not going to let her win. So he chose the one who was more like outgoing about how he was there to fuck everyone up.
So that guy's name was Richard Hatch, and he won the $1 million. Didn't pay the taxes on that money and had to go to fucking jail.
Yep.
So it ruined him. Hey,
What a
so
jackass.
Colin does parkour, and the parkour he does is pretty mild, although he's getting better, and it sometimes surprises me. But his coaches are like legit like athletes you don't see every day, and they're all wanting to be on American Ninja. I was like, I asked him about it. I brought it up. I'm like, have you guys applied for American Ninja? They have, the ramp wall where you have to go up. Mm-hmm. They have that in their gym, and it's high. Like it's intimidating just to look at. And he goes and does it and makes it look easy. He spends his whole day climbing and bouncing around like a monkey. He belongs on American Ninja. I'd like to see him do some damage in there.
See, but that's what they would show, like new shows with the Survivor and shit. It'll show like Meet Timothy. In his spare time, he scales walls, and it'll be like a montage of him doing push-ups. And like the 1996 Survivor was like, "Here's Greg. He's a substitute teacher." There's like a picture of him grading papers.
That's exactly right.
I'm just trying to make enough money to pay the rent through the summer. I need something.
Carrying the groceries in.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I
My wife said not to go. She doesn't think I can win, but fuck her. I'm gonna do it.
Pushing my independence.
Yeah.
You want to do another game?
Yeah.
What was the score when we left off? Were we winning by
Smoking
one?
the Bandit winning.
It was 6-5.
What was my
Smokey
teammate?
and the Bandit had the lead.
And that's them?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's them.
And we're soft serve?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So,
Cheers. What's the game?
I think we're going to go back and do some more guess the definitions.
Oh, thank God
for
it's
this
not the
game.
story one. Go on.
No, there's a big story game later.
We don't want to do story games. Can we cancel those?
Nope. This
Guess
is one
the
that required
definition. All right.
This.
I'm
guess
ready.
the definition. All right. Let's see. Who am I going to give this to? Taylor?
Huh.
I'm going to give it to your team first, okay?
All right.
You can get this point tied up right here. You don't want to chug that beer? You want to chug that beer, though. All right. The word is stall brother. Stall brother.
Oh, it's when you're taking a shit and there's a guy next to you and you're both taking a shit at the same time and you kind of form a little bond. Maybe you run out of toilet paper and you don't want to reach you want to like snap underneath. You don't want to tap your foot over. That's the universal sign of let's get handsy. So you just ask for it, and then suddenly it's... Yeah.
You're just going on and telling stories at this point. I want to get the point right. It's totally when you bond with the guy in the stall next to you, right?
Yes.
That's it.
That has to be it. That makes the most sense.
Since we're getting thrown us to a no answer, I'm gonna
go ahead and throw this over to Team Smoking the Bandit right now. If you want to go ahead and take a stab in the dark with this one.
I will take a stab in the dark.
Hey, but a moment. Did he just answer the question correctly? Because I think we should know that. Because
I know this. He answered the question correctly.
I'm not. No, I don't give that to you because your answer might be
take
funny.
a shot, Kyle. We both
what
get
game
one.
does that happen?
You're about to throw away
than
this
the
round.
Chiz game?
You're about to throw away this round.
Here's my answer. A stall buddy is a buddy that you go to a glory hole with, and you take turns sucking other guys off.
That
So
took
it's
a
like
turn.
an adult video. Have you ever been to an adult video, like Parlor or anything?
We have an airport video here.
A parlor?
A parlor? What are you from? 1952? A parlor?
Yeah, like an adult bookstore,
You
like
tell
where they
us.
got the, you go in the back and
would
put
know,
the
right?
quarters in and punch the machine. There's cum all over the walls and the floor. Is that what we're talking about?
So
not.
you each person gets to answer from the team. So
I think
Wings
that's what
answered.
we're talking
so
about.
go ahead, Kyle. You give your answer for stall brother.
And this is a stall brother, Stall.
Yes.
Huh. Stall brother. Yeah, I think it's that. I think it's the guy that you bring with you to like the adult bookstore where they got those stalls in the back where you put the money in. And remember in Boondock Saints, the screen goes up and you got the girl in the middle doing nasty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently in some of them, the chick will like stick her ass through and you can like give the chick a rim job right there. And your stall brother would be the guy who's there taking the pictures for you.
Okay, no, that's not the answer. None of you got it.
What?
This is the definition. A person who enters and occupies a public restroom stall adjacent to a stall that is already occupied, despite the fact that there were other stalls available that would have allowed a buffer, negatively affecting the enjoyment of your activity. An offense similar to occupying the middle urinal. Now,
Okay, well,
I'm going to award the point to Team Soft Serve, as you were trying really hard and you were as close to getting the definition right as possible. Kyle seems to be attacked by nature right now.
I got
This monitor's flailing
I have
around.
no idea what's going on over there.
We lost the point last
Yellow
night in the
Jacket.
story game because our shit wasn't funny enough. But it was correct. They get a point today because it's correct, but it wasn't
but
funny
we were
enough.
closer. You
They
guys
weren't
weren't
as-
even close.
they
Kyle's
weren't
answer of
even
somebody
close.
watching somebody else give head
And I
and
made
like
fun
taking
of it as
pictures.
amusing. They were close.
A rim job.
Yeah, but we described how to become Mr. Universe, where they described how to
No,
jerk
you
off
didn't.
while changing
Let's-
the oil.
let's
Can we
get
move
rid of
on
that
to the
phallus
next-
Of you thinking you explained
You know, there's
Mr.
2 versus 1 here.
Universe.
Kyle, you're not on my side with this.
I am on your side, but I would rather move along than try to argue with Emperor Chiz.
You're just wrong.
Kyle, you've
Let's
never been
find out
sexier
right
than you are right now.
now.
Person on my team, do you agree with me?
Gonna throw this one over to Wings. You're gonna answer first for Team Smokey and the Bandit. This is called pre-wake. 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 What is the
Pre-wake?
What is
What is pre-wake?
Oh,
Go on.
a pre-wake. I'm going to go ahead and say a pre-wake is like a dream that you have that you don't realize that you're still sleeping.
Okay. Does Kyle want to go next?
Okay. Yeah,
Um,
he does.
A pre-wake is something that you do to your significant other while they are still asleep. That some sort of sexual act.
Really?
Yeah, before they wake up.
An
I
example
think-
or 3?
I think a pre-wake is when you get completely drunk prior to the funeral, so that you don't have to, sit through a boring service.
That's a good one.
Taylor, you want to throw one out there?
Or the wake is when you're dead. Pre-wake could just be synonymous with life as a whole. You know, it's you're living your pre-wake.
God, that was what a
dark.
what a shitty answer.
They took the only
You
other
have
3
to
I could
laugh.
think of.
Woody
Yeah.
actually nailed the definition. A party held in honor of an ill individual expected to die soon, often a family member.
Woody, well done.
Yeah, I got skills.
Yeah.
I thought wake. I thought like a boat. As
I thought it was my
wake.
first
I
impression
thought
too.
of
You know, it's
When
like,
when you said sleeping, I was like, oh, I didn't think of that. So
does that mean we take the lead?
Oh
You
yeah.
have just
Surge ahead?
taken the lead. Well, surge ahead. It's 7-6. You're ahead by 1.
You must be so embarrassed.
Don't shake your head because I gave you the word first. Don't say it was easy or anything. It's not my fault. You've got bad word association. I'll even give you no. I'll give this one to Team Soft Serve first.
Okay.
No. I'll give this to Team Shitbags.
Wait, isn't
over
it
there.
my turn?
Yeah, but I'm changing it up, okay? Because they might think this is too hard. Or
You know
too
what,
easy. I don't
Chiz?
want to hear any bitching.
Good
from
decision.
The rule
Good
set
decision,
is-
Chiz. I
Thank
like the
you,
way you're
Woody.
running this.
Thank you. All right, Kyle. What is Mormon first base?
oh shit, that's probably marriage.
Yeah.
Mormon first base.
That's the best answer.
Um,
That's a great answer, Wins. What is Mormon first?
Are they
base?
overly zealous sexual people?
no, they're not. We're gonna go backwards for this. Mormon first base. It has to be less than kissing. So it's I don't know. What act with it? Like holding hands? I have to take that. Like
Okay.
if you were saying survey says, I would say holding hands.
And
We'll
wings.
go with this. It's another way of saying they're getting married.
All right, I'm going to say Mormon first base is eye contact.
I would have. I wish Wings had said that.
No, I think
Cover your
I think
bases.
Wings.
I
won
feel like
this
that's
one.
a good.
You think
Marriage?
Wings got this one?
No,
yeah?
I think
Wings might have this one.
Oh
with
my
marriage.
God, Taylor, just give him the point.
I'm trying.
You know,
Kyle.
Chiz, I got to say Wings is pretty clever with this one.
It was
Mormon
good.
first base is engaging in hand-to-hand contact. In other words, holding hands.
See? I would have said that had
Yeah,
I
man.
gone first, but what can you do?
That's true.
All right.
There you go. Now it's
Hey,
all tied
Woody,
up
you
again.
want to throw a big fit about how unfair this is?
No, but Chiz, I like your hat.
Look at this. You'll still have to chug that beer, Taylor.
Um,
Just because you're the only one who is willing to do that.
I can only kiss so much ass. Would you give us a point?
All right. So I'm going to throw this one over. This will be the last one for this round. We'll do a smaller round later, and then we're going to get to some big shit later on. All right? This one is, Woody, what is Arctic fever?
Arctic fever.
What is Arctic
fetishizing the Eskimos.
I think it's actually when you get down and depressed because you haven't had enough sunlight.
My answer is that you've got like the hots for Eskimos or people in
fur.
Like, does anybody else live there? You know, Inuits, is that the word? Inuits and Eskimos.
When you masturbate to mittens.
When you just can't stop thinking about, oh, I'd love to have a dinner of frozen seal with you. You know,
Some blubber.
yeah, some blubber. While we're making uncomfortable love with 4 coats on.
All right. So I think
They fuck you in
Taylor's
this
got
Pringles
it.
can.
So I think Taylor's got it. But the only other thing that I could think of, and it's kind of in a different direction, Arctic fever could be something that happens to people when they're in the Arctic, and there's long periods of no daylight. When it's like dark for months at a time. Maybe Arctic fever is something caused by that circumstance.
I'm gonna go this route.
Go on.
When your body gets so cold that you actually get hot because you start breaking down at a molecular level.
You start shivering, maybe.
Yeah, you actually start to get hot when you're about to die of hypothermia. I'm gonna call that Arctic fever.
All right, Shiz, what's the answer?
You guys.
I thought I got it right.
Just
I thought
wrong.
I think
across
all
the
4
board.
of the answers
Really?
could possibly. Wow. What the fuck?
Ever
is
heard
it?
of jungle fever, perhaps? Have you heard of that term? Okay.
Totally.
So that's what
You're not
Taylor's was.
fucking jungle people when you have jungle fever.
That Taylor
it is when
nailed
you
it.
are attracted to white girls only. You racist motherfuckers.
That's kind of what Taylor said.
That I was the
He
closest.
said fucking Eskimo people. Eskimo people
Arctic.
aren't even white.
Arctic fever, yeah, but he's totally on point with it.
You know, I took it a
No,
little
that's
too
not
literally.
on point.
My person freezing to death could have been white.
Yeah.
There are.
One said
I think
freezing
that
to
jungle
death.
fever clearly applies to black people, but I don't feel like Arctic fever clearly applies to white people.
It doesn't
I
matter
feel like
what you think.
Yeah.
the 4 of us did a great job at this. Urban Dictionary should feel bad.
Well, the 9,000 people disagree with you.
This
Well,
is
white
going to be
people in
revised
Australia,
as soon
Chiz.
as this episode comes out.
You have to award a point to somebody for that one.
Yeah.
How about we just do another
It's
one?
totally Chiz.
Come on,
Not-
mine was the funniest.
I mean, it's totally Taylor, I mean to
mine
say.
sounded like a thing. I bet if you look it up, what I described really is a thing.
What did you describe?
I don't even remember what yours was.
It's when so when people there's
Forgettable.
research stations in the Arctic, and they have to go through those prolonged periods where it's nighttime for a month or more months at a time, or it's daylight for months at a time.
Yeah,
And
but
I
that's
call
called a
that
whiteout.
Here's a
though,
way to look at
No,
it.
I said that, and I
Both
said it
parts of
before
me-
Kyle.
Yeah,
The answer
Woody
had to entail
basically said the same
banging and
thing.
a type of person. I was the only one who hit both of
You
those.
were the closest one, and none of them really made me chuckle. I gotta give it to Taylor.
8-6.
All of yours were focused on the fever thing. You weren't thinking figurative like jungle fever.
I thought
Oh.
figuratively, but it
Taylor
sounded like
was.
an Eskimo thing. It made sense that you'd be
Yeah,
attracted to.
my mindset was Merker's got
Okay.
it right. I'm
Fuck it,
gonna
we're
try to
gonna
make
do we're
something.
gonna do 2 more just to wrap
Go
this
ahead,
thing up
let's
right
do
now.
this, let's
Right
do
now,
this.
The score 7-6. Right
8-6. 8-6.
That's
Can we call it a
basic.
surge now? Are we surging?
now. Wings, I'm gonna throw this in your ballpark. You go ahead and answer first.
It better be about a truck.
Sphincter trembles.
A sphincter tremble.
Sphincter trembles.
That's
Sticking
when a
your
girl.
grandma's finger
That's
in
when
the
a girl orgasms so hard that she actually gets the shakes.
Okay, do you know what the sphincter is?
It's your asshole.
Okay. Because we're all on the same
And
page.
I think he's describing that during the orgasm, her sphincter is pulsating and stuff, and that's what that's describing. So what's it? Give
Just
me
for
the
the
phrase
record,
again.
the body has lots of sphincters.
Sphincter trembles.
All right.
I-
So my
Nobody
guess.
uses these fucking words. I'm putting this out there.
No, they don't. No.
Doesn't matter.
My guess is it's some sort of gastrointestinal distress. It's some sort of a diarrhea issue. That's what I'm going to go with. You're shitting yourself because of your sphincter trembles.
I've changed the whole game plan here. My guy is to be vague as fucking possible and try to get in the realm of the correct answer.
No, yours was good. I like
I-
yours.
I think that Kyle is headed in the right direction. I'm going to solidify it a bit more.
Oh,
it's not just shitting yourself.
Okay.
It's when you eat something and, like, if you, let's say that 2 days before, you ate a bunch of fried chicken and shit, and you get that little tremble where it's like you know that something is imminent.
Okay.
There is something that's going to happen soon, and you can't escape it. And so you get that tremble, and suddenly, you know, you have to find a location for release as quickly as possible.
You've been given your warning. You need to.
Yeah. It's kind of like it's like a tremor before an earthquake, where it's like, oh, there's no avoiding it at this point.
I love Taylor's answer. I might have given it had I been first, but since it's taken, I'm going to say sphincter trembles are that post-orgasmic pleasure you get after peeing.
Ooh. That's actually pretty good.
You have
when you kind of get that little.
If you don't gasm after every pee, I just feel sorry for you.
You mean? Before?
I get it in the shoulders. I don't get
But
it.
it's not a gasm. It is like a 100.
I get it in the shoulders.
Gasm.
Well, apparently, I'm an outstanding peer.
It's like on the same level as a good sneeze.
I want to go to the doctor and get a little.
Oh, I like it the way it is.
So none of those were the right answer.
Uh-huh.
None, once again, sphincter trembles are fear of relaxing the sphincter after a few days without a poo. So, as in, you haven't had a shit for a while. You don't know what's going on. Yeah, you're afraid to go, use the bathroom now because you've got, the Berlin Wall is about to come.
You're in too deep.
I feel like Taylor was close on that one.
Taylor was pretty goddamn close, and I really
and kind of
enjoyed that
funny.
answer.
Yeah,
kind of funny.
9-6.
It's 9-6. Team Smokey and the Bandit here.
It's
I'm giving you
win
them first.
when the judge keeps awarding you for incorrect answers.
No,
I've
you're
gotten
all
the last
wrong.
two really correct.
But he was closest to being right.
And funny.
We are bending you over the
How
barrel.
is he
Hey, what's
not?
that mean? Team
In-
Smokey
In the
Bandit.
last round, it was a question about fucking white women, and he's the only one that gave an answer about fucking anyone. So how is that not close to right? And this one was about nearly shitting yourself.
Hey,
not
It wasn't.
orgasms. You all gave orgasm answers for some reason.
I gave the shit answer too, and he just
Kyle did go give the shit answer.
I said that
Can-
it was
there's-
gastrointestinal distress.
Next
and
definition?
Somehow
I don't think the arguing
gastrointestinal
is good
distress
showmanship.
wasn't as.
I
don't think Chiz is showing good judgingship.
I am though. Who would you have given the point to? I would have asked them.
I don't know why you have to keep awarding points.
Well,
You're
I have to
like,
give them to someone.
Somebody's got to get it.
Yeah, you either got to be funny or be close to right or right. It's really not that hard to follow these rules. It's not.
Next
Taylor
word,
was funny
please.
and close to right. The last word for this segment is snap ho. And I'll give it to Taylor first right now because I gave them some to try and help go first. But snap
can
ho
you
to Taylor.
spell it?
A snap ho.
SNAPHOE. Snap ho.
Language of origin?
I have an
Urban
answer.
Dictionary.
Taylor, do you want to? Can I go first?
Yeah, you can go first, Woody.
I think a snap ho is someone who uses Snapchat to send their sexting off. Their nudes, their semi-nudes, whatever. A snap ho is pretty risque over Snapchat.
That's a good one. It could also be snap to denote the speed at which they can come over, like a snap ho.
I like it. I like it.
Immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a synonymous with booty call.
A
maybe?
booty call who's Johnny on the spot.
Yeah, just
I
very quick.
know. We're like 15 questions in. I would like to say we should probably get two different, things for each team.
Yeah, it's also not fair for this team to go second in any case.
Wait, what are you talking
We've been
about?
alternating
We both
on that.
have different words.
No, you have time to steal, and I give you the question.
Yeah, but
first.
you have to tell them that they're wrong, so we know that we have time to.
No,
steal.
I don't. That you have to try and give the
You know,
best
normal
answer.
games would do this.
No.
Everybody is getting so fucking pouty. Just answer. Who
Why are they
cares?
so? If they got it right, it doesn't matter. The game would end now. The whole point is to be entertaining
Would it?
right now.
For one moment, I'd like to be a judge. Wings. What's your answer? That was my moment.
You have my answer, Woody.
What is it again?
No. The answer that you had was pretty much my answer. It's a girl that's very flirtatious on Snapchat.
Kyle, would you like to take a shot at this?
I don't know. No, I don't have one.
Okay. I think we're going to get another point.
I mean, you're wrong, by the way. It's a pay-per-view stripper who uses Snapchat's Snap Cash feature to make money. So it wasn't
Snap
just a hoe.
cash. What is that?
Yeah.
All right.
They have their own money.
I was close.
You were close, but everyone gave up. That's the thing. You're quitters. I just can't believe
Oh
this.
my lord, we let everybody down. It's good thing we're not playing. It's good
The
thing we're
point
not
of the
playing
show.
Monopoly.
Do you really care about the point? The point is to be funny, okay? Or try to, and in the process of answering the question correctly. If you just think someone got it right, why are you giving up?
Hey, I have a
What do you didn't
joke.
get it right? No one got any of those
I
right.
know you play Call of Duty with me.
Hey, I got a joke. Why do women? Why do sumo wrestlers? Why do sumo wrestlers shave their legs? Why do sumo wrestlers shave their legs?
The best part of this
Tell
joke
us.
is going to be you fucking it up at the beginning.
Tell us.
To avoid being mistaken for feminists.
Oh,
Oh, there were a lot of a very multifaceted joke there.
That was
that was actually a good joke. You guys motherfuckers think got no sense of humor.
No, that wasn't bad. Okay, for that most recent word definition thing, though, I think that should be a pass. Nobody gets a point on that one.
Of course, you're
It's pretty
fine.
poor.
It's 8-on-6, 8-6 right now.
All right, I
96.
accidentally
We
told a
score
good
surging.
joke. Police arrested 2 kids yesterday. One was drinking battery acid, and the other was eating fireworks. They charged one and let the other off.
Oh my god! Not only is that a joke, I've heard 1,000.
Is that a joke or is that
I'm
like
pretty
a
sure you've told that one before. I think.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
almost
remember it.
confident on
it
PKA.
checks all the boxes then. Mission accomplished. A bad joke, a repeated
joke, but
story.
it checks
I'm
out.
on fire today. It totally checks out.
Yeah, I have no
So
idea.
bad.
Why? Why was one let go?
Do you want a new topic?
Yes.
Yes. No, let's just ponder on that bad joke.
All right. So this one's a little out of the box. You're going to have to work with me on it. God announces that we get DLC. What are game developers adding to life?
Can you make that question more specific?
No.
Uh,
so
How do you
so
make
it was an Ask Reddit question, and the top rated answer, which was pretty neat. God develops DLC. What does he add to life? Restore some from save file. That's a neat one.
That's what a cop out, stupid answer. Because restoring for save file would also mean going back to that generation of time too, not just the
You know what?
hell.
I want motherfucking health regeneration.
Health regen. Okay. A visible
Yeah, but
health
think
bar
about
was
real
an
life.
answer.
How would that help unless you got hit by a car?
Yeah, you're not a game.
That would help it. That would help in multiple cases. If you take life very soft and camp real good, your health is always going to be topped off.
I want custom skins.
Ooh, I like it. Custom skins. Kyle's playing this game right.
Now Kyle's got the race card in his wallet. Just in case.
Is it because I'm Asian? Hey,
But God, just imagine all the people with, like gigantic dicks on their face when they have to custom skins.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
I just want a palette to
doesn't-
choose from. That's all. I want a whole like just a Rolodex full of
I
whatever.
want superpower DLC. Yeah.
Superpower. I would want that
Not just for
that
me,
one
everyone. We need
from
to live
Tony
in that
Hawk Pro Skater, where you can turn off gravity and it would just be mayhem everywhere for everyone. Just people trying to just take normal steps and they
Well,
floating away.
Well, if you
We'd
turn
all-
it off, we would just
we'd all
keep
die
going
pretty quick,
up.
'cause
Yeah.
It would take
I
me a
think the
year to realize
atmosphere-
gravity was off because I'm still in this fucking
You'd have
chair.
to jump from building to building and hope there was
So
a roof.
if you turn gravity off, I think instantly all the volcanoes on Earth would erupt, and then at the same time, I'm pretty sure the atmosphere would be dissipating into space at the same time. So I don't
Okay,
think we'd
so-
last very long.
Yeah, but health regeneration.
You know what I'd
Just-
like? I'd like to put metabolism on a slider bar, right? Make it adjustable like field of view. So I could just, like eat what I want down that. Or if, for example, I wanted to save money on food, I could slide it in the other direction.
Fast travel, that'd be nice.
Fast travel,
would be good.
I like
No
that.
more airplanes or security.
Superpower, that's what I said. Just go ahead and fly.
That's good. What
Yeah,
else
but
is there?
fast travel would like destroy all kinds of like lanes. Like does a truck driver get in his truck and be like, I want to go to Chicago right now, and be like, boop, I'm
Not a
here.
practical question.
We're not changing.
Okay.
Yeah, it does
I was
destroy
thinking-
segments of the economy. I hear you, but
Yeah.
This is gonna destroy the transportation sector.
Like, how many people are going to be jobless and homeless? But hell, they can go to their aunt's house.
there might not be
You
warehouses
know what
at
you
all.
could do with health regen, what you were saying, Wings, is you could do a ton of heroin or meth or crack or coke or whatever you want. Have a
Taylor's
great
getting
time.
it.
And then just be like, you know what, I'm just going to health regen.
Yeah, you
Just
just
let
take
me-
your
let me take
fucking
2
nap.
minutes.
Let my liver come back from binge drinking.
It should make the Halo sound. It should be like, whoa, 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 whoa. And then
Yeah. Just so you know, it's
I'm sitting there thinking Wolverine type powers over here, and you guys want to like destroy the economy.
I said superpowers, but you're right. Let's be more practical.
No, you didn't.
I did say super.
Did anyone else here, Chiz, say superpowers once?
I did, but I ignored it because
I've heard him
it's
say
like,
superpowers.
I wanted
but
him to
it's
get
not
specific.
It wasn't funny enough. I'm deducting a point from this.
That was a not specific, Mister. I want gravity off.
This is at -1 points now for the show.
That's one thing. I didn't say I want all the physics to be up in the air. Like I said, one aspect, gravity
Right.
off. But then Kyle pointed out would destroy all life.
I didn't know you needed that pointer.
Team
I thought it was
Soldier obviously
9-6.
wants to watch the world burn.
Isn't it 9-6?
No, you didn't get a point for that last round. Taylor said no.
No, it was 9-6. We would have been 10-6, but I figured that would have ruined their
No,
morale.
I don't think it was.
Either
We don't
way,
want your pity point.
I don't care. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
We get our half point back.
You're right. It was 9-6.
In the challenge section later, with flamethrowers and whatever else we have to do, we'll get some points.
Challenge section. Taylor made up the challenge section last night, and nobody has like said anything different. So I guess it's just going to be a thing. But he's the only one with challenge items. I'm
He's
pretty
the
sure
only
he
one
has
who's
alcohol
challenging, yeah.
and like hot sauce and maybe something else horrible. to
Yeah,
do.
right.
I've just got my flamethrower. I guess I got hot sauce inside or something. But
Wings is going to get something. This will be interesting.
I
See, that
can't
was
see
the thing.
Wings
That's why
camera
I
or
texted
Woody's
it.
camera.
I can't see
I
Woody's
can't see
camera.
Woody's or
Oh.
Wings either.
Well,
Really?
I can try to turn my Skype camera on and off again.
That would be
Nice.
lovely.
Yeah.
I did it. I don't
I
know
see.
it'll fix anything for you.
Yeah. Well, I started the challenge idea in our text last night where I'm like, oh, we could do like little tiebreaker things, like who can take this shot of hot sauce and act not awful for the next 10 minutes till it wears off, or who can drink this beer faster. And then I realized now that nobody else has supplies,
gonna
so it's
do
just
it.
going to be
Yeah.
free points.
I mean, we have the supplies that a normal household would have, I suppose. You just can't be like, oh, it's got to be Texas Pete
yeah.
100,000 flame sauce. Like I think we probably all got
No.
like
Frank's
generic
Red or something really.
Yeah, I've
common.
got Frank's. I've got Frank's. I've got.
And you probably have a beer in your house.
No.
No, not over there. Not they don't, and neither do I. Like I've got some alcohol, like champagne and stuff like that, and I got bottles of alcohol, but like not beers or anything.
I had a whole bag of ghost peppers.
Where'd they go?
I don't have those. So I actually, I'll eat a jalapeno.
That could bring them
and
up to
you eat-
10 points if he ate one.
Oh hell no! If I eat a ghost pepper, we win in this bitch.
Should
That would have
Wings
you up
try?
by 1.
Would it mess anything up if Wings turned his camera on and then off again?
No, I don't think so.
Would you try that, Wings? Like click the button off and then back on again? Because I can't see you right now. I think that might
You see
fix
Woody
it.
now, though?
I don't see Woody
I don't
either.
know.
I've got a spinning thing on
I've
his.
had the spinning thing the whole time. I haven't been able to see Wings since.
Trust me, I look great.
Oh,
At all.
I'm wearing a nice green shirt. It's one of my Guinness shirts because I think I own more beer-related shirts than I have actually drink beer. I got some nice black silk pants. They were custom made for somebody else's father. So they happened to fit me.
Wait, give me a
What
little
happened to the
backstory
father?
on that.
He died of cancer.
Oh.
Jesus.
I thought you were gonna
all
say,
right.
well, he didn't realize what he had in these silk pants, and
Did they bury him in them?
No. They obviously didn't bury them in him because I'm wearing them
Oh,
now.
You can dig him back up or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they got his name in them and all, so, you know.
So now I lost Wings'
you're wearing
video.
a dead guy's pair of silk pants.
Let's restart the call. Let's
Do it.
restart.
Awesome.
All right. All right. Now you have just me for a moment. Hopefully we get everybody. Hopefully this fixes
Yep,
all.
I can see you now.
You can see me?
Still can't see Wings, but I can see you.
I have.
I can see
I see
everybody.
Woody.
I see Chiz.
I don't see
Taylor's
Woody or
spinning,
Taylor.
and I
Yeah.
got no Woody, no Wings.
I got no Woody and no Taylor now.
Yeah, I've got.
There's Woody. Yay.
I
Now
got
you
Woody
no
and
Taylor.
Chiz, but no one else.
I need Taylor and Chiz.
Oh,
What kind of hot sauce? What kind of hot sauce does Taylor have there?
Taylor.
I've got
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Never
Frank's Red Hot, and then I've got Louisiana Extra Hot.
All right. How about we do this? Well, Taylor gets his camera up.
Says
I got-
it's up.
I got about half a bottle of Frank's here.
mind. That's nothing.
Let's see who can chug the most without stopping between me and Taylor.
That is a baby's hot sauce. Like that. Children.
It's gonna fucking suck when you drink half a damn bottle.
I don't want to drink half a bottle and have a ball of vinegar in my stomach for the next 9 hours. I feel terrible. And then
Well, it
Chiz
looks
is going
like
to be like,
Taylor's
oh, chug a
fucking
beer
out.
for a
I
point.
think
you know?
I think Team Smoking the Bandit gets 5 points.
No, I'll take a shot of hot sauce.
I didn't say 5.
But drinking a whole bottle of hot sauce, that's awful.
Well, we got to have a challenge here, Taylor.
That is the challenge, because it's going to be difficult
No,
to talk
how
about.
about the challenge?
Motherfucker, I'll do a shot of hot
Stop.
sauce right now.
You can do that for fun. How about who can drink theirs the quickest?
I have choose.
Wings or Taylor? Beer versus hot sauce.
A whole bottle
That's
of hot
not
sauce
fair.
versus
That's
one
not
beer?
fair. This has
No, he's got
vinegar in
half.
it, Chiz. This has got vinegar in it, Chiz. Like,
Yeah,
this really.
and his has alcohol in it and bubbles.
No,
true.
vinegar will fuck you up way quicker than alcohol.
Vinegar will fuck you up, kids.
That's why there's so many,
Dude,
programs
have
for
you ever
that.
tried drinking like 8 ounces of vinegar by itself?
No.
Actually,
It's like a
no.
train.
That's
Why
actually
would
what
I?
the VA is.
How, I mean, it hits you like a train and that you need to poop, or that you're
No,
drunk?
Like it feels like somebody punched you in the chest because it takes your breath.
Well, I've never drank enough vinegar to have an opinion.
You never got sat around after high school and be like, well, let's see who could drink the most vinegar.
No.
That doesn't sound right. But I
Well,
don't know
apparently,
enough about
motherfuckers in
vinegar
South
to
Carolina.
dispute it.
That's why we number 51, kids.
51, Puerto Rico's in front of you?
Well, no, the District of Columbia is considered a state in education.
Oh, okay, all right.
Do you have Taylor
Well, if
back?
I'm gonna compete with his half a bottle of hot sauce with my beer, I need to be able to see Wings. So Wings
Yeah,
enable your.
Wings is good.
Wings
I
is
have
on.
wings.
I don't have Taylor.
I don't have
Yeah, I
Taylor.
don't have Taylor either.
None of you have me.
Can you
God damn.
toggle your camera, Taylor? Do you know how?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Okay.
I had you before. I don't.
I had everyone
For some
before.
reason,
until
I'm at
Wednesday.
a handicap here. I need some extra incentive here. I mean, like, because this right here, I would rather
down
drink full
fucking
beer.
3 points.
Yeah.
What do you mean incentive?
Is it working?
I'll give
My
you-
Give
camera?
it a minute. Like Chiz's took
I would
2.5,
like to point out
3
my team
minutes.
has the flamethrower.
That's true.
We
Neither
got
of
an
us
ace
have
in
a
the hole.
flamethrower.
It's true. And when flamethrower comes, that'll help. Oh, look, his bum hurt.
Yeah, you got a little.
He had to
little
get a
sore.
pillow for his bum.
Is that what it
You got
was?
a Diet Pepsi.
He put
Does
a
that
pillow
count?
down.
He's wearing sweatpants. There's
Hey,
not
how's
much
your
going on.
tuchus? How's-
Why are you wearing sweatpants about to use a flamethrower?
Hey!
Yeah,
MeUndies.
MeUndies.com.
Is my camera back up yet?
Did we do our Squarespace ad?
We haven't.
Yeah.
We did.
We did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We did the second one? All right.
Right towards the end of the first section.
Well, Squarespace, kids, it's flipping awesome. I have a different topic. I don't know if it'll go over well. Have you guys seen the Equal Attraction subreddit?
I don't know what
Yeah.
that is. No.
Oh, it's kind of an interesting concept. So what happens is people post pictures of themselves, and then they find random people of the opposite sex that are of equivalent looks.
That sounds
And-
like it could be really condescending and mean,
Right.
or kind of uplifting.
Does a
all
machine
depending
do
on
this?
If you're good looking or ugly.
No,
No,
people
it's
do.
People driven.
Like here, okay, I'm gonna grab this first one. Here's this girl. She's pretty. Probably no career in like fashion modeling or whatever, but it's a pretty girl. And then they go and they find the male equivalent of her.
Did you have links for us or?
it's in there.
Well, I gave you the subreddit link.
The first,
I'm looking at
the
the
first
top
photo
one.
is like Belle from Beauty
The top
and the Beast.
one. So here's Harrison Ford.
I just don't see
This
what
first
some of
one's
these
not
are.
a good example.
No,
Shucks.
the first one, the 19 female.
I picked her because she had 11 comments. Let's
Yeah,
see.
that one wasn't good.
Why
This
don't
sub
you
is
pick top for
interesting.
the month?
Aha, so this one actually kind of works. If you go to the one that's the 26-year-old female, she's blonde hair.
Mm-hmm.
The top link is they gave a guy equivalent. They gave I don't know. I thought it was kind of neat.
I just don't see it. Hell, the dude has blue eyes and she doesn't. I don't see how they look like. This is like the subreddit. This is like our subreddit. Like, they don't look alike.
You have it wrong. Your concept of what this is wrong.
No, you're trying to find the male equivalent, right?
No, they're trying to find someone who would be an equivalent like dating match for you, not a carbon copy of you that's the opposite sex.
I think we understood that.
He
did.
didn't. No, he's
Well,
like their
then
eyes
this
are
is-
different colors.
Then this is stupid. What's the point? I don't understand what makes them a match.
The idea is
then
to
they're
see what
both-
kind of women people see
Yeah,
you with.
equivalently ugly.
Thanks, Wings.
The
Yeah.
idea is this: they say, "Oh, well, this chick's a 6. Here's a dude who's a 6. Here's another dude who's a 6."
Ah, I see.
You can't get an accurate. Yet men should be required to post bank account information.
Holy shit.
as well. So you can get
That
a more
first
accurate-
picture, go down to Poop Happens 4 hours ago. That's the name of the bitch. You know,
If you really want to get a good one, just go to top and for the month, sort it that way, and
but
you know, 500 comments.
That first picture of her is very, 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 very cherry picked.
Oh, and then this is think of attraction on a scale, not a mirror. The sub is about equal attraction, not lookalikes. Like they explain that. This guy is terrified of the answer. Do you see the chunky guy?
Yeah,
Here.
that was hilarious. Ignore the muffin is the top
Can you
comment.
explain-
It's just this big fat ugly lady with a muffin in her mouth.
Hey, I thought she looked pretty good for him.
Yeah,
He
right.
Did
is
somebody link me this?
looking
If
like
I'm
he's gonna
him, I'm
I
like,
linked you it,
yeah,
Wings.
we should
destroy
make
a
out
city
with
of
that muffin.
Smurfs.
You linked me equal attraction.
Yeah, we're just going through on the top
So,
section and going
sort
down.
it by top and then by month, and you get the top for the month, and then like second or third down is that guy. No.
I'm clicking.
Taylor posed a question.
Oh.
No, it's not, Taylor.
Ugh.
We could redo the call over again. See, just roll the
Yeah, let's do
dice.
that.
All right, all right.
And Wings, allow me to see your camera. For some reason I cannot see you.
I don't think it's.
Allow me to
I
see.
don't think it's one of those type of things, Taylor. I don't think it's like, well, there's no permission for Taylor to see my shit.
Allow
I'm too good
me
looking.
to see your camera.
I can only see Woody and Chiz again.
I can see everybody but Taylor.
I'm
No.
with Wings. Yeah.
Same
Of
boat.
course. Works great until we just gotta see Woody.
Yeah.
And so
I wanna.
It wasn't. Oh yeah, you guys. It's right.
Was-
Everything was
yeah.
fine except you couldn't see me, which had no impact on the show.
Now we need Taylor to chug a beer and his fucking camera's not working.
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, herpes.
Dude, I look at some of these dudes and I'm glad I look like the way I do.
Yeah,
Like-
some of these people are just sad to look at.
I can't give it to Wings, but I think this one's interesting. So here she is. She's cute, I guess. It could be thinner, maybe. And then you can see, like, oh, I think that top guy is out of her league. I don't know.
Really? Out of the league?
You know what would be
I
awesome?
don't know about that.
Let's put Chiz
Yeah.
on there.
You know.
Come on, Chiz.
No, let's not make
Put Chiz on there right now. By the end of the show, we'll see if somebody's put a post up.
It's not.
Put your ass on there.
It's after that we'll go to roast me and have a good rousing time over there too, and some other things to.
If,
Shit on
if these
ourselves.
motherfuckers want the Pussy Destroyer 69, they can have it.
I thought it was the Thick Six. Did you rename your cock?
No, the cock's the thick six.
So what's the Pussy Destroyer 69?
That's
is
the
that
email I
your
give
Reddit
GameStop.
profile?
Taylor, is your mic off? Or I'm sorry, your video off?
That's the email I give the old GameStop, Kyle, when they ask me for it every time.
Pussy Destroyer 69.
Yeah,
Is that at Gmail?
yeah, that's at Gmail. You know,
Okay. All right.
you gotta be sophisticated here with you.
To see all.
I'm not going to use Yahoo. Who the fuck uses Yahoo still? I'm surprised there's still a search engine.
Remember Ask Jeeves? Remember that search engine?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's still out there.
It is.
You had like a butler who'd run out and look for the thing you wanted. It was a cool concept.
Did you see the Yahoo president trying to shame people for using AdBlock?
No, I didn't see that. I did see that AdBlock has been sold to an unnamed party, and everybody seems to be abandoning ship.
Which one was sold? Yahoo was?
AdBlock.
AdBlock.
Oh, now AdBlock shows ads. Isn't that interesting? They're selling ads, like access to ads. They're selling their customer
part of the
base.
plan.
Yeah. They're
Whoever
like,
bought AdBlock is very, very dumb because somebody's just going to create another program with the old code.
uBlock.
I don't know how easy it is. Like at first it's super simple. Like, hey, we're just going to block these domains, double click and something else. And, but you know, over time it's easy to change that. You have to maintain it. I bet AdBlock's become fairly sophisticated over the last, a decade? I'm not sure.
If it has gotten more sophisticated recently, it's not more sophisticated in blocking ads and targeting ads. It's gotten more sophisticated along the lines of making money off of us and allowing certain ads and finding ways to monetize what they've done. And then they're sold now. They sold their whole service.
That's true of the last 6 months. There are a lot of people who think that any code base that's old is garbage, and they want to rewrite it. This is developers. Developers always want to rewrite everything. But, she's really loud.
That
But
wasn't me.
Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. I thought you were moving around. There's all this banging and clacking. But
Well, we
anyway.
can't see Taylor. Taylor could be
Wings
playing
flip
bongo
something on
drums
his
over there.
desk.
Oh, okay.
We'll put the blame where it goes.
I want to drop it, but
I thought you said gotcha like you can see me now.
no, gotcha isn't. I understand you.
Oh.
You said you were messing with it, and I said
Yeah, I
gotcha.
just keep turning it off and on. I don't know. Maybe they can only see me or you.
Plug and unplug.
You want to take a look at this flamethrower?
I would love to see the
Like
flamethrower.
look
Turn it on.
at how it actually works and stuff.
Yeah, let's shoot the flamethrower. I think before we blow our ace in the hole, Kyle, we should be negotiating points here.
Negotiating point. Like how many
Negotiating
points.
points?
The flamethrower.
Yeah.
You get a point for flamethrower.
This thing's pretty cool. I'm gonna go through like how to load it and show it and everything. It's kind of neat. I'm gonna put my protective suit on.
Ghostbuster suit on.
It's a protective fire retardant suit. It says fire. I want a suit that's instead of fire retardant, it just says fire retard on the back.
I wonder what that guy was thinking when he was designing the flamethrower. You know, it's got to be like a military project. It'd be like,
There's people over there that I wish to throw flame upon, but I want to be here.
Link it up, link the bit. It's like a minute and 60
that's George
seconds
Carlin.
long.
I know.
Yeah.
I've seen the bit.
It's George Carlin.
But I'm just thinking, like, I'm talking about the actual on the moral level. Like, I'm creating a weapon designed to burn people alive in bunkers.
You could say that about a lot of weapons. I mean, not specifically burn in bunkers, but a lot. Like, you make a weapon, and I guess you just hope that there's more good than bad that comes from it. But I mean, every explosive, every atom bomb.
I'm gonna burn those Nazis in those bunkers that keep murdering all of my friends.
Right.
Yeah, all those spider holes.
Why is your Ghostbusters suit fire retardant?
It's not fire retardant. He just wears it.
He just said that.
I actually have a fire retardant coverall, and like it's a lot thicker than that.
No, that's just a
course it is.
Ghostbusters uniform.
It's more of a costume, really.
It's gonna, that'll melt to his skin.
Yeah, I'm like your fire retardant says Spangler on the side. I'm like, that's not right.
So is that a onesie, Kyle? Because if anything, you're making it easier to burn alive with a flammable onesie.
This is more about protecting my clothing from that gasoline smell than anything, really. Like, there's no safety to be had from this. Also, I like the idea of being a Ghostbuster, and if there's anything in the real world that's close to a proton pack, it's a fucking flamethrower.
Taylor?
Right.
Can I hang up on you and have you call back? And call you back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
All right.
That's a thing.
All right.
It's,
not gonna fiddle with it.
It didn't fix it yet.
I'm gonna be so great if he like just flamed his laptop.
Give it a minute or two.
That should be worth 5 points, right?
Taylor, what can you see?
I can see all three of you, not Wings.
Okay.
Interesting.
I see Wings, so... Wings, would you allow Taylor to see?
Wings, I'm starting to get a little peeved.
I'm going to drop the camera and bring it back.
No, you weren't!
No, you don't need to!
Oh, no! It should be...
What?
We're dropping like flies over here.
What?
Wings turned his camera off and on, and now we don't have Wings either.
Oh, well, you should restart the call, maybe.
We just did that, but are you all set up with your flames?
Yeah,
Let's
walk us through what the pieces are of that. I want to see this.
Wings, I'm going to hang up on you and call back. All right, I'll just do it.
What was that?
Sounds safe.
Little excess pressure.
Yeah, it's no big deal with flames.
So, is Wings back? Or?
Yeah.
Return.
All right, so this thing, it was a little, at first I didn't know how it worked, but here's how it works. So, you screw the valve off, fill it up with gasoline or diesel fuel, or a mixture of both, or really anything. Not anything. I've been experimenting with some other things, but they recommend only gasoline or diesel. Yeah, I'm looking into ways to make the flames different colors, but
diesel would be smoky.
She's food coloring.
Diesel is more smoky. So you fill it up, put the valve back on, and I've got this 20-ounce CO2 cartridge here that's refillable, and it's got a standard coiled remote like you might see in paintball.
Yeah, brought to you by Action Village Paintball, everybody.
Key Action Sports. And and for the igniter on the end, Well, first of all, this is just a pressure washer wand. That's what this is. This is a pressure washer one, and this is just a standard
barbecue grill sparker.
Yeah, it's like
I knew that looked familiar. That looks like something when you drive up and do like the manual car wash. That's what that you pull off the wall, and you're shooting flames out of it.
Yeah. So the thing that powers this.
Am I doing one thing we probably shouldn't tell people how this works?
I'm advertising for these people. They sell them. This was $1,600. I've got a propane cylinder taped onto the side here because it's bigger than the one they normally recommend, and so that powers the flame on the end. Now to pressurize the tank, which is the fun part. Make sure the trigger isn't pulled or anything. Put the safety on.
Trigger discipline.
Yeah. So, if you remember, I say this every time someone new is watching me do it, but if you've ever seen that scene in Ghostbusters when they get into the elevator and they're like, oh, you know, nothing to be worried about. Just each of us has an unlicensed nuclear accelerator on our back. They finally turn it on for the first time and the thing goes, shoo! And they all like back away from the guy whose proton pack is on. Listen to this. Make sure I got everything connected. This needs to be open. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, looking at the gauge go up.
It's pressurizing.
So where
now,
are you going to shoot this?
Right
Osha
here.
would be
Right
very
behind
unhappy
him.
with you.
Right fucking here.
Yeah.
So now all that gasoline in there, about 3 or 4 gallons, 3 gallons, is pressurized at, it says only 200 psi, but I think once I start shooting, it'll go up. Just watch the gauge. Let's see.
I'm going to be watching the
Hey,
flight.
Kyle,
Watch the
are you about to shoot? So please wait. I want to mess with the video and give you more of a center stage.
Okay.
Yeah, watch the gauge while I shoot fucking
Do you have a
flames.
target to shoot at, or are you just going to kind of
I don't
roast
have
the air?
I think I'll just roast the air. I don't know what else to shoot, really.
Looks like there's a lot of dry leaves
Grab
around.
one of Kitty's like TV dinners and throw it out there.
It's
Probably
kind of
not.
mean. Yeah, that's kind of...
Maybe a dog.
While you get the picture sorted, I'm going to grab a target. I know there's a thing nearby. Hang on.
dog.
I was going to shoot those balloons, but that wouldn't work.
Yeah, there has to be something that he can burn
So he just
nearby.
sprayed a bunch of gasoline on the ground over there. I wonder if any of it trickled over to what's off camera to the right.
The cars.
Yeah.
This could be a phenomenal
little-
little clip.
It's a little close to the cars. Just
It is.
saying, you're about to throw some napalm and gasoline everywhere.
If it shoots 50 feet, it's going to get that whole swath of grass on fire, isn't it? Just burn that whole section of the yard?
Yeah, but he'll put it out.
Oh.
All right.
Hopefully.
I said get a dog, and he
Oh, he found a target.
got a dog.
Taylor, I'm going to quickly hang up on you and bring you back while we're waiting on Kyle. See if that helps.
Listen to those birds chirp.
Yeah, little
Beautiful.
they know they're about to be chicken wings.
They're gonna fry. Beautiful.
Remember that time you shit on my car? Got something for your ass now.
All right.
You definitely have the right video chosen, Taylor. Like, could it
Yeah.
have changed to some other device?
No, I checked that. I only use my webcam. It's my
a
only
connection
device that I
thing.
have.
So you went to Tools, Options, Video Settings, and you saw yourself.
Yes. Yeah. Tools, options, video settings. It shows exactly what I'm seeing. Play like on my screen, I can see myself.
All right, I put myself on here twice, and I think it's working.
My last idea is to, when Kyle is done, is to restart the call, and Woody, don't answer with your video this time. Try that.
So when you go to webcam settings, is there anything in there that's interesting? This would be Tools, Options, Video Settings, Webcam Settings.
Yeah, I'm in there right now. No.
Definitely have it at the top of the thing. Do you see your own image? Do you see yourself?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah. Yeah, I can see myself.
Well, then it may come over time.
It's totally connection based.
Yeah.
My connection says it's fine, but
I didn't say it was you. Like I said, Woody wasn't showing up for anyone before. That's why I said if we wanted to try it and the call, Woody don't answer with video.
Don't cross the streams.
That's
all right,
what I would
Kyle,
try.
give him hell.
Kyle, it's ready.
Ready
Whenever you're ready.
So,
Nice.
Put it on.
it's shooting pretty much all the way to that target. It's pretty far.
I don't see
The target's not in
target.
frame.
Oh, well, that's a shame. I need to fix that.
If you line yourself up with that tree, Kyle, just put it in front of that tree to the
Left.
That's yeah.
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 All right. Give me a second
What
here.
is the target?
I have a target set up. You just can't see it. I'm going to fix that.
Oh, all right.
It's gonna move the target.
Yeah, this. I know that he's an expert with this stuff, but it just seems like
Really,
a bad
expert.
idea in every way.
Expert.
Oh, well, I mean, I just assume
He's
an
willing
expert
to
with every
do
kind
the
of weapon,
things.
but it seems dangerous.
He's poured over the data. He knows.
poured over the
This
data,
guy is-
aka four
Does he look
YouTube
like an
clips.
expert to you?
He's wearing a totally flammable costume.
He's
right
dressed like a Ghostbuster dragging mannequins around.
Wanted to burn something and get your guys' feelings.
He's
on
got
the
a
Halloween costume this
propane
year.
tank taped onto his rig because it's bigger than what they recommend. Expert.
You know what? Yeah, you're convinced.
Look at that cinder block just fall off.
So not an
More
expert.
like
I don't know what his target is. I see
a
a cinder
lunatic.
block and like a piece of metal piping.
So there's a trash can and a cinder block. I'm sure that's to hold up the
And then
zombie.
And a mannequin. There we go.
Yeah.
the mannequin on top. Mannequin appears to have more protection than Kyle.
A little
That's
bit.
good.
Now, just imagine how much brass balls you'd have to run into enemy Japanese soldiers wearing something like that on your back.
Well, they had real. They didn't wear Ghostbuster suits.
Well, understand that. They did wear much better, though.
What are you talking about? The uniforms?
We're talking about, like, just imagine how much brass balls you'd have to run into, like, Japanese fire with one of those on your back.
Get him.
Is that getting him?
Spray him first.
Is he aflame?
Yeah, Kyle,
No.
do the thing where you shoot gas in the
Spray him.
air.
Yeah.
Oh, watch this. Yeah.
Isn't that what they explicitly tell you not to do when you're like lighting those axe cans on fire?
Yeah, we got the grass
Don't
on
start
fire.
spraying before you light it because it can go back into the can. Except this
No,
is like
that's not how that works. That's bullshit.
are you sure?
This bullshit.
There's something on the news every year about
Yeah,
some
I'm sure
idiot who
that's-
did it.
That's all bullshit.
Yeah, well, he would know.
Gotta put the glasses on. Oh, he's gonna wear it. Okay.
A nice overcast day, perfect for glasses
Is
and a
that taped
Ghostbuster
on
suit.
propane tank right there? Looking real expert like right there.
Yeah, it's
Totally,
just
totally
yeah.
safe.
For those of you who can't see it, the back part
It's
is held.
actually not,
Something just
not
fell
that
off
heavy.
back.
Something
to the
totally
back right.
fell off.
Yeah, something fell off, and the tank is held together with. what
Oh,
looks
come
like
on,
the
he's
back
out of
part the
frame.
bowl
I
of
hope
duct.
nothing bad happens. I
Yes.
don't know what fell off.
Burn him. You know, it was a joke earlier, but the dummy is more fire retardant than
It is.
Kyle would be right now.
Kyle is really
Jesus,
fun
Look
to
at
watch
that.
on the
Yes.
internet, but he is that neighbor that no one wants.
Look at this. He's
Hey,
just spraying the gas onto the semi on fire dummy.
Like, hey, Taylor, see you got you a new car.
Yeah,
Oh.
Flamethrower.
you imagine realtors having to like do the neighbor's house and trying to sell it. Just ignore those flames. The neighbor's a bit eccentric. Wearing a Ghostbuster uniform with a flamethrower? Yes, you just have to get used to that.
I wish I had cool-ass neighbors like this, so I could just sit on my porch and watch somebody flamethrower something in their yard.
I prefer
Yeah, but
an
this is-
uncle. I don't want a neighbor like him. Just a guy I could come visit. A friend
It's kind of-
actually works.
That's like thinking like, that'd be so cool to hang out with these It's Always Sunny crew in real life.
Right.
No, it would. Like, it would be awful. They're mean people, but it's
That would be so
fun.
scary to see in real life.
Yeah. We should tell him that something. No, let's not tell him.
It
that
didn't
something
work.
about-
Do it again.
I don't want him to get hurt.
We lost your camera there, Kyle. Oh, tell him that as soon as he gets
good,
on.
yeah.
Tell him that we lost the camera as soon as he
Yeah.
started shooting.
Go ahead.
Just to see his response. Okay.
You look tanner. Look at him.
Yeah, but I hate the way that shit like numbs your face.
Kyle,
Yeah.
we saw the first burst towards the doll, and then your camera went out. Can you see us?
You're kidding, right?
No. Can you do it again?
You're fucking with me. I can tell you're all fucking with me because Chiz is bad at pretending. And so is Woody.
God damn it, you guys. Selling me down the river. You do look like
right here.
you're fresh. Have you ever seen those people get chemical peels? And then they look like they died 3 days ago for a couple days?
I'm wondering how hot that shit is. That's gotta be hot. Like,
I don't know, 1,000 degrees.
so I used to stand at the edge of something that's 1,500 degrees Celsius, and my face didn't turn red like that.
Yeah, it's not as bad as vinegar. That'll really fuck you.
We're all tipsy-turvy.
If you don't want to believe my ass, go get you a fucking glass of vinegar right now, and let's see how man up you are.
Not only do I not have that like easily in arm's reach, but like I don't know what
you live in the fucking South, Chiz. How do you not have vinegar in the house?
Yeah.
Why would you have vinegar? What are you cooking?
What are you gonna put on your fucking rice and lima beans?
Lima beans.
We're just
butter beans.
We're just gonna stop right there.
Lima beans. That sounds like what they would serve at a nursing home.
We're just gonna stop right there. Awful. No vinegar. Nobody has vinegar.
Kyle, your mic is off.
Jiggle it.
Burn it.
There.
Yes.
You're good.
Yeah.
Did you see when I was like spraying the gasoline and the fire was all twinkly and...
The coolest part was when you put it on at the full blast right at the end.
Very hot when you do that. That's when I got burnt. Yeah, I felt it. The second it happened, I felt it. Like that wasn't. I didn't turn red because of everything I just did. I turned red because of one like 2-second mistake I made where I walked so that the wind was blowing it back at me. That's when
you really do look like you just finished like a half marathon.
You look like a firefighter just coming out of a fire.
You look better than you did a minute and a half ago, though. Like it's
going away. I can feel it going away. It's not burn. It's just like it's burned a little, I guess.
You're a little burnt.
I'm
irritated.
I'm not
you were
sweating
kissed.
at all. Like it wasn't that big of a deal. Oh, check this out though. This is the cylinder.
Ah, neat. It was not so hot.
Can you grab it with your hand?
Very cold.
Oh yeah.
So he's holding up the propane cylinder, and it is covered with frost.
Put that on your face to help
CO2.
the cooling. That's what they did in the Great War.
It's kind of like one of those canned airs where you turn it upside down and it gets really fucking cold.
Yeah. Well, I can see why that is maybe a once a week fun endeavor instead of 2 p.m. my daily flamethrower.
Let me ask you this question. I'm a kind of a stickler for safety. You know me, my reputation, fuck gun safety and all. Like, I would have wore a face shield. I would have went out and got like a $5-6 face shield and wore using something like that.
You mean like one of those plastic clear ones that goes over your face?
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to see my face then.
You don't need to see your face.
The moneymaker.
The flamethrower is the moneymaker.
So
wow. You just really cut him deep when you said that right there.
if
Words hurt.
If I were doing it like by myself, I'd probably wear a motorcycle helmet because that would keep the heat off of all of this. But I'm doing it on camera. I don't want to be a pussy about it.
It has like that flame stuff inside of it, like that Velcro crap.
I mean, I think those things are fire retardant.
They're padded on the inside.
Oh. Yeah.
But it's really fucking. It's really hot. If you go where the wind is blowing it back at you. But no, it's not dangerous at all if you ask me. Like my dad was watching me do it and he was just like, one mistake and it's all over. And it was like, well, yeah,
I think it's more dangerous than you're giving it credit.
Well, I mean, describe the where could it fail at? What could go wrong here? Because I don't see it.
Anywhere from the giant compressed gasoline to the
gasoline fuse
one at a time
on top of you.
What could possibly go wrong? Everyone's like, like there's more than one thing.
I look at this thing and I just don't see any failure point. So the the fire's never gonna go back in. That's just not how.
That's
fire
my
works.
fear. And so, all right, you say it's not how fire works, but like. The things that go wrong happen like one time in 1,000, one time in 1,000,000. That like there's enough oxygen to sustain a fire to get into a compressed cylinder, and now you've got like vapors that can blow and kaboom.
You have a cylinder under pressure. That right there by itself is dangerous.
I mean, oh well.
Here's the way it works. Even if somehow the fire made it back into the cylinder, nothing would happen. Second of all, there's a lot of safety. I know on spray paint cans in particular, the way they're made, the siphon system or whatever is made specifically so. That's one of the things that's kept in mind. There's just no way that this gasoline going under pressure outward that the fire is ever going to make it back in, because the liquid gasoline is just not going to ignite. It only ignites when it's vaporized just right. The fire doesn't start until about this far out of the barrel of this thing. And
I don't think it's going to explode.
I'm not worried about the fire going back into the cylinder.
So the fire
I'm worried about like somebody dropped the cylinder, knocked it over, has like a hairline crack on it somewhere.
Okay.
I mean, so that's the kind of shit that would go wrong with
or
that.
the other thing, I'm sorry, I just want to jump in. Like, what if you run out of pressure while you're using it, right? And now you have a situation where there used to be pressurized gas shooting out of the thing, and now you don't. Now you just have gas and vapors.
Well, aside from all of the difficulty
that's
and
the situation
potential
right now. There's no.
The biggest danger is that you'll light yourself on fire because you're not wearing a flame retardant suit. Like, all it takes, like you said, is just wind. If it blows back, you get a gust. You're gonna be wreathed in flame.
What Kyle's doing right now is how most accidents happen. By the way, I'm just pointing this out to people.
It won't even do it. Like, once it's okay. So for one thing, with that, I never will run out of pressure. Now that I think about it, that just won't happen, because I've got more pressure than I do fuel all the time.
Why?
But even if it,
because the tank's bigger.
Because the tank's bigger.
Well, that presumes that they both start at full, right? What if you're trying to get like that one more tank out of the pressure, and you refill the gas?
I can imagine that scenario, but still, it won't do that. It just won't. It's just not how. Like, you could have a hose. Do this as an experiment. Siphon gas. You could put a 5-gallon thing of gasoline, run a garden hose on it. You know, a big garden hose, not a pressure nozzle, a garden hose this big. Have the gasoline siphoning out of it and light the end of it. It will not like find its way up through that garden hose and then go into the container ever.
This reminds me, so in my
the hardware doesn't seem that bad. It's just like you need a fireproof suit. Like, you look at your face now, because just a little gust of wind could light you on fire.
No, it couldn't. It just couldn't, because what you're seeing in front of me is if the wind blew it right back, it wouldn't blow liquid fuel right back. It's blowing the heat right back at me.
I love your flamethrower, and I can't wait to get mine. So this is not me knocking it or anything. I think it's awesome, and I bet it's mostly safe-ish. But it kind of reminds me of, like, I own Woodycraft, and people tried to hack. If you have a record of 10,001, right? 10,000 wins, 10,000 people who failed to hack you, and one who succeeds, you fucked up. Right? Like, every day someone knocks on the door, runs automated scans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you know, you're like, hey, yeah, we're 10,001. Not good. That's kind of how I feel about the safety record of a flamethrower. Like, oh, yeah, that'll never happen. That'll never happen. This will be cool. Gusts of wind on a problem, this and that. But, you know, and if you use it 10,000 times and get hurt badly once, sucks.
Well, what I'm saying is you have to come up with a scenario in which a thing could go bad. The only one I can see would be if I drop it, and the valve where the hose connects to the bottom of the tank, if that were sheared off, if it fell at an angle so that it could be...
What would happen in that situation?
It would shoot gas out in a hurry, I guess.
If that were to be sheared off, then I can only imagine this thing would dump all of its contents under high pressure
and throw you into the trees.
And all not at all.
No, but it would create a big gas cloud nearby.
They'd shoot out my ass down here. And I guess there's the possibility, but still, I don't know how that hurts
What if
me.
someone's smoking nearby?
You'd have to do something very silly, like direct the flame over to the gas shooting out your butt.
I don't even think my ass would become a flamethrower. I think it would just dump the fuel real quick, and there'd be a gassy spot over here. Then I would feel comfortable turning around and shooting with a flamethrower. Like, gas on the ground is just not dangerous. It's got to be in a vapor cloud to hurt you.
Gas on the ground's kind of dangerous. I mean, it doesn't explode, but it catches on fire. Okay, so I've started a lot of fires using gas as the primer, and, you know, first 20 seconds of my fires are 20 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
That's gas on the ground.
Or you get rednecks at the river that don't take the time to let it settle.
You're half right and half wrong, because you can, if you could, it's the vapors that catch on fire, right? So if you just take the liquid gas and do what he did with the butane with the torch a minute ago, can't light the liquid on fire. That doesn't burn off.
The
fumes
liquid will
burn
burn.
off.
Liquid
That's the other thing
burns.
people don't understand. Like if I had an open vessel, like the top of this were open and it was full of gasoline, I would have no fear of taking a lighter and lighting it because it would just burn like a candle. It
Right.
wouldn't explode because this is
It's burning
gasoline.
the
We pump
fumes.
50 gallons of it into our vehicles every day, and everybody's driving around with tens of gallons of it at high speed. It's not that volatile when it comes down to it. You've got to get into a vapor for it to be dangerous.
So,
And, like,
but first of all, what Chase got something wrong. The gas lights on fire. Like don't make it
gasoline
liquid gas lights on fire. If you drop a match into liquid gasoline or somehow are able to light it from the bottom, gas lights. Diesel doesn't. I think if you drop a match in diesel, the match will go out.
to get diesel to burn, you have to help it get started a little bit. Like you've got to get like a blow. Like I've put diesel on like I don't know, garbage, cardboard, plywood, and stuff, and then get a blowtorch and kind of put it on wood that normally wouldn't ignite, but the diesel will ignite. It's just, it's I don't know.
Then
It's
would it be
not
safer
like
to use
gasoline,
diesel
though.
in the flamethrower?
There was a little diesel in there. That was mostly gasoline though. There was some water in that gasoline too. I could tell. That's why I wasn't shooting as far.
But yeah, gas light.
Well, that was really neat. Yeah, that was really, you're still pretty red, but it is fading. Now it's gotten to more of like a, Kyle spent 3 days in Malibu look, less like a severe injury.
Yeah, that's my new favorite toy. I really enjoy that thing. I'm getting the XM42. That's the little ones. Those should be here tomorrow. Actually, I'll have those. I'm going to a gun shoot, so I think I'm going to take them with me.
Yeah, that's really neat. Goes well with your shirt. Second Amendment, 1791. It doesn't go well with the Ghostbuster suit, but
No.
50%.
It kind of
I
goes.
think it does. I feel like
Yeah.
a Ghostbuster.
No,
when
the
I'm
look
wearing
is
that
good.
thing.
It's just it worries.
Yeah.
Like that whole time, I was stressed out that this podcast would end with you just screaming in the background on fire. Just remember to
so
subscribe.
But
I
think
know,
of the ratings.
I know we're talking about this, but I looked at this AdBlock thing, and like they're doing the Comcast thing where they're like, look, we block ads, but you can buy space, and we won't allow you to do this. And it's like that's kind of fucked up. How can this not be stopped?
Now the ad people have to buy it. I wonder if they have to buy it twice, right? Do I buy space from AdBlocker, who will swap out the ad you expected to see with mine? Or I think I buy space on my favorite website, and then my favorite website, and then I also have to pay AdBlocker to let it through. I think you double pay to actually get your ad to users.
It looks like extortion to me, though.
Extortion.
It's not,
don't think it's
because
extortion.
they're not. They're just saying, hey, we'll open up our service that prevents your advertisements to go through, but you'll just have to pay us directly. We're just a service that
How's
gets
that
in
not
the way.
extortion?
Because it's an optional thing. Like no one's forcing them to use AdBlock, and they're not forcing their product onto anyone. It's not their fault. People have adopted it and use it. So
It's their fault. They created the software. They created a software designed to
But
get
that's
around
not.
something.
But it's not extortion.
They designed a software designed to basically degrade other people's paid advertisements. People pay for that ad to be there, and then that service that blocks their ability to make money is now charging them money, so they take it away. That's just like me getting a virus on my computer and then the virus maker selling me the cure for the virus.
But it's not extortion.
I don't even know. Like
I
I'm
don't
sitting
even-
here.
I also don't look at it that way too. I don't look at it that way, and it's also.
I look at it just like
extortion.
malware because that's pretty much what it is right there. I mean, it's a mild form. You can't say it's apples and oranges. I know, but like it's the same scheme. I know Woody's partially with me here.
I am. So extortion, I even looked it up. Obtaining money or some other thing by abusing your authority. One said through force or threats, getting money by use of force or threat.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, so it just seems like it's not perfect, but it's close.
But
it's like, look,
It's
I'm
dirty
gonna,
business practices at the
yeah,
very
it's
least.
not extortion. It's
I
like
did-
it's not
I don't know
blackmail.
what- I don't know what you call that.
right.
Yeah.
It's not this extortion and blackmail are different things, though.
Right, I know. I'm just saying it's not extortion, just like it's not blackmail. Like there's the reason, like you said, through threat. It's not. It's just.
It's
dirty
that gray
business
area
practice.
that should be extortion. I'm gonna put it that way.
Well,
Yeah, it's right next to extortion somehow. Like, oh yeah, you have to pay me too if you want that ad to get through.
This is a super PAC.
It's like you're not.
That's what this is.
No, it's not.
Oh,
But
that's
you-
I'm just saying, like super PAC money is like we're not bribing people to put laws into effect, but we're kind of donating money to their cause.
Yeah, like I pay Yahoo.com to show my ads, hypothetically, and they're not showing because of AdBlock. Or AdBlock is like, you got to show me too. You got to pay me too. It seems like it's just not fair. Like AdBlocker's not adding any value to the chain. They're just fucking things up.
Well, they've created a solution for the problem they caused.
Perfect. Yeah. No, Taylor, I don't see you now.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. I appreciate you trying.
I know it somehow felt more right when it was free. Like you could just download it and use it, whatever. But now since they're charging people to put ads, first off they're dicking the customer. The customer installs AdBlock to not have ads. Now they're selling ads to the customer base that don't want ads, and they have to. Basically the root of the guy has to double pay.
Yeah.
I've got no sympathy for anyone that you
just think about those
right
poor
there.
advertisers out there. They are putting this product out there, and the only way they're able to pay for it is by running those advertisements. But there are people out there that are saying, no, I'm going to watch your product without watching your advertisement and affect your bottom line. So they're having to go to they're having to go to AdBlock and be like, look, can I grease the wheels here a little bit? I know you're like the Tony Soprano of the internet now, and maybe I slip you a little money. You let you grease the wheels up. This whole union problem goes through, and I get the electricians back on.
Remember when Remember when Comcast wanted to give Netflix a greased pipe? This is the same thing. They
did.
Kyle had a great description.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just can't like it any way around.
Racketeering.
I have to look up racketeering too. These are terms that I hear all the time. But if you ask
I'm looking
me,
at it this way. The only reason I got AdBlock on...
We're just saying words now. I don't think there were any of those things.
Criminal syndicates.
The only reason I got AdBlock on my computer is to watch baseball. And I only have it...
Everyone can rationalize it, by the way. I just want to say, I rock it loud and proud. Everyone here has AdBlock.
Yeah. The only reason
I could rationalize it because I only use it for one site. Like YouTube, I watch ads. Like if I go to abc.news.com, I watch ads on that page too. Okay. Only when I do it on baseball, it's because they go over the fucking top. They have like 5 ads pop up. They'll have ads pop up continually during the stream. It just makes it very unenjoyable.
Yeah, I get that.
And I would pay for baseball service, but there's blackouts.
Yeah,
like, I can't watch the Atlanta Braves.
NHL too.
But
I bought Game Center, and it's just a fucking joke.
I mean, I would pay, but they don't give me the option to pay.
Yeah, this is the reason why people torrent.
Or if you get it through cable, you can't just be like, oh, I just want NHL and NFL. They'll be like, well, you got to get the whole sports package. You get NFL, NBA, MLB. You get professional curling. Like,
yeah.
Wings, do you watch Game of Thrones?
No, I don't.
No, you know.
All right, so here's the deal. There's this blonde chick on there who plays the Khaleesi. She's like one of the main characters. She's the queen. And in the first 3 years of this show, you saw her titties a lot. And you saw her ass occasionally, too. And she's got a great body. Really good-looking girl. She's not a great actor. She's probably middle of the road. She certainly doesn't stand out and shine like some actors in that series do. She kind of fades in with the rest. And some of the rest are literally used to be porn stars, like Tyrion's girl. Anyway, you don't know this shit. Anyway, so here's the deal. In the last 2 years, she's decided that she's too much of a big shot to get naked anymore. She feels like it should be more. It should be more tittillating when they do these sexual scenes. It should be more. It would be more titillating if they were sort of hinted at or suggested that there was some sex going on, rather than just showing how HBO has sex, like in all their shows. It's not hardcore or anything, but there's titties and ass and there's sex. So I think they should fire her ass, replace her with her body double, who is not only better looking, but most likely... Oh, actually, I heard this about the body double. The body double has made a vow to remain a virgin until marriage. So there's a possibility she doesn't want to show her titties either. But I don't care if you've got to get...
That's her job.
I don't care. Yeah, right? I don't care who you got to get to replace this chick. If there's no titties and ass, she doesn't get to keep the job.
Like, how's this come full circle? I was hoping this would go full circle with what we're talking about.
I thought it was going to tie into racketeering.
He was just hoping you'd jump on the hate bandwagon.
No, it was just a new thing.
Yeah, join me on this new topic of do you think that she should be able to be like, nah, my character doesn't show tit and ass anymore, even though in the book her well, obviously it's not in the contract because they're not forcing her to. What I'm saying is, from a fan standpoint, can you get on my side here and see that if she's not showing titties and ass, then I don't want her to be the actress.
Kyle, not only am I on your side, I would like to lead this parade.
Why don't
I
you
think
feel
that
that way
this
towards
woman
Cersei?
owes us for a couple of years of shitty lack of boobs and tits, and needs
know how
to
she
show.
makes up for it?
I think with some full frontal, obviously.
Anal.
All right, this woman needs to really show that she still earns this spot. She needs to show me a level of commitment that we haven't
not
seen
Cersei?
before.
Why is there no hatred towards Cersei?
She was having a
pregnant.
baby.
I don't
Yeah.
care.
That wouldn't make sense. That would
I
be
don't
totally
care.
out.
I'm
of
gonna play devil's
That's a
advocate.
cop-out.
Devil's
That's a
advocate.
cop-out.
No, Cersei was physically incapable of doing the nudity. This blonde chick clearly capable of doing it. She's literally said she's just very British and she cringes at the nudity in this show and she thinks it's vulgar and she doesn't like it. This is no good.
no.
That's not the this
Oh, my
character in the
God.
show for the non-book readers. This isn't going to spoil anything, even if you don't watch the show. When they're in Koth or whatever the hell, like her dress shows one titty all the time. That's the dress she wears. It's just like one titty out
that's
all
the
the time.
style.
Jorah's over there like. They should have done that in the show. They should have had one titty out when they were in that, and they were in that city for like 5 episodes or something. And Jorah should have just been like bug-eyed the whole time, staring at her titties. That would have been great TV. Also, like there's a part where like she lets that, I think her slave girl is like 9 years old, and like totally fingers her on the boat and like.
I
Gets
think
her
the
off at
slave
one
girl
point.
might have been older. Like her slave girl that she's played by that pretty light-skinned black girl. I think it's that actress is supposed to be skilled in the art of getting the queen off. Like she's been trained to do that. If I recall,
Wasn't that the woman earlier in the series that taught her how to have sex with Khal Drogo?
Yes.
Isn't
Yeah.
that who you're
I might be
Different
mixing up my
one.
characters.
Different one.
Yeah.
Can I play devil's
Different one.
advocate to the firing the woman?
Sure.
Yeah, but you're gonna find no friends here.
All right, no friends are here. No friends are here. I'm playing devil's advocate. So
I don't
two
give a
sides of the
shit.
story.
So go for it.
You're looking at it like she should show her titties now because she showed her titties before, but
And she
I'm
shows
looking
them in
at
the book.
And it shows them in the book. But I'm looking at it like this: it is a different medium. It's a different representation of the book, and you can have creative liberties. But the fact is, if you want to see her titties, you can go back to the older episodes and see her titties. And the titties that in the older episodes will be more voluptuous because she was younger.
Here's the problem, Wings. I'll play devil's advocate for them and tell you why this is unacceptable. I don't give a shit, frankly. I really don't. I like the show. Here's why that's unacceptable. Because they still have scenes where she shows titty and, parts of her skin, but she has a body double, which is worse. Because it's not like they're writing around this. They've just got a body double to do her dirty.
So you're trying to say that she doesn't even show her titties. She just don't want her character.
But there's
to show
more.
titties.
Like the body double may show like she'll be in bed and they very carefully have the what is the foot post of a bed called? The footboard. Like it obscures the camera angle where her titties are supposed to be, or she has her sheets pulled up to show this or that, and like you can see this is a nude person. But they didn't write around it. They just filmed around it. It's all cinematography that takes away from what you're supposed to be seeing. And Game of Thrones without nudity is just not Game of Thrones.
I mean,
I
I
see
don't
what
really
you guys
care
are saying.
either
Hey, baby.
way,
Up on
but
this.
it feels weird that I know it's not all of the sudden now that she's like, I'm not doing
No,
this.
it's 2
but-
years now.
Yeah, it's 2 years, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, you did go into this knowing that the character,
That's
this
fine.
is kind of a key component.
Right.
At the same time, I don't give a shit. I'd rather
Yeah, I
her
don't
be
give a
on
shit.
screen less anyway. More Tyrion, more Arya. Like, I'm not as drawn in by the nudity.
It's
in the
weird
show.
this
I really
discussion's
don't care.
happening now and not when that contract came out
Yeah,
2 years
but
ago. is
at
what
the
I'm
same
saying.
time, it's kind of like, that you knew that was part of your character. Seems like you just stuck with it to the point that they
Most
couldn't
people
switch
have
you
access
out,
to
and
a
now you
24-hour
demand it.
porn machine. Come on now.
It's not
Yeah,
about
that's why
that.
it
It's not
doesn't-
about that. I'm not trying to get off watch. I'm not like, all right, titty. Ah! No, no.
Like, why you care about it that much then?
It's the principle. It's taking me out of the moment. Like before, it was like if somebody was naked, they just rolled over and you saw their ass, and it was like, yeah, because that's how it works when like two people just fucked and they're lying in bed. Like they don't hide from each other. They just fucked each other. Why are they pulling the blanket up here like they're afraid? Like no.
I'm with you on that, Kyle. I think we should desensitize people to sex. I don't understand why we can show a motherfucker get his head cut off and not show titties.
Exactly. I agree with it too.
I agree with you there. Well,
I
it is
want
more
heads.
interesting.
I
to
want
see
heads
as well.
exploding and titties exploding and the
I
whole.
want bitches hung up by their titties.
I don't want anybody telling me
I
what I
don't
can't.
want
watch. I certainly don't want Emilia Clarke with her shit fucking acting, and we could find much better things to put on there. You can't kill the character because that she's in the book. I don't want to ruin the integrity of the story, but you can replace that fucking.
I got a
actress.
topic.
It's also probably the most important character.
Leonardo DiCaprio. He's made a bunch of good movies. He has one coming out, and I feel like it's just been miscast. Did we talk about this last night? I forget, but
No, we
said
didn't. We haven't asked any of these questions.
maybe in private. So he has a movie coming out, and people are excited about it, and I'm gonna go see it because usually if he's in a film, it's good.
What's
But-
the title?
The Revenant.
The Revenant.
Revenant.
So essentially, he plays a guy, and this is all available in the trailers, who's mauled by a bear. The people he's around have mixed loyalty to him. Some are very loyal, some are not, and they bury him alive for dead. Thinking that he's dead, but he
Kill his son.
They kill his son.
okay. Yeah, they said he took
the
his
biggest
son from
part.
him,
Yeah,
and I
they
didn't.
killed him.
Yeah, see, I always need these things spelled out for me. They took my son from me, and I'm like, and now I'm gonna go get him. Right, that's the whole.
There's
like,
Woody,
where
there
is
was
he
even
hiding?
But there was even a scene in there today. We watched the trailer. He's holding his dead son.
Yeah. And
No, he
you
was
see the
sleeping.
bad guy stat. So you see the bad guy try to kill DiCaprio in his injured state. The son tries to defend him, points the rifle, calls for help. Bad guy stabs the son. Then you get DiCaprio's reaction, like, no! Then he drags him into the hole. He's like, they took away my son. He was all I had. So, yeah, kills the son.
It's a story of
And-
vengeance.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
see the actual
Sorry.
puncture wound. That would have cleared it up for me.
Ah.
but anyway.
No reading between the lines.
No subtle clues. All right.
Yeah. So they kill his son. They leave him for dead, buried alive. He manages to find his way out, and now he's going to go seek vengeance. That's what we know of the movie so far. The thing is, it's clearly meant to be played by a big, burly mountain of a man, right? A guy who could fight off a bear, a guy who could win a fist fight with 2 or 3 men. Who's the guy with the coonskin cap?
Seems like Davy Crockett.
Davy
but most
Crockett,
of those
yeah.
actors seem to be terrible. Like, just watch the Unkillables or whatever the fuck that stupid series is.
Expendables.
Expendables.
Oh,
with
yeah.
Stallone and whatever. Like, every scene of that movie is just bad. Like, you just wait for the action scenes because there's not a single one of those burly people / MMA fighters that they drag in who can deliver a line worth of shit. It's just uncomfortable the whole time.
Taylor-
Like, they need someone.
No one at your house is on Netflix or anything, are they?
No.
Okay.
No, I'm the only one using the internet. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It just occurred to me. I thought I had a solution. But all right, I'll get
Hugh
you. I don't
Jackman.
want The Rock to be the guy, but Hugh Jackman maybe. Like he's actually the guy that I had in my head too. It seems like you could dress him up as a mountain man, or someone we don't
He's
know.
done it like 1,000 times. So
Really, I only see him as
Hugh Jackman
Wolverine.
plays a lumberjack, or he played a lumberjack in the X-Men series when he goes away.
Or maybe like Liev
saw that.
Schreiber.
I
I just
don't
don't
know
think
him.
DiCaprio fits that role. I think isn't it
Yeah.
a Martin Scorsese film?
I don't know. But
Yeah.
DiCaprio is a Wall Street trader. He's a computer programmer. He's an office jockey. I can accept him as a limo driver, right? Like DiCaprio is a sedentary fuck. If he wanted to like really transform his body Christian Bale style for this role, I'd give it a go. But I'm not seeing that at all. He still looks 15 pounds overweight,
He's
which
very doughy.
a lot of people are, like you don't see DiCaprio on the street and say, there's that fat guy, but you sure as fuck don't see him and say, that's a mountain man. He's the opposite of a mountain man. I think he's just weak as fuck, and it was bad casting.
Yeah.
They could
this
actually
guy's
probably
a
went out and
pretty
got
good
a mountain
actor.
man. It's Martin Scorsese. He's in everything Martin Scorsese does.
I guess
Is
so.
Scorsese
True.
making this? Scorsese's not making this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure.
DiCaprio, no Oscar for you. Let's give the Oscar to someone who'll actually hit the gym for a role.
He deserves an Oscar for either Shutter Island
don't think- I
or
don't think-
Django.
I don't
one
think
of
that
those.
he-
Shut
Yeah.
up.
He wasn't
Django?
nominated for Django.
I know,
Django-
but that was our question. Is even if he
Django
wasn't
should have been an
nominated.
Oscar-worthy role, though. He was really good in Django.
Really? Django wasn't about DiCaprio to me.
Doesn't matter. It's not. That's not the
supporting
question.
actor
It's the
role.
best.
That's a best
actor
supporting
role.
actor, yeah.
Yeah.
What about
Um,
Shutter Island? Did you like him in that? thought
I
he
didn't
was
like
excellent.
Shutter Island. I thought
I stand by what I said. Like, Django was not
Yeah.
made any better by DiCaprio. He didn't, like,
Yeah, it was.
Steal
his
Oh,
scenes.
it so
Yeah,
was.
DiCaprio
Yeah.
made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
You had this
way.
nice vilified character right there. It
DiCaprio was
perfect.
better than Jamie Foxx in that movie.
Yeah.
maybe,
Yeah,
but
I'd go with that too,
that
yeah.
movie to me was
Christoph
about the
Waltz stole
who's
the
the
show.
guy that is that's who I'm probably thinking of, the white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The German guy.
The German guy. Yeah, that guy. He might have been Austrian, but anyway, that guy was amazing. That he made that show, and Jamie Foxx did a good job too. And DiCaprio, I hardly remember his roles.
Oh my God, no!
I
He's so
remember it more
important to
than
that movie.
Jamie Foxx. Because Jamie Foxx's character, like,
Jamie
it's not
Foxx
his fault.
played
He
Jamie
played it fine.
Foxx.
It was just one-dimensional.
He played Jamie Foxx, is what he did in that movie.
Yeah, I didn't think DiCaprio was as big a deal as everyone else says.
When he smashes his hand on the glass
and
he's
breaks
real.
it.
Oh my
blood,
god,
and he
most
doesn't fucking play
overrated
character,
scene in
keeps
movie
going.
history. Yeah.
You say it's overrated, but who else is it?
I've seen so much. Like, oh, it wasn't supposed to be blood. Oh my god, can you believe how brilliant he is? Yes.
Really, to stay in the scene after
He didn't
cutting your whole
win an
hand
Oscar
up?
for Titanic. Like,
Anybody
he gave
would have
$1 billion
done
of those
that.
things
He's
away.
never. Anyone could have. Come on, you're giving no credit to someone who's very skilled at what they do.
I'm gonna go back to this.
That's
I'm gonna
not
go
true,
back to this.
Chiz. I'm just saying I haven't seen an Oscar performance out of it. So
Have you
Wolf
seen
of
The
Wall
Aviator?
Street, I thought was really good. Yeah, I saw The Aviator.
They
I
did.
thought
Wolf of Wall Street was pretty
The
good.
problem is he
Wolf of
goes
Wall
up
Street was
against
pretty good.
his movie. Always goes up against a crazier of movies.
Jamie Foxx beat him when it was up for The Aviator. Jamie Foxx won for Ray, and that was the year I think that DiCaprio should have.
He got shitted on that. Ray sucked.
Ray was good,
Ray was
but
good.
DiCaprio was better in Aviator. Two biopics, I thought.
Might be right. Yeah, DiCaprio was pretty good in Aviator. I like that. I didn't love The Aviator, but I did think his performance was fantastic. Yeah, but by and I don't know. He was pretty good in Wolf of Wall Street. DiCaprio.
Oh, he's very
What I
good.
found your year's salary. Where'd this come from?
What's this?
So look what I found. I found your year's salary. Look where'd this come from?
Yeah, that had good writing in it too. That's one of the things I like most about DiCaprio. It's not all he does a good job in his roles, but if I see DiCaprio has chosen a movie, he probably did a great job at it. Like, it's probably going to be a very good movie. You know, Tom Hanks was one where I put in the same category for a long time. If Tom Hanks chose to do a movie, I bet that was going to be good. He's turning down bad roles. He's chewing.
Did Tom Hanks ever do a bad movie?
I was gonna say, can you name 5 bad Tom Hanks movies?
I got that. Can you name one?
I didn't like Polar Express.
I didn't like
But that wasn't a live
one where
action.
I didn't like the one where he was stuck in a terminal. Was it called?
It
It was called Terminal.
Terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Actually,
thought that one was just okay.
It's okay. You know,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not bad.
So
It has a
Polar
lot in
Express, Terminal.
He
I
did
kinda
that
liked
spin-off Toy Story movie. Toy Story Lost in Time.
Well, I'm talking live action movies here. We're not gonna
I don't
count
know why
his
you only
brother.
count those.
I think his brother does.
You're gone, Kyle. Can't hear you.
You're back. You're back.
No, can't hear you. Shake your mic.
There we go.
Yep.
You said something about Tom Hanks' brother?
Tom Hanks' brother does the voice in those like second tier movies, I think.
Oh, I just remembered some mediocre movies.
Yeah.
He did
I
those,
haven't seen the Da Vinci
those
Code,
Dan Brown movies.
but I've heard the Da Vinci Code was
Dan
kind
Brown
of
book
mediocre.
movies.
Well, I don't know if you consider this, but he did. God, what was that shit called? The Dungeons and Dragons movies.
No idea.
Mazes and Monsters. Mazes and Monsters. He did that. That was his first movie, and that one was kind of terrible.
See,
Yeah.
this is
Well,
producer
overall,
and-
most of his movies are really good.
I've got a picture here of this Todd Glass guy, or this Hugh Glass guy, the guy who actually did the thing. So you can see how big he is. I don't know.
Who
Let's
did
He
see.
looks a little doughy. I'm sending it on. I'm getting there.
Is this the
I gotta-
actual guy?
He's a
the
slow
movie's
copy
based
paste
off
for
of?
people.
You say that every time. It takes
How
3
about that
seconds.
link that I sent?
Kyle,
earlier?
Control C, Control V. Is that quick?
You use your mouse, don't you?
I'm having to use a laptop to make this happen. So, and I don't have the laptop. The laptop's going to a monitor over here, so I've got
This
complications.
guy isn't doughy. He's just got a mid 1850s bod.
No, this guy. Yeah, this guy is fat,
He's not
And-
blonde though.
and he's not a burly mountain man.
Look at the link I gave
What did I
before of
just
Liev
click
Schreiber.
on?
He would be perfect for that role. And he's a good actor. I like him.
He's done that role a bunch though.
So what? He's track record.
But
Proven.
I feel like this guy isn't supposed to be a burly mountain man. Like, otherwise they would have done a better job casting. I think. Daughter of. I mean, look at this guy. First of all, I'm trying to read through his stuff right now. He's a businessman, a brilliant organizer.
Well, then maybe
He
you're right.
manipulated men who made the law. Like, this was not a mountain man.
Okay. In the trailers, he comes off as one. I didn't know that he was a...
Well, I think he was just out hunting with some people or something like
I
that.
thought he was like a
Guy was a mountain
trailblazer. He was a mountain
Well,
man,
he's
you're
not a
saying.
burly
Yeah,
man.
what I linked you to describes him very well.
Well, can you give us a cliff note? Because there's like 12 paragraphs, and I read what I found
All right.
about he was a businessman and a brilliant organizer, detailed
Well,
with law.
I mean, he lived a long life. I think he lived 53 years or something like that. That's what one of these says, but I can't tell if that's
farmer, a station agent and merchant.
If he's a farmer, he would have been really burly. It's true.
He did stock dealing.
Here. I got it.
Back then, when you needed no expertise, you just walk in and start doing jobs. I trade stock.
This guy did like
how do you
7
trade stock?
things.
Well, I can read. You know.
Okay, so now early 19th century America was awesome because you could be hired by the government to do what was called a mountain man, which was essentially the official way of saying professional badass. Basically, a mountain man would get hired on by an expedition to scout out territory, kill bears, play the banjo, and give people the evil eye. Well, that's what Hugh Glass did for a living. He was an Irishman, raised by Pawnee Indians who wandered the countryside, lending his services to various expeditions, and required a crazy bastard capable of busting bears' heads together, collecting furs, frightening the city folk, and being a hard ass. In 1822, Hugh Glass signed on to go on a fur hunting expedition into the northern Missouri River area. One day while he was out alone hunting for food, he was surprise attacked by a big-ass angry grizzly bear. The bear knocked his rifle out of his hands, body slammed him Bill Goldberg style, and started clawing the shit out of him. Since he was a hard ass, Davy Crockett motherfucker, though, Glass just started punching the thing back and hacking at it with his big-ass mountain man combat knife. There was a huge battle, and when his friends finally got there to see what was going on, they found a half-conscious Glass pinned down underneath the body of a big dead bear. And it goes on from there. He had to crawl. He resets his own leg, lets maggots from a rotten log eat the flesh to prevent infection. He had cuts on his back so severe you could see the ribs through them, and he got left behind, buried alive, and he ended up crawling. This is probably one of the most badass survival stories I've ever heard. The guy's half dead, he can't even walk, and he manages to make it 200 miles through the treacherous American wilderness to safety.
This is just an 1850s
So there's no vengeance in this story?
exaggeration
Oh,
story.
not
There's
only
no
that,
way any
but
of this happened the way they're saying. You don't
Not
get
only
the
that,
shit
but
clawed
once
out of
he's
you by a
recovered-
bear.
Once you've recovered, he hunts down the two guys who took his gear and left him for dead.
So this is I spit on your grave kind of shit.
Yeah.
Regardless, you've all seen what he looks like from the
You
photography.
know, I didn't want to see this movie coming into this podcast.
He's not a
I kind of
burly
want to see
man.
it now.
But
Yeah.
from
I had
what
nothing
Kyle
wrong with the
describes,
casting.
I don't see Leonardo DiCaprio as the casting.
But you see the picture of this guy. Like, this is what he looks like. He doesn't look anything
Why not
like
actually get a real Irish
Kyle
man?
just read this story. I'm picturing Hugh Jackman all grizzled up with, like, tons of facial hair. But this is the picture of the guy. Just because he
But-
lived this amazing life
It
and did these
really
things.
depends on which
He's
picture you
defending
look
it.
at.
I know that, like, there's nothing
Here.
for scale in this picture. He
Here,
makes that
take a
chair
look.
look like it's a
Yeah,
kid's.
take a look at this picture. This is, I mean, here he looks like the scariest mountain man ever. So it really doesn't matter what he looks like to me. I think DiCaprio is a strong enough actor. He could put on blackface and probably convince me if he wanted to. So
Well,
I'm good.
I
with
hope
the
I'm
choice.
wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
You got
hate.
Tom Hardy as the bad guy. I'm more excited about that.
Yeah.
I actually like
Tom Hardy.
DiCaprio, and I keep saying if I see him in a movie, it's probably a good one. I just don't see him cast as a mountain man, a professional mountain man who beats up grizzly bears. I believe DiCaprio runs from raccoons.
He very well may. I would run from a raccoon. They're feisty little fucks. They'll scratch you.
You don't have your flamethrower handy. They'll tussle.
Yeah. You don't want to get in a fight with a raccoon. A little animal that's going to be biting you with its rabies mouth, tearing little scratches all over you. You're going to take a few before you put down a
Oh,
raccoon.
let me
Hey.
read this. I sent this the other night. It's the thing about utilizing the raccoon.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, we should do that, Woody. Let me
And another game.
let me read this to you. Okay, so
Game
I think
time.
that this is I think this is a police report or something like that. So here we go. September 15th, male Navy enlisted first-class petty officer exited a bar intoxicated in an attempt to drive a vehicle equipped with a breathalyzer interlock system. That's the system so that you have to breathe into a tube, and if you've been drinking, it will not start. The suspect was too intoxicated to successfully start the vehicle, so he went into the park where he captured a raccoon rummaging in a trash receptacle. The individual utilized the raccoon to blow into the interlock system successfully, but the raccoon became unconscious from being squeezed and was discarded on the floorboard of the vehicle until a short time later when the raccoon regained consciousness and began to attack the suspect while driving. causing the vehicle to crash into a residential fence. The vehicle came to a complete stop in an in-ground swimming pool. The suspect sustained numerous scratches and bite marks on his hands, face, stomach, and arms.
I'm going to say it's a bullshit story because
Very
this reason right
resourceful.
here. I don't think that's a legit
Utilized the
story.
raccoon.
Because
Was
those
he a
breath-
Marine? Because Marines are known to
Maybe enlisted
improvise.
man.
Those breathalyzer things, you got to do them every 15 minutes.
Well,
Wait, you do?
The raccoon
Yeah,
won't go
like
15 minutes
I know a
to
guy that
drive.
actually has one in his Ford Ranger. You got to blow in it, and like every 10 to 15 minutes, a light will come back on. You got to blow in it again to make sure the person driving isn't intoxicated. That keeps people from like passing it on to somebody else at the bar. Be like, here, blow on this so I can start my truck.
It could be a short drive. Like, you know, I can't imagine that the raccoon would be out for more than 10 minutes or whatever.
That's
But,
true.
yeah, it's very creative. You have got to be stone cold drunk to be like, God, I can't even start my truck.
I just
Where's
see
a
the guy
raccoon?
sobering up
Like-
trying to catch a raccoon.
You've got to be pretty awesome to like utilize a raccoon to make like, you know, you catch them by the trash cans, play them like an accordion until you pass the thing, and then toss them in the passenger side and
Get
drive.
pretty drunk to just leave it in there. Like, well, who knows? Might need to use them again in 15 minutes.
He'll
if
be
I
my
stop by
raccoon
the
buddy.
Taco Bell. Yeah.
Why not just ask a person to blow into it? Like, hey, dude, blow in this for me.
Why not use a
I think
device?
most people would just be like, no, I'm not going to do that. Fuck you.
You'd be surprised what people would do.
It seems like you could keep a billow, you know, the thing that like, kind of accordion like they use to blow on a fire, and just put, you know, fill the tube for a bit. You get a nice blow on there, and you're putting fresh air in it.
I'm sure
I
that
don't know how those work.
there has to be some kind of chemical or like bio material that it has to register instead. Otherwise, people would just get like one of those handheld fans, hold it up to it, and wait.
I don't know what the system is, but I bet it's foolproof one way or another.
Yeah.
Unless you got a raccoon handy.
Yeah.
I know they
Then
charge
you have-
$300 a month to have one.
So you want to do some prank phone calls?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who are we going to call?
You have it ready? Otherwise, we have another game. The last game.
I have no way of having it ready because I'm now on a laptop outdoors.
Well, we had that one
Let's just
that
do
we
the
were going
last
to do for
game.
you.
So, like, I don't have any of the links or whatever we might have been looking at pre-show last night out here.
Well, then
Why don't
Well-
you care?
I'm in the ballpark that crank calls are not good live television.
we'll do one. Gauge it. It's a good
Is,
thing we're not
is it
doing
in
TV.
the other chat? Where was it? It was from last night, right?
Yeah, it was from last night. That's where we got the Craigslist.
I can't change chats, otherwise I lose all the video.
It's in here.
Well, then let's forge ahead with the game while we get that settled.
Well, Wings needs to come back.
Oh, he's out. I wouldn't know.
Ooh.
But we don't know what you're doing either. You know, you could be. chugging
I'm
a
naked
beer,
now,
Or
you know?
not. You're what?
Naked. Just thought I'd
Mm.
relax for the last bit.
Interesting.
The final stretch, just
Hey Kyle,
Peel 'em off?
I just posted 7 links. Do you want to pick a favorite?
Yeah.
How's that?
What are you laughing at?
he didn't sound very enthusiastic. Yeah.
Oh, I'm just. Like,
I think he's
I'm doing
concentrating.
it.
Yeah, he's work. This is a man at work right there. Beats real work.
I know. He's got to go copy.
Oh, I'm not sharing.
He does not like me making fun of his slow keyboardmanship. He
It's not even that slow. It's about the same as yours.
the one that says
That is-
absolute
oh,
anal does
You'll
not
say,
have a
"Oh,
phone
look
number.
at this," and then we'll wait and wait, and then it'll come. It's the same thing with me. Like whenever I say like, "Oh, look at this thing," I don't have it copied or pasted. I'm just looking at a thing, so I have to then copy and paste and then send it over. And I'm usually not using 2 monitors.
I'll race you.
It's all right. We all.
Well, when you're
Sure.
both trying and focused. And
Yeah,
no
Do we get a
race.
point or like?
Is there a point on the line?
Listen, the score is 9-7, so anything's possible.
No, we're in the middle of a
Anything's possible.
surge.
I'm looking through.
They did get a point for the flamethrower, and I can't see you chug a beer right now. So
Well, it's because I haven't chugged one because I'm not on screen.
I know you're not
And
on
it's-
screen.
and I've
4:45.
noticed that your screen comes and goes, so clearly you're trying. I appreciate that. I don't know, like what to do
Wings
next.
is gonna put hot sauce in his drink.
Well, I figured I could do something. It is episode 250.
It's
I mean,
9-7 right now, Wings. You get a point for whatever you're about to do.
And
And
I'm not sure-
hamstrung by no video.
Cheers.
Take advantage of this. What is that?
I
What
am
is it? Is that
grinding
paprika?
salt.
Oh, I thought it was an empty water bottle you were squeezing. Like,
No,
oh.
no, this is a salt grinder.
All right. How much of this do you guys want
Nothing.
me to drink?
Woody,
whole
you're
thing.
gonna have to take one for the team. Do you have?
I can't
any
do the
beer
whole thing.
Or wine that
Can you hold it
sell?
up?
I
Let me
can't-
see how much
No.
is there. Let me
It's,
see how much
it's
is
right.
there.
It's right at the top of the label right there. You can't
Okay.
see it.
You'll get 3 points. Divide that into thirds. You'll get a point for each third. That's what I'll do.
You could take the lead if you kick it.
You could.
I can't do the whole thing. I can tell you right now. I couldn't.
Well, you
do
can
it.
tie it up if you can get 2/3 of it down.
I can
you
do a
get a
third.
point.
So
Third.
the, I don't. See,
Do a
there's
third.
the porno mag one, but like I don't know. What are we gonna do with that? You know, you got to find one that you can do something with. The art one, which I thought was going to be the good one, because we were going to say that that was the Torah or whatever. That one's gone. That listing expired.
The one that
Got
says
it, yeah.
winner is also art, although as you say that, it's not at all like
show
it.
Contact info. And I can't get it.
So I'm not sure who to call or what to or in what way to fuck with them, because that's kind of key. Like we can call the absolute vodka thing, but like, what do you say? Like, oh yeah, I like to stick bottles of vodka in my ass, so I want your picture. Like I'm just not sure how to make that funny.
They'll be
you
like,
could-
oh, me too. That's why I have the
You
picture.
could pose for it. You could say this is great, but I don't even recognize this person.
Can't we try to get the number out of that one? The art one still works for me. I just can't. When I hit show contact info, it says something's wrong.
The only problem with this is it's going to hit me right in the jaw.
Well,
There's just a difference between a prank phone call and a rude phone call. Can't just call somebody and be like, I see you're selling potatoes. I want to stick in my ass.
Well, he's selling.
that's that. A lot of very skillful with that one. Very direct to the punch.
Have you fucked your mother lately? Is she available?
You sound a little distant, Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle. I
How about, do I?
It's like your
Yeah.
volume went down,
Sound
or
like
it was
you're
the
walking
mic.
away.
maybe.
I wonder if your volume's on auto adjust. You've been getting quiet throughout the show, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm just thinking out loud.
Have you started yet, Wings?
I'm trying to make it.
Is that better?
I don't want to do it and like it go
I think
unnoticed.
so. It was a short test.
Man, I want to watch.
Was it on
Wings
auto
drink this
adjust?
Goddamn vinegar.
This is
Can't
hot
see
Frank's
it.
hot sauce. It's cayenne pepper sauce.
Yeah, that's what fix it.
It's Frank's.
Is that what it was?
It's Frank's
Yeah.
Red Hot Original.
Yeah.
It's nothing too outrageous.
No, that's what you put on, like you mix with butter. You put it on buffalo
Yeah.
wings.
Yeah.
Colin
real
liked
good.
it on his chicken when he was 5.
Still good. Yeah, I like that shit.
Woo!
How much did he just drink?
How
I
much
can't-
did you drink?
About 2/3.
2/3.
Hold it up. Hold it up.
See right there? You see that?
It seems like you could finish that.
You might
I
as well
think you can
finish,
finish
it.
it. You know,
It's
in for a
right
penny,
there.
in for a pound. You're gonna be having that
You
nasty
said
shit
at a
later.
third I was okay, but if you don't finish it, I mean,
Ugh.
you're getting 1 point.
You may as well tie it up. Finish that bad boy.
Well, I did it. I did something, motherfuckers. Kyle did something. Seems like Woody and Mercury got stepped the game up.
I tried to eat
be
salt.
fair,
There's
if
no
Mercury
alcohol
could,
around.
He would be chugging beer right
Yeah,
now.
it'd be 20-9.
Yeah.
We've seen Mercury getting drunk before. Remember, Lefty had a good old time with that.
Oh yeah, he did.
That was great.
Oh, poor bastard.
I don't know how he's doing now.
We went over this briefly last night. He just
Yeah.
Did we?
I think he's doing well. I'm sure.
Oh, I
You
maybe.
guys probably, I think you mean when we disconnected, 'cause we certainly didn't have this conversation.
You guys went and watched
Oh,
the,
yeah. Me and Kyle and Chiz talked about it.
Yeah,
Oh.
did
Think
you
me
guys go and
Taylor
watch The
forget.
Martian? If so, I don't want to know anything because
Yes.
I haven't been able to yet. But
Here's
Is the Martian out?
I will
Is it
talk
out?
about
But
the
it's
Martian,
excellent.
and I will make this guarantee to everyone. It will be 100% spoiler free.
all right, so before you get started, maybe I'm just more intuitive than others, but sometimes when you say things are spoiler free, I'm able to to pull something out of the complex web of stuff you throw out there and try to hide the things. So I'm gonna go pee.
No,
while
I
you talk
swear
about
you'll
The
be
Martian.
okay because I've thought about this in advance. All I want to say is this:
I'm just
the
spoiled so much of
cinematography,
Game of Thrones
the
for me.
cinematography is excellent, and if you think Gravity was good, you are a virgin at this
Can I
kind
ask you a
of
question,
film.
Woody?
Go on.
Did you see Interstellar?
Yes.
Is it anything like his role in Interstellar?
That
I don't
would be
want
a
to say
spoiler
anything
if
about
that's
that.
the answer.
Yeah. I'm gonna decline. And
Kyle's getting up right now.
Kyle's
That
getting
would
up.
be-
I see, this is just so unfair because I could do this without saying. All I really want to say is cinematography was great. I enjoyed it a lot. I was, and I might leave it there. You should go see it. It's 2.5 hours long, which I thought was really nice too. Like if there's something I'm excited about and I want to make an event of, I'm glad it wasn't a 90-minute movie. And
it's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
If you had $10, Woody, would you buy a sandwich for this movie?
It didn't even cost $10.
We a matinee. This movie is one you don't want to miss. You should check it out in the theater. I saw it in 3D. It was really good.
When we get done here, I'm going to Beaufort to the Mall of Georgia. I love the IMAX screen. That's
I think this movie deserves that treatment. You know, to see the good one. This is, and I'll be interested in hearing what you think of the cinematography, because I saw Gravity and thought, like, it's good, but like,
yeah, but you didn't see it in 3D. Like, that's the caveat with that one.
Gravity was as groundbreaking as The Matrix.
I watched Gravity at home and thought it was a piece of shit film, and nothing impressed me. So everyone agrees. It's because they saw it in IMAX 3D. Like, that's how you have to see Gravity.
I think this movie is not only a good movie,
this movie, I think,
but
it holds up without it.
It holds up without it, but I bet you it's at least as good. It's I don't want to say much else. I have criticisms of it too, but I feel like they might give away plot points.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go watch that in IMAX in just a little bit. You know what I'm gonna do? I've been planning this for a while. I'm gonna go to Five Guys Burgers and Fries, and I'm gonna get food, and then we're gonna sneak it into the IMAX movie, and I'm gonna have a burger and fries there with, like, just the way I want it, and everybody that's gonna be eating that shitty theater food.
This is not a spoiler either, but Chiz and I went in, and there was a guy. There was 3 seats open, but Chiz and I are 2, so someone had to sit next to someone, and I'm like, "Is this okay?" But the guy Chiz would have sat next to was a big guy.
He was
like,
so big.
He's like, "Move over one more," and it was like, "Yeah, he's right." So I sit next to my guy, and then I whip out the chicken fingers that I bought because I hadn't eaten anything, and it was a 2.5-hour movie, and I'm there dipping the chicken fingers in my barbecue sauce, and eventually my guy's like. And he gets up and leaves. He goes like 6 rows away in front of us. And I'm like, this is good. This is good. And Chiz and I both sat next to nobody. And it was fantastic. I would buy barbecue sauce just to scare off neighbors every show.
That's
Why
one way
would
to
the
do
barbecue sauce scare him off?
I think that's what it was, though. I think it was me eating lunch, and he just didn't want to.
Pizza.
Wow, you got to be really hungry for, like, the presence of food to make you leave the room, especially if you're watching.
No, I think it would annoy you. Like, if
I wouldn't like it.
Someone shuffling and eating, and I'm hungry. You know, it's
Yeah.
Well, I'm taking my burger and fries with me. Although I bet they search bags now because of science.
No, just not good. Just don't go to. I think that's only Cinemarks, right?
I don't know which one.
Or it's AMC's. I forgot. I know that there is no Cinemarks on this coast.
Right? I don't know. At mine, there's definitely a cop there, like all the time.
What the fuck?
No Cinemarks
Atlanta.
on the coast, like the East Coast?
Well, there's definitely none in. Like,
there's one in Myrtle Beach. Coastal Grand Mall.
It's the biggest theater in Georgia.
Are you able to order food in your theaters? We have one here.
No,
where
absolutely
there's this.
not.
Dude, they cook pizza in my theater.
Yeah, you get huge leather recliners.
Well, see,
you can
there's
hit
a
an
thing.
electric button, and it causes this to recline, so you can basically lay down. A table folds in front of you. You hit a button to your left, and a waiter comes by, and it's like, yeah, I'll have a beer and some chicken wings.
Yeah.
And throughout the whole movie, you can just order food. Of course, it's way marked up, but the food isn't even shitty. Like,
but Wings, like,
quite
this
the
place
experience.
made pizza or whatever. It was like a 3-minute put of pizza. But what Taylor's talking about are like the best movie theaters. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
they're
talking
have the
about what
best-
Taylor's talking about. Like
you can order food and
they have like an arcade, a Bowlerama, a hotel, and a theater all in one building. When they have the thing called a Super D. So it's called a Super D. So you sit in these big leather recliners. They have like massage things. It's really expensive.
Wings.
You can order food.
Did you ever get in contact with that girl you were trying to hook up with last night?
Yeah. Why?
I'm because I'm interested. I'm wondering if you got laid.
Oh no, we talked on Skype.
Okay.
Ooh.
I
When's that going to come to fruition?
Dude, getting laid is more of a problem on my part right now than it is anybody else's.
It's the Prozac.
It is a Prozac.
Yeah.
Like.
This is why you need your pill cocktail. That's why you get your, your uppers too.
Get some Cialis mixed in there.
I don't need it to get hard. I can still get my shit up there and look like a piece of steel.
Desire, right?
I just have no desire to actually have sex.
So which one increases libido?
I don't know what libido is.
Extend.
That's your sex drive.
Yeah, it's just synonymous with sex drive.
Yeah. You need some tea.
Does testosterone? I know in women they often use that to increase their sex drive.
It increases
it does.
libido in men too. Yeah.
For everyone. Just a great all around.
That's why, you know, if you have low T and you're kind of like, whatever, you know. I don't need to fuck. Type deal.
I bet that chick with the happy trail wants to fuck.
Oh,
She's got
constantly.
so much tea, she could bottle it up and fucking share it with the rest of the rafting crew.
Yeah, right?
That was too much.
It's not a selling point, Woody.
saw-
It's not a selling point.
She's
On Reddit,
DTF
there was
all the
this
time.
picture- There's this picture of this girl, and she's lying on her back naked, and she's taking the picture. And in the picture, in the bottom of it, you see her boobs, of course, and then her belly and her thighs and stuff. And the number one comment was shave your belly, shave your belly, because you could totally see her
Not if
what do you
she's
call
my
it,
woman.
man?
Happy
the
trail
happy
is
trail.
what. Yeah.
That's the Trail of Tears, if you ask me. That shit's nasty. I don't want any part of that. You could have a little bit. You could have especially if she's blonde and there's it's not thick, coarse hair, but that bitch had a tangle that was absurd. It was
you don't want it to be.
there were
I like it when the
You can
pubic
braid
hair
it.
is coming back and it's got a little stiffness to it.
You like
What?
that? You like pubic stubble?
You like interesting things.
I like that because if you're going
No,
down on a
there's nothing wrong
girl,
with that.
it really adds to the experience because you can play with it and tingle the area.
So you like a nice.
You should be
hedgehog
focusing
feel.
on other parts.
I'm
This whole
focusing
thing's
on making
going
her enjoy herself to the maximum amount, and
Okay.
shifting hairs on people actually feels really good. Like girls like their hair played with. They really like pubic hair played with too, and you just run your hand along it.
braid
Going
it,
to town.
Like a
We're not
DJ?
braiding it.
perm it.
I purr like a kitten when you do this to me. Oh.
And you
put
don't
some
think a girl,
curlers
you don't
down
think
there and
if
eat that
you're out
lemon.
there eating some pussy and you doing that right there, just imagine if a girl was doing that to you while you're sucking your dick.
Yeah, you got that curling iron in there, giving her a nice.
We're not pulling out curling iron.
You
We're
get
not
the
like got
tin
this
foil out and you start dyeing some hair while you're down there.
I braid that
Get her
shit.
fade just right.
Escalate to
Like-
tweezer action.
No,
Get your gel out. Let's go.
I really don't care about the pubic hair. I think I kind of side with Woody here, and I side with variety. I don't want any one pubic style forever, but I'd like them all for a little while.
Except the Hitler
don't.
stash.
No, I'm down for that too.
I'm fine
Whatever.
with that. You know,
Really?
I'll never forget.
Salute
That
that
sounds like
thing and just go right to it. I don't care.
But you don't agree
whatever.
with Woody on the
mean-
happy trail.
It's not a showstopper. I'm just not really down
No,
for
the
Hitler
happy
stash.
trail is. I feel the same way about the happy trail as I feel about nipple hair and armpit hair and coarse back hair on a woman. Like all those things. Like she shouldn't have as much body hair as I got. I don't have that much, but
You're
I've
not
got
a very
like,
hairy
you know,
guy.
Yeah.
No, I got a strip. It goes down my chest and meets up my happy trail barely. Like I'm just not that hairy of a person, so I don't want a girl who's more hairy than I am. Certainly. And,
I think that's pretty normal.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Like the lower of your back, there's a little bit of hair there. If you feel yeah. I don't want that on a woman. You don't have any hair on your back? Not even a little?
Me?
Like not like
Talking.
not like
You don't have
coarse,
any
no blackness.
little thing? Like it's peak
Like-
fuzz.
like in this area.
Yeah. Nothing.
Camera
You
went
just-
out, Kyle.
You just smooth it. Nah, you're fine.
So I can't see you either. There's some kind of
Wait.
weird.
Wings is great.
I'm missing out on something good now. I bet.
You are. He took his shirt
He
off.
took his shirt off.
And he's showing us his back. He has a little hair on his back. He's got he's like those bald monkeys.
I've got way more
Right?
back.
Like you ever see a gorilla that they're like, oh, look, it's hairless. And you're like, well, mostly hairless.
Well, I look at it this way. I would be a very hairy person if I was like Woody size. Because there's more land.
You think
Skate
your
cut.
hair density has
You think
gone
it spreads
down.
Out.
Yeah, it kind of like all my hair grows in the proper
So
places.
it's like you took a piece of sod and instead of just putting it down somewhere, you took it and spread it over an acre of land.
right.
If you use
I
the same
got
amount
you.
of corn.
Like it's
for
kind of
twice
hard
as
to
many
see
acres.
my back hair from
Uh-huh.
a distance like this because my back hair is like kind of blonde too.
Uh huh.
So
It's
what
like
you're
a
saying
mixture.
is your body was destined to have 250,000 hair supplies, and because you've gotten bigger, they're just more sparse.
Right.
I don't know if that's true or not. You would think
I
that
think
because
it is true.
I see big guys who are really hairy, and no matter how fat they get, it never gets any
Yeah,
thinner.
but
they're
you-
like,
How many big guys you seen really hairy that are my size?
I mean, there's I like to go on this
You're looking at
Rick Show
guys that are
website.
like 250, 300 pounds.
I've seen them where it's like full-on crazy growth, like so much hair they could be like a monkey boy or something.
So if they weren't fat, it would just be retardedly thick, right?
That's fine. I don't know. I don't know what the case is. You need a dermatologist on the line for that one.
I mean, how many people hit that thing where ceiling fan? You got ceiling fan on with no shirt, and you feel the hairs on your back pick up.
With my chest, but not with my back.
That should be a scene from an upcoming movie, though. I like that. You know, fan clicking away, hairs on the back going like this.
Happy trail fluttering.
Let's not talk about those things. That's that mountain woman. Put her in.
That chick was all okay except for the happy trail.
She was.
Yeah, that's a 3-minute
fit. She was a professional like whitewater rafter. She was.
She had plenty of teeth. Is all I'm saying.
Plenty of teeth.
Plenty of teeth.
Yeah, they're a little crowded, I guess. But when I saw her hoist that like 8-man raft over her head and start walking with it, just like all the dudes had done, huh?
I just processed what she said. I said OT.
Yeah.
He means
testosterone. Carry anything by
Yeah.
herself like everybody else was. She was strong.
Yeah, she was strong.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, I thought you said teeth. Like when you look at someone like Steve Buscemi, and you're like, he has too many teeth in his mouth. And like, you know he has the same amount of teeth, but they're just too crowded in all the wrong places.
He's been asked about them. He said he'll never fix them.
He shouldn't. It's kind of iconic.
Definitely so. It's it adds to his characters, I feel like. Makes him seem more real.
Yeah, even creepier with good teeth. But anyway,
yeah, he's got
you've got a game, right?
I was gonna say, do you want to play the last? Well,
I want to play.
Yeah, let's play the last game.
We'll play the last game.
Might as well. Let's go, Big Kyle. Smoking the Bandit.
So, Wings, you didn't finish the hot sauce, right? You drank 2/3 of it.
2/3.
That's a point.
It does.
That's 2/3 of a point.
All right.
That's a full point.
I have to wrap soon. All
right.
Hope has a play tonight. You know.
Let's get through this game.
Well, then we'll conclude maybe on this game. We'll see how it how it fares out with everyone. Let me find my prompts. Let me get my timer going. Now this game is similar to the back and forth hot potato game where you made a story, where you were answering a question. All right. And we know who fared well in that. You know, I'm trying to be nice about this. Anyway, I'm going to give you a person, a place, and a genre of movie. You need to pitch me what this movie is. What's going on? Sell me a movie with the 3 things, okay? Now, I'm going to get... One of you is going to start, and when I say the other person's name, you're going to switch over to your partner. And they have to pick up the story from there and try to be... You know, the goal is to pitch a movie to me, okay?
It's more than one word, right?
Yeah, you're just gonna spit as much as you can. You have to cover the 3 things. You know, the person,
every time,
the setting. No, I'm just saying you have to have that in your.
Okay, I got you.
And just one last question: the teams will have different concepts, right? It's not like we're going to do it and then they'll do the same one.
Right.
Got it.
All right. Well, we started the last one, so let's let Kyle and.
Okay.
Okay. So you're telling me you're going to give me a person, a genre, and a place.
Yeah.
So you're going to give that to me, and then I am going to describe the movie that.
Yep. You're pitching a movie to me. I'm giving you 3 things.
So each of us does. It doesn't. It's not a team effort.
Can we get an example?
No. During your description, Kyle, he's going to say Jordy, and then they'll switch.
Cool.
So he'll pick up from where you stopped.
Okay. I'm going to start with Woody and Taylor because I think they've got this down. They understand the concept, and it'll be your example. You get a minute, all right? Remember when I say the other person's name, stop and switch to them. They have to pick up, all right? So these are your prompts. The person is Batman, the place is Patty's Pub, and it's a rom-com. It's a romantic comedy featuring Batman at Patty's Pub. Let's start with Woody on this one.
Wait, give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you get 10 seconds.
What is Patty's Pub?
It's from It's Always Sunny.
Just setting It's Always Sunny. All right, 60 seconds on the clock. Begin.
All right, so Batman becomes a regular at Patty's Pub, and D is obviously throwing at himself again and again and again until the gang starts to question Batman's sexuality.
Taylor.
This whole time that it's going on, Dennis has become infuriated that Charlie and Mac are more obsessed with Batman than him. He gets really, really into himself and decides that he really is the best and he's better than Batman. He starts dressing up all around.
So they're dressing up, and the tests that they run to test Batman's sexuality are actually being tested against the who do you say was it? Dennis. And Dennis starts failing the test. They prove that Batman is gay and therefore doesn't like D.
Taylor.
Now, it culminates when a night of blackout drinking, Dee throws herself one final time at Dennis. Dennis, not realizing it's her, just embraces his Batman machismo, and they have an incest baby.
And they have incest and scene.
All right.
We are still going to fail this guy.
Not bad. Not bad. Took some turns on that little journey. We pitched a movie. What's the name of your movie?
D does Dallas.
Yeah.
No, Dennis does Dallas, right?
Yeah. Yep, it's good.
Wow, that was impressive. You guys really understood how to play that game. All
It's
right.
not hard.
We'll see.
Little douchey, Taylor. All right. So, Wings and Kyle, these are yours. The person is Gordon Ramsay, from Hell's Kitchen and all that shit, British guy. Adam McDonald's, and it is
Who is that?
A McDonald's, the location, the restaurant McDonald's.
Adam McDonald's.
Oh, Adam McDonald. I thought he said Adam.
And it is a horror/psychological thriller. So we've got Gordon Ramsay in a McDonald's, and it's a horror psychological thriller.
Let me start this one.
60 seconds on the clock. We are starting with Jordy.
Gordon Ramsay is going in to do a show of kitchen nightmares. And inside the kitchen nightmares, he's going to do a sleepover at the McDonald's.
Kyle.
Kind of like a sit-in.
But as soon as he gets there, he realizes the manager is not what he seems. He thought this guy was just an incompetent cook, but it turns out there's a little bit more than French fries and burgers being sold at McDonald's these days.
When he opens the freezer, he finds vials of green stuff lined around the coolers. He also sees a very unmessy cooler, which he's upset about. So what he does is he takes the vial and brings it to the manager to try to get his opinion on them.
Kyle.
The manager immediately injects Gordon with something from a needle and takes him prisoner. Then he explains his entire story. He's been reanimating the bodies of McDonald's workers in the backs with the green...
And the bodies of the McDonald's workers, they actually start sprouting out plants. And the plants actually are cocoons for goblins that actually made to rule the world.
So Gordon Ramsay, with the help of the fry cook, takes on the goblin.
Your time is up. Give me the name of your movie.
Hang on a second.
McGoblins.
Plant Nightmares?
Goblin.
Planter's Nightmares? I don't know.
McGoblin.
Neil Bog.
I thought ours was better.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
There are plants in yours? And...
I don't know where the plants came from. I really just wanted to have reanimate dead bodies in the cooler.
Well, I was going for the soylent green thing, and then I'm like, we need a twist in this movie. We need to be like M. Night Shyamalan.
No, I like Kyle's
the shit he injects into it makes plant people.
M. Night Shyamalan and plant movies, you just can't do anything but excellence.
If you guys are watching this on YouTube, go back and watch near the end of when Jordy was doing his description. You see the cocoon thing, and Kyle's eyebrows raised, like, all right, well, where's it going from here? And then the goblin things happen, and immediately he looks distraught. I'm like, oh, it's been shattered.
Threw it away.
He's like, no, back from this.
I wanted to make it like Texas Chainsaw Massacre meets McDonald's, and Gordon Ramsay's there, and Gordon Ramsay was going to become a superhero.
Right.
They were going to inject him with the thing, make him tell him their whole evil plan, chop off his hand, but he was going to come back, fight him off, have a cleaver as a hand, and he was going to save the day. But
no, what Wings added in that whole movie you guys made together, I'd greenlight that shit right there. It had plants and goblins and people growing.
The shit that gets greenlit is shocking. We were watching.
Oh, by the way, points go to Team Soft Serve.
Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah,
we accept.
Yeah.
I was watching Who Plus last night, and an ad came on for this comedy on Fox, and it's got who's that guy that played Uncle Jesse and
no, Uncle Jesse, not Dave Coulier. That's
John Stamos.
John Stamos.
John Stamos.
It's got John Stamos.
I thought Dukes
as,
of Hazzard, Uncle Jesse. Carry on.
It's got John Stamos as like a grandfather in like a modern comedy scenario, and I was like, what a bullshit show! Like, who greenlit that? I was like, and my girlfriend was like, well, you come up with a better show, and I literally took 5 seconds and I went, all right. So John Stamos is a PTSD counselor, and every week he gets a new soldier from overseas who comes in, and he solves their problems. First week, he's got a woman who's got PTSD, and she can't talk about what happened. But it turns out that her superior officer, who's been buddy-buddy with her the whole time and super supportive, actually sexually assaulted her. And I just kept going.
Inside a shipping container.
Sure, why not? It was just the shit that's on network television is so bad.
And her feet are turnips.
Yeah.
When you had to have Thor helmet, you had gay Batman.
They did have gay Batman.
We had to add horror thriller in there.
It was a rom-com, man.
Yeah, that was tough. I think a rom-com is harder to set up than a horror.
Yeah,
Kyle was really going somewhere. That's why I was like, we gotta switch this right now and make it interesting. And it got interesting real quick. Score is 10-7. We can do another one of those if you
Does it
want.
even matter?
Doesn't
I
matter.
would be willing to do another one.
Doesn't matter. How does it not
Yeah,
matter?
let me lead off.
Because
Give me
it
another-
would be
give me-
10-8 otherwise. That's
I'm making this one worth 5 fucking points. It's the last game of
shit.
the fucking night.
a
Oh.
super
That's not
size
fair.
one.
Let's,
Yeah, it is.
It's not fair. Excuse me. Why don't you enable your camera for all of us so we can see each other
I've
fucking
been
beer?
going back and forth. I would take that free point if I could.
Chiz obviously did not give him. You did obviously not give him access to his camera.
Let's start the whole call. Let's just to see if we can
Okay.
get it. All right. I'll be right back. All right, Wings cameras. So Wings camera's working. Kyle's is working. And last time Chiz's came, like a Chiz is here now for me, and then
Still
there's
not me.
Taylor. I don't know.
I
No,
think
Taylor,
the root
you
of this
can see
problem-
yours in the bottom center.
Yeah, mine's working perfectly.
It's got to
I
be
think the root of this
bandwidth.
problem is why are you using the built-in laptop mic?
I think it's bandwidth. I'm not sure, but
The built-in laptop camera, not the mic,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. because I don't have a giant
Connections.
setup.
Okay.
But
So I was hoping that would work, but no, we don't have another plan.
well,
So-
oh well, we'll have to do well on this because we don't get a free point.
We're
Alright.
doing this again.
All right, give me a person. Give me the deal.
Alright,
Give me
well,
the three.
Interesting. Kyle's camera just went away even though it was here.
I think it's bandwidth
still see it.
too.
Okay.
He was really pixelated.
You're back. All right. Really washed out. Gonna give this one to Kyle and Wings first because you did lose the last one. Now, this is an interesting one, so you really gotta own it. Vladimir Putin in a shoe shop.
Who?
Vladimir
Vladimir
Putin.
Okay.
Okay. In a shoe shop, and it's an inspirational coming from behind sports movie.
Oh my God,
Okay.
it's great.
So Vladimir Putin used to
Wait.
work.
Oh, hold on. I didn't start the time. I just wanted to give you your prompts. All right. We'll start now with Kyle. 1 minute on the clock.
Vladimir Putin gets kicked out of office and disgraced. He goes back to his roots. His father used to work with prosthetics. So with his combined knowledge of prosthetics and cobblery,
Wings.
he starts.
He starts wrestling fucking bears. I don't know.
Kyle.
He starts up a shoe store that makes shoes for the handicapped. They're actually mine victims from all the evil that he'd done back in the day, shipping all those weapons overseas. So now he's making shoes for these mine
Wings.
victims.
I don't get how this is tying into sports at all.
It's
Keep
not a
going.
sports thing. It's an inspirational.
Oh my god, we suck. I suck.
Kyle.
I suck.
He meets a young
Kyle.
boy. He meets a young boy from Iran who his forces had actually caused to lose his feet. He makes him a special pair of shoes, and the boy is once again able to play soccer. He plays for the Iranian national team, and they win gold.
What's the name of the movie?
What's the name of the movie?
Whose shoes?
Shoe in Putin. Or Putin's a shoe in. I don't know.
You don't get to help come up with
It's called The Cobbler 2. Putin's in charge.
Oh my god. It might be a better movie than The Cobbler. All right.
Putin
Woody
2,
and Taylor,
Cobbler
let's see if you can
Boogaloo.
beat that one. This is Charlie Day.
Wait.
All right.
Oh, from Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
No, remember, this is not Charlie Kelly. It's Charlie Day.
I.
All right.
But help me. It is
One's
this.
yeah, it's the
Okay.
guy.
Well, I said from Always, but
You wanna
okay.
give us some-
But I'm
somebody
not. I'm
else, so
saying
we're not
it's
using-
the actor, not his character.
Thank you. Okay.
So Charlie Day in an ice cream truck, and it's a psychological thriller. All right.
I need a moment.
Well, I'm going to start with Taylor.
Here,
so
do you
you're
want to
gonna
give
have
us a different actor so we don't feel like we're being derivative of the last one we did?
It's Tom Hanks in an ice cream truck, and it's a psychological thriller. Okay. I'm going to start with Taylor. 60 seconds on the clock, starting now.
All right, so Tom Hanks is a guy down on his luck. He decides that he's going to invest in an ice cream truck because that's all that's ever made him happy, is making kids a little smile in their day. While he's doing this, he comes across a vagabond.
And he decides to take that vagabond in as a partnership. They go from suburb neighborhood to suburb neighborhood. Tom Hanks with the intention of just delivering ice cream, but the vagabond has more sinister intentions.
One evening, Tom decides that since he's not feeling well, he'll give the vagabond full control of the truck. When he goes to meet him the next morning at their usual location,
the ice cream has been replaced with an unidentifiable frozen goo. The frozen goo was actually customers. It's been reported in the news that there's missing children, and Tom Hanks starts to make 1 and 1 equal 2.
Taylor.
The vagabond at this point convinces Tom through some manipulation to just come with him and he could show everything was all right. They arrive at a warehouse outside the city. Tom Hanks walks out, at which point the vagabond shuts the door.
That's it. That's your movie. Cliffhanger. Right.
And you call it soft serve hard luck.
I'll take it.
That's
that
good.
was once again pretty good. I did start to notice you felt like you knew when I was going to change between people, and you noticed I didn't, and hung it on you a bit there, Woody.
I was trying to prompt you to do changes.
You're like, and pause. I'm done. Taylor, pick it up from here. And you're like, and the goo is people.
That's where I fucked
Real
up. Kyle.
direct.
He'd always change like in the middle of an idea, and I was like,
No,
where the
that's
fuck was
the
Kyle
point.
going with this?
Yeah,
you
well,
have to be listening to what Kyle's saying too. Like you could have picked
Well,
it
I also
up.
feel like me and Woody had a good, chemistry there of when I included the vagabond thing.
'Cause I first
my first
thought
one,
that-
he knew exactly where to go.
Like when you said that, when you gave the prompts, I thought it had to be a sports comeback story that had involved Vladimir Putin.
And bears.
So like I was creating my own thing.
that
And,
was
like,
an
Kyle's
adjustment
talking
for
about
me,
shoes.
Taylor.
I'm like,
Tom
oh,
Hanks
shit.
was my bad guy.
He was in the shoe shop.
The vagabond came along.
Shoe
I'm like,
shop.
fuck.
Like, he had to be there.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
the shoe shop could have been a small section of it. Like he
It's
could be like
an
getting cleats
inspirational-
for his like for his
The
like
whole
building
story
back.
It was
has
an
to take place
inspirational
inside
coming
the
from
school.
behind movie.
All right.
The movie all takes place in the shoe shop.
So what's the
Inside a bear
final
shoe shop.
score?
Oh, you guys won. So whatever the points don't matter.
12 to 7, something like
1,000
that.
to 7.
Oh, it was a 5-point thing. It doesn't matter, but
Well, I just said
What
1,000
a
to 7. It
blowout.
doesn't matter.
there
guys,
you go.
Improv. You two could go on the road together. Kyle, you could join them.
We could make dozens of quarters
You know
with our
what? We should
talent.
start a podcast.
I think this would be fun if it weren't competitive and it was just all of us taking the story like one after another and seeing where it gets to. That'd be kind of a fun
We'll do
thing
that
maybe
next
for some other
episode.
time.
I thought that was
Yeah.
really fun too.
All
Yeah, I
right.
like that.
Well,
All right.
they are knocking on my door. Hope is in a play tonight. Let's cross our fingers and wish her broken legs.
Yep.
Good luck.
Taylor, good
All
luck.
right. Good show, everybody.
See you
Later, guys.